Okay, good morning everybody. We are live with round 9 of the British Chess Championships coming from Leicester. I'm Adam Hunt, this is Danny Gormally. And yeah, Danny, slightly earlier start today, so some of the players doesn't appear at the boards as of yet. But if we take a look at the pairings for the final round and the current standings, we'll see that Michael Adams has a half a point lead at the moment over Daniel Fernandez. So Adams on 6.5, Fernandez on 6, and then a group of 4 players on 5.5: Harry Grieve, Jonah Willow, Yi Chen Han and Stephen Jones. So those are the only players who can win the British Championships. And yeah, take us through your kind of view, your impression of how you see the final round.
Well, Adam, even though Adams has a lead, it's not, obviously, it's very slender. So if he were to lose today, you would think that Fernandez could possibly win with white against Stephen Jones. And Stephen Jones having a great tournament, but you know, he was gifted to him by David Eggleston a couple of rounds ago, where he blundered a piece in the opening. Yeah, I think it's still very much a knife edge. And ironically, Adams is playing Jonah Willow, who he played in the last round of the English Championships. That game ended up in a draw. And Jonah Willow had chances to win, although Jonah was white in that game. Now, Adams was white. Do you think that he will offer a quick draw? I don't think he will personally myself, but I think there is a slight danger if the opening goes wrong for him that he could offer a draw, lock in the playoff, and think maybe there's a very slight chance that Jones could get some kind of result against Fernandez.
Yeah, so Stephen Jones on board 2, he's chasing a norm. So if he wins today, he will get his, I think, his first IM norm. That's going to be obviously a tough task against Daniel Fernandez. But you would feel that Jones is going to play to win.
Yeah, maybe. Well, maybe. Let's not get carried away.
He's okay. I mean, I think if you have a normal chance, and
I think he's just going to play to lose, isn't he? Isn't he just going to lose?
Play to lose. So I agree with you. I don't think Adams will be offering a quick draw today. But then again, I thought he would play yesterday. And,
yeah, but sorry to interrupt, but it's slightly worrying that Willow hasn't turned up yet. Do you think that maybe he's forgotten that it's a 10 o'clock start?
Well, it's possible, of course. It doesn't look. Let's just check and see if we've got moves in the other games. So we've got moves in that one. Fernandez has turned up. Yep. So doesn't look like Jonah Willow has turned up yet. That would obviously be massively anticlimactic if that's how the tournament finished.
Well, but you know, I think Adams will just think, you know, even if I draw, it's not a terrible result because he would fancy his chances of winning a playoff. You know, he won the last playoff he was in. In fact, from what memory, I think he's been in 2 playoffs in recent years. I think he was in a playoff in, I believe it was either Sheffield or Canterbury against Nigel Short, and he won that one.
Right.
And then he was in a playoff against Luke McShane in Hull, and he also won that one. And actually, one thing I noticed about playoffs, I did a little bit of research into it. I noticed that the favourites going into the playoff, or at least the favourites on paper in terms of rating, almost always won. Even if they had a setback, like for example, Gawain Jones, I don't know if you remember the playoff he had against Stephen Gordon.
Yeah, I do. He blundered his queen, isn't that right?
That's right, blundered his queen, but he still ended up winning the game. So I feel like if you're in the playoff and you're the favourite, it's actually more likely you're going to win, ironically enough, than if you're like the favourite at the start of the event. I think the reason for that is because you probably got more self-belief. So therefore, you're going in there, your opponent is maybe going in there thinking that it's a free punt, I'm in a playoff, I possibly wasn't expecting that to start the tournament. You're going in there thinking, right, I want to win the tournament, I got more confidence. If the setback happens, like you lose a game or you know make a blunder, you got the self-belief to keep going. Whereas the underdogs, if they mess up in the playoff, they don't have the belief to bounce back. Essentially what I'm trying to say. But it's a long way from a playoff because we need Willow to turn up before we get to even think about a playoff. It doesn't look like Willow's going to turn up. Thanks a lot, Jonah, for ruining. Well, at least we can have a short broadcast.
Lost Cooper is actually saying here, and he's got some inside knowledge that Jonah, Borna, and Matthew Wadsworth probably staying together, and none of them have arrived yet. So,
right.
So maybe they're all checking out late, or
unaware of this 10 o'clock start, right?
Okay, yeah, no. So.
Looking at some of the other pairings as well, further down, I wouldn't be surprised if Lanyao, Richard Purton is in a fairly quick draw, because Lanyao apparently needs a draw for, I think you were saying for WGM, Norm.
So Lanyao needs to draw for not only to secure the title on her own, Women's Championship, she's a point clear, I believe, but she also needs a draw for WGM, Norm, but at the same time she needs to win for an IM, Norm.
Yeah, so really in that situation she should play, because not every day you're going to get a chance to get an IM norm. She's played fantastically well. I don't know if you agree with me, but I think she's better than her rating probably. Yeah. I mean, I'd say she's at least 2300 strength. Somebody said in the chat something about chess players also tend not to wake up early, as a lot of them are night owls. I was in the casino until gone 2 o'clock in the morning last night. I haven't played poker for over 10 years, so that was a weird experience, but
apparently quite successful, Danny.
Yeah, I mean, I had ace 10 of diamonds, and then I was completely drunk, and I went all in before the flop, and the guy called me. He had pocket queens. I hit the ace, so it was a pretty and then I didn't really play a hand after that. I'm quite a cautious player, believe it or not, generally speaking, but
good morning.
Hi.
We have started. Yes.
Yeah.
Jonah Willow has turned up. That's good news.
Nice.
So we've got a Sicilian on the board there. E4, C5, knight F3.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. Let's get the popcorn out.
Yeah, absolutely. Got Sicilian on board 1. Got Sicilian on board 2 as well. So.
By the way, the people in the chat can't see it, but it's Ramo in here. We can barely move. Chock-a-blocker. You know, it's like everyone for themselves. But yeah, no, I think Jonah is a very well prepared player. This is a time in his career when he needs to push on. But Adams is just so impressive. Every tournament we see him play. Wow, he's gone G3. That's interesting. Is that already injecting a dose of caution, I would say, into. Although I've seen him play like this before, I must admit, against this E6 stuff.
I think I think so far this tournament he's tended to steer away from the open Sicilian when he's had to face C5. I think we saw C3, sort of C3 at one stage. We saw Bishop B5 at one stage against E6. You can't really play Bishop B5 lines. I think he played against E6 before, and he played C3. But here, obviously, we've got something a little bit different. We've got G3. So we did encounter this, I think, earlier in the event in a different game, and we were talking, I think, a little bit about this sort of position after take and D4. Is that the main move here? Or was it just
that looks
G6?
Logical, I think. Yeah, I mean, Jonah's gone knight C6, right. So obviously you can go D4 and transpose into a G3 time on. I also think Adams is partly basing his choice on his opponent. He knows that Jonah Willow is a very, very well prepared player, very well versed in the latest sharp theory. So I think he's just looking to postpone the battle, and potentially outplay him later on. But I wouldn't be completely surprised if at some point Adams offered a draw, because, you know, going back to yesterday, we were a little bit surprised that he offered a draw. It would be a little bit of a wet way, though, to become British champion, right? 2 quick draws in the last 2 rounds with 2 lower rated opponents. Yeah. So I think this game he will play. I hope so. I'd like to see Adams in full flow with the white pieces. It's an impressive sight. He's a very good player.
Yeah. So a little bit kind of cautious start from white here. Not taking the immediate fight to black. It's just played D3. So as Danny says, most likely to sort of postpone a lot of the tension into the.
Probably half
the
an eye on
middle
the
there.
Fernandes game and see how that goes as well.
Yeah, let's have a. Why don't we take a look at that one as well and see what we've had, because been a few moves there. Oh wow, there's already been a quick draw on board 3.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I think the people are dropping like 9 pins today.
So, so looking at the game, Fernandes and Jones, we had E4, C5. Daniel played B3.
I think they've already, yeah.
Knight C6, Bishop B2, Knight F6, E5, Knight D5, and G3.
Quick draw today, Harry?
Yeah, exciting.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we've got Harry Grieve actually in the commentary room, but he's had a great game yesterday.
Yeah, thanks.
Would you like to join us on the stream?
Yeah, why not?
Okay, just give us a minute. We're going to get the reigning British champion Harry Grieve onto the stream, and we'll have a quick chat with him. So give us a moment. Okay, so we're joined by International Master Harry Grieve, who has already finished his last round game, which was ended up a quick draw on board 3 against Yi Chen Han. Probably not a great deal to say about that one, Harry.
No, not worth looking at the game really. Just, yeah, I mean, assuming Fernandes and Mickey don't lose, it's kind of third either way we're fighting for. So
Yeah.
I don't think there was too much to play for today.
Yeah,
in terms
but
of the title.
In terms of the last, well, certainly the last couple of rounds, you've had some really like hard fought battles.
No, exactly.
You must be tired.
Yeah, I think since round 3 I've had this insane run of long games. Really, fighting for every half point. But obviously after the loss to Mickey in round 5, the kind of challenge for the title was gone.
Yeah.
But I still ended up potentially having a big impact on it yesterday with a very interesting game. So
Yeah, absolutely. There's some really fascinating lines in that particular game. Maybe just talk a little bit about sort of how you felt about the tournament in general. Has it been a nice experience to be back defending your title, and how do you feel it's gone in general?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it was quite a lot of pressure, but kind of.
Did you felt pressure?
Yeah, for sure.
Right.
I put that pressure on myself anyway, but yeah, kind of the worst thing you want to happen is to come here as defending champion and just do nothing.
Right.
Finish nowhere, and you're playing down on board 10 the whole tournament. So yeah, I was happy I was in the mix on the top boards and able to play against Mickey and Dan, obviously, who now still not clear which one of them will come out on top in the tournament.
Yeah, sure. And the playing conditions at Leicester, how have you found?
Yeah, it's very
Things
good. Quite similar to Torquay last year. It's
Right.
a good venue.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's always a great experience to play here. Just at the British with a lot more people watching. I go around playing a lot of tournaments, but this one's extra special. A lot of motivation to play here. So it's good.
Okay, great. And tell me about sort of yourself away from this particular tournament. Are you playing chess full time at the moment?
At the moment, yeah, full time. So trying to get to GM, obviously.
Right.
It's a tough grind at the moment.
So yeah, tough. I know how
Still.
it feels. Yeah.
Of course, yeah. So yeah, still mid 2450s right now, but yeah, I was happy. Yeah, it was a bit of a slump in the middle of this tournament, and my play dropped a bit. But in general, I felt I was playing okay, and yeah, happy to be around the top boards the whole event.
And what's up next for you? Next tournament?
There's Poland in about 10 days, and then I mostly play in Spain, so I'll be back to some Spanish Opens after that.
Right. And you've got 2 Grandmaster tournaments, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I actually couldn't have made one here anyway, really, because I need one with proper nationality requirements.
Right.
It's complicated rules, but yeah.
So you only allow one with those requirements?
You're allowed 2, but
2?
I've done that with both the British and the Forencial, with my 2 so far.
Okay.
So yeah, it's complicated, but I hope the 3rd norm will come at some point, but getting to 2500 is probably the
biggest challenge.
Yeah, the main thing for me.
Yeah, sure, of course. Well, maybe if it's all right, we just talk a little bit about the games that have started. Here we've got Fernandez versus Jones. Stephen Jones needs to win for a IM norm. So you imagine this is going to be a hard-fought battle.
It's like a typical original position quite early.
So b3 on move 2, knight c6, bishop b2, knight f6, e5, knight d5, g3, so double fee in Chesso, d6, take, and bishop g2. Much experience with the Sicilian?
Well, with black, yeah, but I've never faced 2b3. But it's supposed to be not so principled because black can play with a quick e5, I guess, and kind of blunt that bishop, whereas the way black's played here is a little bit different. Yeah,
allowing the bishops to be open, but
yeah, well, it's the kind of game Dan will be happy with, I guess. Just very non-theoretical. Look to outplay its lower-rated opponent.
Right. Okay. And if we just switch to the top board, see if there's been any more moves in that one. So yeah, being fair.
Yeah. What was the opening here?
So this was another Sicilian. So e4, c5, knight f3, e6, and then he played g3.
Yeah.
We were saying that Mickey had steered away from playing open Sicilians.
Yeah, he played c3 there earlier in the tournament.
That's right.
Gasanov,
yeah, exactly. Knight c6, bishop g2, knight f6, d3, d6, castle, bishop e7, rook e1, castle, c3, and bishop d7.
Right. So this is still a very theoretical position, which I play with black.
Okay.
So d4 is the main move.
Yeah.
And then yes, cd4, cd4, d5, e5, knight e4.
And the point
Yeah, I think you have to. Yeah, I've been worried going into this kind of thing with black before. It looks like white might avoid trading that knight and tries to trap it with f3, but it doesn't really work concretely.
Yeah, so, yeah, especially not with that rook on e1
as well. There's no easy square. Yeah. I think probably queen b6 and stop. Again, white's tied to defending d4, so yeah, they go knight bd2. Okay, he's played knight bd2 instead of d4, which is also a move.
You get something like this, presumably?
Yeah, some normal position, yeah.
Black normally breaks with f6?
Maybe it's possible. I'd usually play on the queen side here with black.
Okay.
And white plays kind of typical, obviously with the space advantage with e5.
Or?
Yeah. Maybe bishop c3, and then white will play for h4, h5, typical.
Right.
Attack. But yeah, Mickey's played knight bd2 instead of d4 straight away. It's a bit more flexible.
Yeah,
I think. Yeah, it's normal.
So
what happens? So yeah, d4 now. You go cd4, knight b4 is the point. So it's no longer really an option.
So instead, white's likely to play here.
I guess knight f1.
Knight f1 possibly.
H4, kind of typical King's Indian attack.
E3, or to play h4, gaining some space on the king side. Would he ever play a4? Or do you think he'd just leave that side of the board well alone?
Just play on the side where you're stronger, yeah. So white will be playing on the king side. Black will probably play a very quick b5, b4.
Right.
Try and get counterplay on the queen side. So yeah, I've still had this position before, actually a couple of weeks ago with black.
Okay.
It's a very double-edged game. But yeah, obviously Mickey will probably assume that Dan will win on board 2, so I'm sure he'll be playing for a win today.
Yes, I mean, although I don't know if you saw the game yesterday, we were a little bit, I don't know how you, if you were paying a great deal of attention, we were a little bit surprised about the draw, slightly early draw today.
Yeah, definitely.
Danny was saying that he wouldn't be all that surprised if Mickey drew today and sort of locked down the playoff, but...
Yeah, that's fair enough, yeah. I was very surprised yesterday. It worked out okay for him, but if I'd lost to Dan, maybe not so much.
Yeah.
But yeah, today I'd expect not a quick draw anyway, at least with white.
Do you think he maybe he's fatigued a little bit, like he's tired?
Yeah, I don't know.
How do you feel? Do you feel tired?
I feel tired, and I'm supposed to be young, but I've had a lot of very, very long games. I'm not sure how his games have been in general. I've heard him talk about this before at a previous British, that energy conservation throughout the tournament is very important, and when he's had good years here, he's often been having kind of shorter games. You can't always control that, so I don't know how many long fights he's had. But yeah, he's got to assume that if he draws, he'll have to play a playoff anyway. So
he's
might as well.
He's got to expect Ball to Daniel is obviously favourite to win that game. All right.
Jones could be British champion.
It's possible. It's possible.
You want to make a comment about the weakest British champion?
It's not me anymore.
No, not you. No, you've got the title.
In order for that to happen, he would have to win, and Jonah Willow would have to win.
And it would be a playoff between Jones and Willow.
Then you have to win a playoff.
I'd be regretting taking a draw.
Would that be a playoff between Jones and Willow then?
Yeah. Oh, and Adams.
And Adams.
Not Fernandez. Is there anyone else who can get 6 or 9?
No, it was just me and Yitchin. That's the only scenario where it would have been helpful for us to play for a win. But I think Jonah. Yeah.
All right, a couple more moves. Knight F1, as you suggested, and then Knight E5.
I was going to mention this one. Knight E5 is quite a clever idea. Otherwise, White still might have been hinting at D4, like if you played some other move instead of Knight E5. For example, B5.
B5.
Now White could play D4 because after takes Knight B4. Now you have
Knight E3.
Hangs a pawn, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, this Knight E5 is an interesting. Knight E5 is an interesting structural idea. White usually doesn't want to take on E5 here. This kind of helps Black, I think, play against this D3 pawn.
Yeah. So he's most likely to leave that.
Yeah, I mean, the D4 is definitely possible now, but either way, those knights are probably going to be traded at some point.
Right. So let's say, for example, D4 take
F3.
Bishop takes, most likely, and now
Rook.
E5.
Might be possible, yeah.
Maybe Knight E3.
Yeah.
Very sensible suggestion.
I wouldn't be sure, so I just keep it flexible for now. Put it Rook on C8. It feels like the queen side's so open now that White's not really gonna get a really strong attack on the king side. So
Rook C8 seems sensible.
Even. Yeah, it might be actually. E5, Knight E5. I don't know. That looks okay.
Yeah.
95 very typical, isn't it? You just try and exchange pieces.
Yeah, looks like a good plan.
Is there any argument here for just moving my knight away to play F4? Let's say I go in here.
Maybe C4 bar.
Yeah, that's the move that came to my mind.
C4, yeah.
Yeah, because if White did get F4, then yeah, that plan would definitely make sense. So C4 seems to make sense.
Yes,
for Black.
A lot of sense. Okay, so we're here, and no other moves we play. We'll probably swap you back out for Danny if that's all right. Thank you though so much for not only defending your championship. So I don't know if you feel well or not, but you've definitely.
I'm happy in the end. Yeah.
Happy with how you played, but also for giving us some extremely interesting games to commentate on.
Yeah, no problem.
Particularly that attack yesterday was
it
was quite
exciting,
something.
sure.
It was quite something. So yeah, best of luck with all the rest of your tournaments. Hopefully you get to GM soon.
Thank you.
And thanks for joining us.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Okay, so Danny's back. Got a coffee there, Danny?
Yeah, I'm feeling a bit rough after last night's exploits, so I'm trying to wake myself up. Yeah, it's interesting walking into town today, Adam, because it's like a ghost town. I was going to say Sheffield.
So you're going to sing a song there about a ghost town?
Oh, by the specials. No, we said before, I've retired from singing. Like, if you want singing, check out YouTube. I was going to try Sinead O'Connor's "Nothing Compares to You" because Sinead O'Connor sadly died, I think, this week. But that was a great song, actually. It came out, I think, in 1990. I was listening to it earlier, but I was as a sort of tribute to Michael Adams' Chess, you know.
Okay.
But yeah, when you come into town, it's like on a Sunday morning, it's like really kind of quiet, and I feel like it's everything's just sort of like wound down, and there's like no juniors running about. All the juniors most of the juniors gone home, so there's a lot less people here in the venue. So in that situation, I feel like it's hard to kind of motivate yourself because you haven't got the same atmosphere. I don't know if you found that yourself, Adam, in tournaments in the past. You haven't got the same atmosphere that you had in previous rounds.
Yeah.
And suddenly you go into the last round, everything's quiet, everything's wound down. And yeah, I mean, that's why I think you've seen Harry had a quick draw, hard to get the motivation. He did have a theoretical chance of winning the tournament. I know it's a very slim one, but yeah, I mean, it's maybe from that perspective, it's slightly surprising that they would agree a draw. But on the other hand, I think they both had good tournaments. Partly you're thinking about the prize money. I know I've been in this situation many times. I've never won a British Championships, but it's often going into the last round, I felt like if we used to have 11 rounds and 7.5 used to be the score you needed to get a decent prize. And often you'd end up winning 600, 700, 800 quid with a win. In this situation, I don't know if we can look at if I look at the standings.
I was just trying to actually get up the prizes, but
because that's all we care about is money. Money. But yeah, Adams will partly be thinking about the money because he'll be thinking, if I draw this game, I'm locking in a very decent prize, right? Because if I then, even if I lose the playoff, I'm still going to get like a big chunk of money. So he won't be taking any crazy risks, put it that way. On the other hand, it would be a little bit foolish to agree a quick draw because you can't really expect Jones to get a result on board 2. So yeah, if you're looking at the entry fees are a fair whack.
6 main prizes. 5,000 for first, 2,500 for second, 1,500 for third, 1,000 for fourth, 1,000 for fifth, which is a little bit strange to have the same prize for fourth and fifth, and then sixth place is £750. Yeah,
and the problem is, Adam, is that he drops off. So it's fine if you finish in the top 6. But obviously, if you finish 7th or 8th or whatever, you just get nothing, which to me is just not very good. It's like the British Chess Championships. I've been in a situation like in the past. I remember I played 2015 British, and I had a chance. I played against Summerscale in the last round, and a draw would have got me. Well, a draw I ended up getting well over £1,000. If I won the game, I might have got about £4,000. If I lost the game, I would have ended up with something like 50 quid.
Right.
Considering I would have lost one game the entire tournament and I was bang up there the whole way, to win 50 quid would have been a very depressing prospect. So this is a problem a lot of times in the chess world. Sometimes you feel like I need to take a draw, or then you got a horrible situation. If you lose or you fail to win, you get very little prize money. It can be very depressing. But I don't think Fernandez or Adams have to worry about that. They're probably already going to be, even if they lose, they're probably already guaranteed quite a reasonable prize anyway. I would imagine.
I think 6 points is going to be a fairly big group, isn't it? You'd think 6 is going to be a grouping there.
Well, not necessarily, because it depends how many decisive games there are lower down, right? because it drops off fairly quickly.
Okay, so we've got 2, 4, 5 games below the Chen Grieve one where we could have people catching up to 6 points.
Yeah, I mean, actually, Passport did make a good point. He said he thinks Adams is thinking about the game rather than money. Mickey bid over 2700, world number 4. Yeah, I don't think he's short of cash. So it's not really about the prize money for him. But I think for some of the other players lower down, you do have to consider that, yeah, if you're on, I think Adam just pointed out, if you get to 6, you're probably going to guarantee the prize, right?
Yeah.
But if you get 5.5, you probably end up winning nothing. Because there's going to be quite a number of players on 6.
Yeah.
I was very cutthroat, you know, it's a very kind of... Welsh Chess Chat said, Danny, GMs also get conditions at the British. That's right, yeah. A lot of the GMs do, I think all of them get conditions. The ones who are playing, they get some kind of conditions. I'm not sure exactly what the conditions are. But I know in the past it's varied. I think one year I got like 800 to play, but then I had to sort out my accommodation. So actually it wasn't, you know, it sounds great, but if you're spending 700-800 quid on a hotel, plus you're spending money on food, and that's not even counting the travel, if you don't win a prize, you're out of pocket. You're actually making a loss. So yeah, that's something to consider, is the whole prize money situation as well. But looking at the game between Fernandez and Jones, I don't think Jones has got any problems here at all. I must admit, I don't really like what Fernandez is doing. He seems to have lost all momentum with that loss yesterday, and really the opening's not really worked out well for him at all.
So if he was to just attack the e-pawn again with knight with, well, okay, let's try play knight f3 just for the sake of it. Black's most likely going to play f6, would you think, here?
That's a very good stabilising move. I think f6, Black is just playing to control the game at this moment, and then possibly looking to expand later. Yeah, f6 looks very normal to me, Adam, and then just simply develop. And white doesn't seem to have an obvious pawn break, because the problem is if you go, I guess later on you could consider c3 and d4, but it's quite slow.
Yeah, it also obviously blocks the bishop. And Black has to, white, so he has to think to himself that it's possible here that Black might be considering to play e4 to drive the knight away from that square. But having said that, let's say for example castles e4, that probably won't be such a good move, because if the knight just drops away somewhere, maybe to e1, right, then exactly right, that pawn is probably a little bit overextended, and you don't really want to be doing something like this, because now now you've sort of given white a pawn break that he didn't have previously with d3.
Yeah,
f3.
I think you just keep the pawn at f6, pawn at d5. Somebody said in the chat they might go back to Torquay. And somebody said, made a good point. Imagine being 2100 and playing it. I'm talking about if you're a GM, you're getting conditions to play, and even then you might end up making a loss. If you're 2100, you're having to pay an entry fee, pay everything. It costs a small fortune. Chess is becoming an increasingly expensive game, in my opinion. I remember playing Torquay last year. I went to the. Actually, that's like a lyric from the Nothing Compares to You. I went to the doctors, and guess what he told me? He said, go to bed and try to have fun no matter what you do, because he's a fool. Well, anyway, yeah, I went to the train station in Almouth. Another tangent. And the train ticket, quoted to me, guess how much it was for like...
to get here?
Peak fare, no, from Almouth, this was last year, Almouth to Torquay.
Almouth to Torquay.
Peak fare, by the way. Normal peak fare. So like before 9 a.m.
£150?
£550.
£550.
£550. So I managed to get some kind of reduction to £250. Because he worked out a way to split the ticket. The guy working there. Obviously, they're closing down a lot of ticket offices now. They want to automate it. Or I think if it just been a machine there, I would just end up having to pay the full amount, and already you're like massively out of pocket. So it's become an increasingly expensive activity to play chess. You know, we go back 30 odd years, and there was like a weekend circuit in England as there is now. But the prize fund for many weekenders was like 300, 400, 500 pounds probably. 30, 40 years I would say. It's still the same now. It hasn't gone up, but everything else is a lot more expensive. You know, hotels more expensive, the train tickets more expensive, probably entry fees more expensive as well. You cannot. I played a tournament in Cleethorpes recently. My total conditions, my total expenses were £210. It was only a 1 day event. The first prize was £200. I ended up winning the first prize, made a £10 loss. So. Yeah, it's a sad, but obviously these guys at the top, they could potentially make a decent profit. Fernandez wins the tournament. He's looking at, you know, quite a big upside. £5,000, quite a lot of money.
Yeah. There's quite a lot of talk in the chat. Good morning to everybody who is chatting to us. Thank you for that. Quite a lot of discussion about, do we know where the British is going to be next year? I was actually in the tournament hall when an announcement was made first thing this morning, basically saying we are not going to tell you where the British, or we don't know where the British is going to be quite yet, but keep your sort of eyes peeled.
Panic.
I was something on the ECF forum I was looking at. They were talking about Stockport or Southport, but that's literally just on the ECF forum. So
it's getting worse. We're next.
We don't know is the answer, and nobody
I wouldn't be surprised, Adam, is if they come back to Leicester. Now, a lot of people commented about Leicester Town Centre. There's a few retrobates walking around. That's just the chess players. Made that joke, you know. If you had £1 for every time I made that joke, but
then I'd have £3.
You'd have £3, exactly. Well remembered. Yeah, I mean, but I think the facilities here are tremendous, and they've had a record entry. So everything about the tournament, if you exclude the fact that there are some slight negatives about the town centre and everything, then it's been a tremendous event. Like, honestly, it's been an amazing event. By the way, Fernandez has just played Queen H5, which apparently is an absolute blooper of a move. And Knight DB4 is now huge for white, huge.
Yeah, so
for black, sorry.
So Danny has always said he quite likes, had already liked black's position. Queen H5. The intention, of course, is to prevent F6 to guard the E5 pawn. But unfortunately, by playing it, you've lost contact with this guy. So Knight D to B4 now is a little bit problematic for white. And the engine is suggesting actually that the queen now has to drop back to D1 to guard the pawn. And that is not, I can't believe that was Fernandez's intention when he plays Queen H5.
Well, surely he would castle, Adam.
Castle, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Although that obviously entails a huge amount of risk. The engine
it just loses a pawn, doesn't it? Because I take on this one.
Well, yeah. I mean, you get some kind of play. I think that's his intention. He's just going to go for kind of a hustle.
I'll take this one and go back.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, but yeah, this is some kind of play. It's not, maybe it's not quite correct, but you got the two bishops. It's a kind of a mess, and they probably outplayed Jones from this position. Yeah, GingerGM Simon said Annerley could have the British in Annerley. We used to share a flat in Annerley, which is near Crystal Palace. Those were good times. John Naylor was living there as well. And a guy called Bub, Dale Bub, good friend of ours. There was a pub that we used to hang out at. It's called the Wicket. So I think that was like the pub equivalent of the hotel I stayed in. It was sort of stuck in the I don't know, maybe even the 19th century. It was like really dreadful looking establishment. Mm-hmm. But yeah, they were good times. Good times. You never get them back. Compared to other hobbies, chess is cheap. Well, yeah, but I don't think it is anymore. I think everything now is so expensive. That's why a lot of people don't bother to travel. They stay at home. They play a lot of online chess because going away to chess tournaments really does cost a lot of money. It could end up, Adam, being a game that's just played by the elite. The only people who can afford to play in chess tournaments are people like Elon Musk and Zuckerberg.
Kevin Winter says he's been to Anak. I think it has a castle. It does have a quite famous castle, doesn't it?
That's right. Yeah.
It's
So
where you live, isn't it, Anik?
yeah, Anik. He said he stopped there on the route to the tattoo. I presume that's a military tattoo in Edinburgh. But yeah, they filmed a number of. So the Harry Potter books were partly based on Alnwick Castle, a Hogwarts castle, and it was actually the first Harry Potter film was filmed in Alnwick Castle, as well as actually one of the Transformer films recently, the one starring Anthony Hopkins, that was also filmed in. I think it was Mark Wahlberg was in that film as well.
Okay.
Quite a few. It's quite a fantastic building, but.
Does Black have many other candidate moves other than knight db4 in this position? I mean, he can obviously guard his pawn. Bishop d6 is playable, by the looks of things, just to guard the pawn. But it's pretty, I would say it's pretty obvious that Black here should be thinking about the drawback of White's last move, and playing either knight db4 or possibly knight d4 is another move.
Yeah, knight d4 looks.
Although
right,
knight d4, actually, I think I can just take it. And if you take with your c pawn, you drop your e pawn, and you can't take with your e pawn because you drop your knight. So that one actually doesn't really look like it's in the running.
Yeah.
So there's not loads of choice here.
Do you think Fernandez is a bit nervous here, Adam, because he seems to be pushing a lot in this game. We saw yesterday he kind of had a bit of a nervous collapse against Harry from a promising position. And obviously the pressure of trying to be British champion, even though he doesn't look nervous, Fernandez, obviously, you know, he's a human being. By the way, GingerGM said, do you think you made the right decision? Well, looking at the quality of the game, Simon, obviously not. I should have played. We both should have played. We probably would have been like batting it out. Obviously, I think Adams and Fernandez have been a cut above everybody else this year. So they played really decent chess. But other than that, I would have been disappointed if I didn't finish top 5. I came equal second with Fernandez. I came equal with Fernandez in the last tournament I played. I did lose to him in that tournament, but tied with him on the score. I do think I'll probably play the British in future years, and you know, it's a tournament I'd like to win, but it's obviously tough because you know, people like I think Adams is played every year now because I think he's already thinking about this record of Pedro's, and he's thinking about the possibility of breaking that record. Already, he's already, like, if he wins today, or you know, he gets a draw, Fernandez doesn't get a great result, he'll be an 8-time British champion. Actually, is anybody? Actually, I've got a couple of quiz questions. First, could anybody name, without googling, all the British Championship venues that Adams won at? I honestly don't know them all. I know some of them. And can they name the last person to win British Championships 2 years in a row? This is where I consult my phone to, because I just thought of those questions.
Well, I know when Adams won his first British Championship, so I can.
Oh yeah, where was that?
It was. I know which year he won his first British Championship.
1989, was it?
1989, and that I think could have been in Plymouth.
Right. And he was only 17 at the time, which was amazing, you know, to be 17. It's like, I feel like a lot of people, they achieved their best results early on, and they showed that level early on. Like Boris Becker won the British Championships probably won the British Championships, yeah. He won Wimbledon when he was 17 in 1985, beating Kevin Curran in the final. And Pele won his first World Cup in Sweden in 1958 when he was 17. So therefore, you know, that 17 age is an important barrier. I think Adams, it's amazing that he was 18 and he was a defending champion at the the age of 18 years of age.
He won his second title in 1992, I think.
Somebody said Rowson was the last person to retain. Yeah, I know he retained in Swansea. He won it 3 years in a row. So he won, I think, Scarborough, then Isle of Man, which would have been 2005, and then Swansea in 2006. 2007 would have been won by Jacob Agard. That was in Great Yarmouth. I'm doing this off the top of my head, by the way. Other people are using Google.
See Danny not looking at your phone right now, yeah?
Well, no, I was actually doing that off the top of my head, but I'm trying to find. Hang on, you've got British Chess Championships. Yeah. It's only got a very small wiki page. That's weird. Maybe they've just removed it all.
No, if you go down a bit, you'll be able to find it.
Oh yeah, here we go.
there you
Yeah, right. So, okay, I've got my phone here. Right, it's telling me the first British that Adams won was in Plymouth,
It was Plymouth.
and the female winner, the women's prize was Rani Hamid. He then lost the title to Plaskett, who won it in Eastbourne. And then Julian Hodgson won
nice
it.
venue, Eastbourne.
Julian Hodgson won it the year after. Also, that would have been his first British Championships as well, also in Eastbourne. So they stayed in Eastbourne. Then they came back to Plymouth. Hodgson won it again.
Yeah, my sister is saying Hodgson won in 1991 and 1992, apparently.
Correct. And he's actually, I think he's won it 4 times. I think he also won it in the late 1990s
He won it in
Scarborough.
Millfield, didn't he?
He won it in Scarborough, and then I think he retained his title in Millfield. It was a famous incident where he had brought in his own chair.
Yeah, that's right, and he moved it around the boards as he went. This big, nice luxury chair.
By the way, there's a boring anecdote about that British, which was in Millfield. Do you want to hear it?
Go on then.
Well, I had no money at all, and I went down the bookies about the day before with about 20 quid on me, and ended up winning about £300. So that meant I could afford to play the British Chess Championships that year. I went down, I got like I had a really good tournament, beat Colin Crouch in the last round, nice attack. And then I used that momentum to actually get a GM norm in my very next tournament. So, yeah, so actually a good indication that maybe sometimes going out of bookies is the right idea. There's also, Norwich, William Watson won it, now retired player. Swansea was...
Although he started playing recently in the Bundesliga.
Yeah, but more or less like retired. He's been retired for years. Matthew Sadler won it in Swansea. That was his first British. Harriet Hunt was actually, that was your sister, that was her first British title. Then Nottingham, Chris Ward. Sadler was top seed. That was the first British Chess Championships I played. That's the first time I met Simon, actually, was in Nottingham. And I think he was playing the main event. I was playing the Major Open. Then Hove 1997, that was the first year of the sponsorship. So that was Michael Adams' first win since 1989. And then since then, he's played not that often, but he had a big break, played Canterbury, won Canterbury. So he's won Canterbury, Sheffield, Bournemouth, Hull, Torquay. So actually the last person to retain his title was actually Michael Adams in Torquay in 2019. Is the correct answer.
I thought we just said that Julian Hodgson did it in 1992.
Yeah, but the last person to retain his title.
The last person, sorry.
Yeah, but obviously Hodgson did it. Yeah. But I think the previous one to that would have been Rowson.
Right. One thing I just to mention is that, for example, last year Adams didn't play the British, and one of the reasons that a lot of the top players didn't play last year is it clashed with the Olympiad. Next year the Olympiad's in Budapest, but that's not until early September.
Okay. So they'll have a chance.
So so there'd be if people wish to play, there isn't that clash which there might have been otherwise. So it would also obviously depend on his diary in terms of whether or not there would be an invite to a different event that he might be considering playing. Like for example, I don't know, like Dortmund or.
Yeah.
For example, he played for Dortmund this year, but that didn't clash as well, so he could play both events. So.
But I feel that Adams is already thinking about the record books. I think he wants to be the most prolific winner of the British title ever, which would put him into a different category. Did Penrose or Atkins win it twice in a row, Danny? Well, considering Penrose won it 10 times, as a wild guess, I would say he probably did win it twice in a row.
I'm pretty sure he won it quite a few times in a row,
Yeah.
So we had this line which me and Harry Grieve were discussing just a little bit. So after knight f1, knight e5, d4 was played, and then knight takes f3, bishop takes f3, cd, and interestingly here, Jonah Willow played the move that was suggested in the commentary room by James Morby, which is d5. I think he suggested it.
Hates
anyway,
it. Computer hates it.
he suggested d5. I can't remember if it was this position or not. But anyway, so first question is, why does that not lose a pawn? Because there is a pin down the e file here. So after pawn takes pawn takes pawn is not possible. I guess
I guess his idea is bishop b4, right? But it feels slightly artificial.
It does feel a little bit artificial.
Isn't there a bishop f4 move here? No, this is just terrible by Willow. What's he doing? No, I don't know. No, maybe I mean harsh. It's probably kind of, you know, imaginative.
Maybe queen a5.
Queen a5, okay. Then I'd be quite tempted to take that pawn off on e6. And then just take the bishop.
On d7, right?
Yeah, I don't. Let's have a look. So take that one. Then I've got a choice here. I could also play
E takes f7
e7 as well. I could play
e7
and take e7 tempts me here.
There's a Penrose Memorial
It's
in
not the
October.
best.
Yeah, no, the computer might like queen takes bishop, queen takes queen, pawn takes f7, check into mezzo, then take a queen.
Right, that's possible because there's a few options here, aren't there? So take the bishop is definitely worth considering. Bishop b4 looks like it's forced, and then
Bishop b7.
just take on b7, and if we're d8.
By the way, if I'm yawning a lot on the commentary, guys, at home, Mark Rushton, a friend of mine, he pointed out that I was yawning a lot. It's just because I sleep badly. It's nothing to do with being bored
It's not-
about the chess, right?
Nothing to do with the fact that you, as you've already said, you were at the casino last night.
No,
No?
no. Well, that as well, yeah. Somebody said, I guess Adams hopes being champ gets him more international invites. To be honest, I don't think it will make like a tiny bit of difference because if you get the invites to the top tournaments, let's say, for example, Viscount Z is a good example of a top international tournament. A lot of good chess players will hope to get an invite for. And they tend to go for the more, the younger players, the fashionable players, and often higher rated players. But someone like Keimer might get an invite who's not necessarily higher rated than Michael Adams, but just.
It probably is now. But
It quite possibly is now. Abdu Sattarov nearly won the tournament last year. So, it's just a fashionable thing. So, obviously, when you get a bit older, rating goes down a little bit. It does become tougher to get invites, but obviously, Adams is, a tremendous chess professional. Example to everybody out there of how to handle your chess career. Adams also played a fair bit in Germany. He's also played a lot in the Bundesliga. There's quite a few British players who played there, like Luke McShane's played a lot in the Bundesliga. David Howe has played occasionally. Gawain Jones as well, I think.
yeah.
So that's a very competitive league. Have you ever played Bundesliga, Adam?
No.
Or
Not good enough.
any league? Have you ever played French league?
I
or
played in the
like
French league quite some years ago, but I probably did all right. But I
Yeah.
played 2 games. Played for Van Derve, which is
But how did you get into that team? It's like some kind of British connection, or
yeah, I think it was. It was 2001 I played, so quite a long time ago. But I think this is likely to happen.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking what is going to be the strongest here. Imagine it probably is pawn takes pawn.
The Gormati cheating phone is coming out
Bishop
again.
takes rook. This queen could be on a number of different squares, by the way, so it's not
Yeah.
it's not definitely going to be on this one. But then pawn takes bishop, bishop b4. And how does white play now?
Now, after bishop b4, you don't even bother with bishop f4.
Oh, you don't bother.
You don't even need to bother. You just take.
Take the bishop.
No, you take on e6.
Oh, you take on e6, okay. So,
Yeah.
okay, tell us and take this one.
So, take on e1, there's then bishop f4, but I suppose that
Okay,
transposes
okay.
to your, like
Yeah.
queen b6,
Yeah.
ed7,
Yeah, bishop b4.
bishop b4, knight e3, tremendous for white.
knight e3. Okay, that makes a lot of sense, because then if I was to capture your pawn on d7, you can play knight d5.
Knight d5 and actually it's already completely winning because you're
you
just
have
losing
bishop-
material.
Because you have something to c7, or what?
Well, queen a5, you've got maybe
A3.
queen b3.
A3.
A3 is a killer.
Yeah.
Yeah, the bishop's trapped. It's just a nightmare for black. We could see this variation in the game, and then like that's it kaput. But I think he's.
And that's it. Then the commentary will be over.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Come on, guys. Let's just get it over with. Yeah, I want my money now.
I mean, the alternative, of course, is to play e5 in this position, gain the space, push the knight back, most likely to e8, you would think. So I guess this is also possible. But I think if he sees all the way through to maybe knight e3, which is more than likely, then we could see this line.
Well, I mean, isn't it kind of obvious though that White's just getting loads of I mean, even without the computer, you'd kind of see that this is just, it just doesn't feel right. It's kind of a nervy move, and I preferred James Morby was in the audience suggested e5 earlier when we were analysing.
Oh, it was
position.
e5. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
And Harry went for rook c8, which I think the much sounder moves. I think this is an example of nerves by Jonah. He's kind of collapsing. Maybe just a nerve. Yeah, the nerves just aren't up to it today. Get a cup of coffee, Jonah. Somebody give him a cup of coffee. Give him a Red Bull. Wake him up.
We've got one competitor is in the commentary room with us, Thomas Villiers. Thomas, probably not a great deal to say about your game today in general, and the fact that you.
I wasn't seeing anything, so I just thought I'm tired. I'll just take the draw.
And I know you probably are disappointed in the respect that you, up to around 8, you were in with a good shout of an IM norm.
Yeah, when I saw I was playing Gasanov in some way, I thought it might be good because he's very high rated, but then I was just always a bit worse, and then
We had
instead of grovelling, I would sack a queen for some fun, and it didn't work.
Right, we had a look at the opening in that game. It looked like quite interesting. That was that Blumenfeld gambit, Danny, that we.
Oh
that
yeah,
we saw.
yeah. Interesting opening actually. But in somebody said, "Is this? Can you fill me in? Where is David Howe? Is this a senior tournament or something?" I don't think Jonah Willow is a senior. I'm not sure about Fernandez either. I don't think they're senior players as a wild guess.
Okay, so David Howe. Let's start with David Howe. David Howe is playing in the World Cup, which starts today in Azerbaijan. So that's where he is.
But
I mean,
he's got
might
a
have
buy,
been
right?
able-
He's got a buy. Somebody
He's
said.
got a buy,
I think
so
you
I
said
suppose he
yesterday,
could
yeah.
theoretically have played both events. He doesn't play very much in England anymore. He lives, I believe, in Norway. Does a lot of commentary out there.
I don't think you could have played both because to get to Kazakhstan,
Would have taken a while.
I
yeah?
mean, it would have taken a while, and
Azerbaijan.
you know, you got acclimatise. So even if he'd known in advance that he was taking a buy, very unlikely he would have played here as well.
Yeah. So that's where David is. This game I wanted to look at. This is Lan Yao playing Richard Pert. As we have already discussed, Lan Yao needs to win for an IM norm. She needs to draw for WGM norm, and she needs, I think, to draw to win the Ladies' Championship outright. I believe she's a point clear of a couple of players.
Yeah, I think Richard would have been happy
Four.
with a draw in this game because it probably was just. I mean, knowing Richard, he probably was just wanted the tournament over at this point.
Yeah, although 6 points, as we've already discussed, will win some sort of prize. We think.
I think
so.
Richard's in the same kind of boat as Mickey Adams in the sense he doesn't he's exactly desperate for the cash, right? Doesn't really play chess to He's a reasonably comfortable job working in the city. I think he's very focused on his kids as well. Max and Nina are playing in the event. They're both doing quite well. So it's quite very hard for Richard because he has all these obligations with his kids and having to go back and forth. I think Max was playing the morning event, he told me. So effectively, I find it hard enough playing myself and focusing on myself. If I had kids, well, can you imagine little Gormalis running about? That'd be a scary thought, right? Little mini kind of mid-witch cuckoo kids, sort of, evil little Gormalis running about, playing in the junior events.
This is our position on the board in this particular game, and Rich is playing some slightly non-standard stuff here, shall we say. And
Yeah,
it looks like
yeah,
White
he did it.
White has a very pleasant position.
But he did this, didn't he? I think against somebody in an earlier round, Adam, didn't he? He played something slightly unconventional, right? Who was maybe against Max Turner? He played like a slightly, or somebody well prepped. He played a slightly weird line, like a modern. I know maybe against David Eggleston.
Right.
But this has really not ended up very well for Black, because apparently if you take on F5, I just go 92 and I've got tremendous bind on the position. I should probably find 92 and just like a really ugly looking position for Black.
And you can't take on F4 and try and use the diagonal to your advantage, because if you do, I think you take on C8, do you?
That's right. But there's an interesting line then. It goes Bishop H6, yeah, which threatens knight E2 or knight D3 winning the queen, although White would then get a lot of material for it.
I step out of that, do I, with King B1?
Now, apparently you go Bishop takes B7. I mean, you could go King B1. It's just Bishop takes B7. So let's say, for example, Black was to go Knight D3 check.
Yeah, and then I take you.
You just take, and then you just end up winning too many pieces, I think.
White has 3 pieces now for Queen, plus also threatening this one, plus also threatening this one. So the rook would have to move. We take on C6 with check, and look at all this material we're bagging in exchange for the queen. Got to forward. Lots and lots.
Yeah, apparently Harriet said that Richard Pert's daughter Nina is playing another strong junior girl talent, Julia Volovich, today. Tarash Gambit. So I don't know if we can look at that game at some point,
Okay.
but that's yeah. We've seen quite a lot of Julia's games actually, and she's a pretty decent player.
Yeah, just to show that this one isn't winning the queen thanks to this pin, because White has this move knight to G5 and can reinforce the knight with the move H4, and Black will just be a piece down, so that's not possible. So we're expecting probably pawn takes bishop, and then knight E2 looks like an extremely sensible move. Probably not the only move, I would think, but you know, maybe you can also play King B1. But White has a nice game, and that's what she wants, because she wants to win, of course, to make her IN on. So.
But it's a pleasant situation for Adam because as you said, she needs a win, but it's also a situation where she's not in any great danger at the moment. So
she won't be dissatisfied with a draw, you wouldn't think.
Not that but it's like a situation where you need a win, but a draw is acceptable. That it's an ideal situation because you can just play for. I think Adams will be offered a draw fairly quickly because Fernandez is collapsing.
This is very interesting.
This is very surprising turn of events. So Jones, if Adams plays on, we could bring in a nightmare scenario of Jones being British champion.
So he didn't play knight DB4 in this position. Instead, he played G6.
I'm only kidding, Stephen Jones fans. I'm
which
only
is
joking.
also not a bad move. And then after Queen E2, Bishop G7, he's gone F4, which apparently is a really bad move.
It's very aggressive. He's actually losing. He's like minus 3.6. I think this is a nervous collapse by Fernandez. It's sad, actually. He's had a fantastic tournament. The one thing I will take away from this tournament is that Fernandez, even though he may well fail this year, I think he's a future British champion because he's shown enough to, let's just ignore the last 2 games. I think it's down to nerves. It's not good quality games. Although, to be fair, Jones has played fantastic chess this tournament. Blair Chess said, if Jones wins the whole thing, Danny will be insufferable. What's to say it wasn't insufferable in the first place? But yeah, no, I think Jones. I disagree. I mean, we've already had Gawain Jones as a obviously like English chess super talent. We've got Stephen Jones. Has he got maybe possibly some Welsh ancestry as well? Stephen Jones is kind of a Welsh name, isn't it, Stephen Jones?
I thought he was up north. He's from up north, isn't he? He's a Manchester sort of boy, isn't he?
Yeah, but he seems to be playing a fantastic tournament. Apparently, he can just take on D4 with either.
No, he hasn't. Apparently, I've asked. Somebody in the chat is saying.
Oh, okay. Welsh chess chat. Trying to get him on the Welsh chess team, but he seems to be having a fantastic tournament. So you wonder why he's only 21.75. Maybe a victim of the deflation with all the underrated juniors destroying his rating.
Yeah.
And now he's getting revenge on. He's dragging everyone else down with him.
Apparently, the reason this is so strong, this position, is after C takes d4, which is what he's played. If white was just to try and sort of save his pawn on a2, black's just going to take on c2 in this position. After king takes, I guess you just go b5.
Wow, this is a hugely surprising turn of events. I mean, do you think we will see maybe a draw offer by Adams?
Giving the rook?
But I don't think Adams will want to win the British like this. I think he'll want to try and win it fairly. I think he'll want to try and win the final round. Yeah. Can't you just take on c4 with a tremendous attack?
Yeah, maybe you don't need to go.
Maybe you just take on c4, right? And you've got a huge attack there. You're ready to castle. Bishop on a8 will be attacked by the rook.
So even though black's a whole rook down in this position,
So many threats, aren't there?
there's a lot of.
Also, if your opponent
there's a lot of
takes on
danger.
d4 with a pawn, the c pawn, Adam,
Yeah.
you immediately, the danger signs are, they're confident, right? The queen is suddenly aiming down at the king. You're now very concerned as white. You're like, hang on a minute, one slip here and it's over. I fear for Fernandez here. It's a sad game, and I feel like partly it's this horrible, stupid timing of the round at 10 o'clock in the morning, which I criticised earlier in the event. I mean, I feel like once you've lost a game, that you lost a really a painful game yesterday, and you have no time to recover. You essentially have to play, a game a few hours after you just lost. It's very, very tough to emotionally recover from that loss. So, yeah, this is a very surprising turn of events.
I'm wondering why this is so terrible as well. F takes c5.
Oh, thinking exactly the same thing. Was it so terrible? When I was chatting to John Evans about this sort of thing, and he looks at just the amount of units that are attacking, especially that position where you also had a pawn that came to b5 and then taken c4. The amount of units, including the two pawns, two bishops, queen, and a potential rook, is so overwhelming that white just can't get enough units into the defence just by adding up.
Right.
I think
Okay.
it's something to do with that.
But if Adams was to get a result, let's say Adams has become British champion, Jones now looking like he's going to become clear second, which in itself is a remarkable result, remarkable turn of events. By the way, we've got Keith Arkle's just come into the commentary room. How did you do? Was it a quick draw?
No, I managed to win.
Oh, well done.
Cheers. I think Bob wanted to get all his bad games out of the way in one game.
Yeah, so Keith Arkle is now the senior champion, so we can expect a long Facebook status later
Oh, definitely.
with hundreds of likes congratulating the great man on his...
He's gone a3. And so if Stephen Jones finds this line with knight takes c2, king takes c2, b5,
I don't think he'll find that though.
then black
Well, no, he might.
white is
He
in
might.
huge,
He might.
huge trouble.
Is it the only way?
Is he going to win?
Is it the only way?
No,
is it the only
no.
way?
I think D3 is also very
D3
promising.
is also apparently a good, very strong move.
After A3, right? So why can't you take on D3? What's the idea?
Well, apparently it's just to go back to c6.
Yeah, but that's a hard one to find. Very
Very hard
sociopathic move, knight back to C6,
Very hard
right?
one to find. Very hard.
So this is an interesting test of Jones, that he's got this fantastically promising position. It's a bit of a mess, but apparently good for black. But he has to find engine moves to kind of confirm that edge, right? By the way, Kevin Winter said in the chat, well done, Keith. Has he got past his target 2,500 yet? That's a bit of a painful, bit of a below the belt.
Target's 2,400 these days.
Take, b5. Bishop takes a8. Looks forced. I just was interested to see if b3 was also working, because it's extremely tempting to play it. But then I guess you take with your queen, right? And then play queen, and then you can play queen c3. maybe just take on C3.
Would Jones be potentially the lowest rated player to finish in the top 3 in the British Championships? I'm just wondering, can he use his, let's say he wins this game, can he use his momentum to kick on and really like improve his rating? Because he's clearly, based on this performance, is much stronger than 2170, right?
Yeah.
Do you think maybe he's been, what's the term, like?
Sandbagging?
Sandbagging.
I think Danny could have won this year.
Yeah. Thank you.
Don't
The
make his
check's
head
in the
bigger than
post,
it
Paul.
needs to be.
I think there's a fight between Adam and Danny.
Okay, well, this is obviously a critical moment in the game.
In the tournament, I would say as well.
Even if he played knight c6 in this position, apparently he's still -2. I mean, it's that serious an advantage.
Yeah, but it would be very, very strange to kind of, well, maybe not, but to kind of go back to c6, having got the knight on b4, surely you must be at least considering knight takes c2. I mean, this could be a brilliant win by Jones if he takes on c2, but I don't think that's obvious.
Could I reinforce my knight after you go b5 and just play d3?
I'd take Adam.
Yeah, I'm sure you would. And I'll take back with my d pawn, let's say. I'm not entirely convinced by either move, but
Yeah, it looks like Kasparov type stuff from black, right? I mean, maybe you could even castle and just say
Castle,
that
just go
king
rook
or rook
b8.
b8 is a very good move.
yeah,
It's a simple
simple one.
Queen A5.
Queen a5 was also screaming out for sure. Play that one.
It just any move would give black a good position, I think, because you're not really even much material down, and the white king is just wide open. I think the critical line is just taking on a8, but can he? It's easy to see when you're running engines and it's saying +4 for black, but at the board you're like a rook down. You think, well, you know, if I lose the game, you know, against someone like Fernandez, having got a promising position because I just gave away a rook, I'll feel like an idiot.
Yeah, exactly. If he senses he's already got a strong position, even if he just plays knight c6,
Exactly.
then it's quite possible that he might take that route. So
Apparently, somebody said Jones has a very good recent results. He's won Frome, second Southend. So clearly, his results lately have been improving a great deal. First equal at Blackpool.
apparently Keith won Frome. So was Stephen Jones playing Keith?
Charlie Lowen for
No, maybe this is a previous year, but he's also said he's been over 2300 ECF. Yeah, but ECF, nobody cares about ECF. Just low FIDE. But what's his highest FIDE rating? Can anyone find out what his highest FIDE rate? I think this could be like a new star of British chess, Stephen Jones. He says with a straight face. No, how old is Stephen Jones, by the way? Does anyone know how old he is? He's like 30s.
I would guess he's 32, maybe?
Something like that.
So this game with Jonah Willow's very dubious d5 seems to be Mickey took the pawn and bishop b4 like we were expecting, and now he should just take on e6.
Yeah, I think he's just played cautiously.
But
I think he's just played
just
for a
went
draw.
bishop d2.
He's seen what's happening in the Fernandez game, and he's seen that Fernandez is collapsing. And I think he's just playing tournament strategy at this point. He's not taking any risk, even though the computer was saying taking on e6 was completely winning for white. He's decided just to go for a slight nibble. He's not necessarily going to curtail the game at this point, but he's clearly just waiting on the Fernandez game. Like once the Fernandez game, if the Fernandez game finishes or is about to finish very quickly, then I think Mickey will pull the plug and offer a draw. Charlie Chesscat said that
Stephen Jones is 30 years old.
30 years of age, yeah. Frome is a lovely town. I completely agree. We were talking earlier about the
It's pronounced Froome.
Frome, sorry.
Frome.
There's the tournament in Millfield, the British Chess Championship in Millfield. I believe Frome is also in Somerset. That's quite nearby. And I played a congress there with Simon Williams. We played a congress there many, many years ago. I believe we stayed with Simon Bibby, actually, who's a friend of ours. Simon Bibby, I don't know if he spent some time in Tokyo, from the Kent area originally, Maidstone area.
Richie from Sutton Coldfield.
Sorry? From Sutton, yeah, the doyen of the doyen of Kent Chess and Wordle on Facebook, Chris Howers, entered. How did you get on Wordle today, Chris?
Brilliantly as usual. 3, I think.
3, was it? I got 2 yesterday. Nobody in 2, and nobody congratulated me.
Congratulations, Dan.
What about
Thank you.
what about Dong's game? Okay.
I want a real serious look at Wordle.
Where's Dong? Board 9 against David Eggleston.
How's Mickey getting on? Is Mickey getting on?
If you'd just been listening to our commentary, Keith, you would have we just covered his game. You've lost your chance now, I'm afraid.
Somebody said Hawkins was a late improver, so talking about Jones, but it's not clear to me that he's definitely improved Jones. He just might just be having a great tournament. I think 2100 is a pretty good chess player.
I drew him at Cambridge and he just played very well.
Yeah, I mean, and I think, you know, people are the question is not whether he's having a good tournament here, he's having a fantastic tournament here, but whether he can maintain that. And, you know, a lot of chess is back consistency. We've seen that with Adams. That is extremely consistent. He just gets good result after good result. Can Jones match that? And, you know, say with Fernandez recently, he's had fantastic results. He's been extremely consistent. But I did remember in a previous tournament I played in Belgium that Fernandez lost a game after he beat me, actually. And he was probably so, you know, so happy to beat me that he sort of like over-celebrated. And anyway, lost to somebody, I believe it was Houserath, and then in the very next round he lost again. So we were seeing the same thing here, that it's very hard to bounce back from a, you know, a difficult result. This looking very good for David Eggleston, by the way.
Yeah. What would you play here, Danny, as white?
I'd go Queen F3, and the reason I play Queen F3 is because the engine line is saying first move is Queen F3.
Right, I see. We're at that stage, are we?
Well, I've been at. I don't know if you've noticed, mate, but I've been at that stage the whole tournament.
Are you trying to play for C3, don't you? Queen F3.
Yeah, I was thinking even of going, just sacking a pawn and going C3 anyway, but
I was thinking E5 first.
E5 first, trapping the bishop in, also makes quite some sense. And then possibly C3 is still not on the cards quite yet. But yeah, Queen F3 is a hugely sensible move. In that regards, you're now threatening to go C3 and trap that bishop, because once it goes back, E5 will win it anyway.
So can we just go back to the opening right from the start? Because I think that a lot of David Eggleston's repertoire is based around this How to Beat the Sicilians book by John Shaw. And I've seen him play this kind of way before, like Bishop B7, Castles.
Is that a new book then?
No, it's quite an old book. I remember some of his openings in the past. I've had some Sicilians against him, but a lot of them are based around this idea of just playing very solidly and positionally against the Taimanov.
Right.
A4 and a 92, yeah. And this does look very promising for white, right?
Yeah, Queen H5 is a good move. White's just saying, okay, I got the bishop pair, like, you haven't got any threats, I'm going to just drop my bishop back probably if it gets attacked with knight e5, and then play f4, gain some space. Queen e2, that's looks like quite a nice move. You stop c4 from happening, you also of course threaten the a6 pawn, so you're forcing some sort of queen move to guard that pawn. You wouldn't ever want to play a5 in this position because of the check on b5. So Queen a7 looks a little bit peculiar, to put it. Oh, I see. There's probably already a tactic, is that if the queen goes to the diagonal.
I think Dong just played Queen A7 because he was expecting F4 from David, and then he would go and C4 check. I got a feeling when Dong plays, he plays with a certain amount of contempt for his opponents.
Like right, just to show that. So F4, C4 check. Although it's not actually that good, is it? Because
no, you take on D3.
Oh, you take on D3.
Yeah, you hit the queen. Yeah, it's game over.
Take this intermediate. Yeah. Yeah, he's had a few troublesome positions out the opening so far in this tournament, so to speak, and this looks like another one. Bishop C4, Bishop E5. So he's allowed F4, provoking that, and put his bishop on this square, which is not necessarily a good square for the bishop to be on, because as we've already said, is potentially going to get attacked with c3. I mean, you're wondering if after queen f3 if he's going to play g6 and try and put it back down that diagonal on g7. But then after, you think probably e5.
Yeah.
That bishop is
Starting to get
a little bit stuck. Apparently b5 is not e5 is not the strongest move.
I'm not sure that David will play queen f3. Is it worth switching back to Fernandez's game because it's obviously getting critical? I don't know.
f5 anyway, somebody's saying. Yeah, just going forwards. Let's just see if there's been any more moves in the Fernandez game. He did something a little bit different.
He did go d3.
He played d3 and then went back.
Yeah, which we said was a very good backup choice for black. And already, like, terrible position. I mean, to be honest, I don't think Fernandez will survive this. Sorry?
Have some faith.
Well, I hope he survives. So I feel it's a sad end to a great tournament. And both me and Keith were predicting that at the start of the tournament that Fernandez could possibly win it. Which turned out to be a good tip for like 7 of the 9 rounds.
So the point here is that white's just black. Sorry, is just going to go b5. I think.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. Yeah, because knight f3 is a natural move you want to play here. You don't really want to take on e5 with a pawn and then allow some kind of move like knight d4.
Yeah. So let's just see that. So let's say I ran away from the pin with king b1, then you're going to play knight d4.
Yeah,
and when the queen moves somewhere, you're going to probably just play. Well, lots of very tempting options here. Taking on b3, b5.
Well, to be honest with you, Adam, what he's saying after king b1
Bishop's f5. Yep, sorry.
Yeah, no, black can just castle. He doesn't even need to bomb with knight d4 because you think, in general terms, the white king is just way too open. So let's say, for example, king b1, you castle, and now the strategic idea is to take on f4 and open up the bishop on g7. Clearly, it's very obvious that white could get checkmated on b2 or a1. So simple moves are getting it done. There's not even... It's a situation where, like, if you're worse, for example, you're someone like Fernandez and you're worse against, like, a lower-rate player, you want a situation where the moves are difficult to find for black. But if the move is just simple castles, then it's not very difficult, and his chances of surviving in this game are not very good, I don't think.
Yeah.
I mean, it's quite a sad story that the top move here for the engine is suggesting to take on c6.
Right.
Which is more or less capitulation, because then
queen takes c6.
And then you go knight f3 and you give up a piece.
You're going to give up a piece and just get some.
He won't play this, I don't think. I don't think as white. I don't think he'll play this. Knight e5.
Knight e5.
Queen c7.
Queen c7.
King b2. I think Fernandez in this situation will be just feeling terrible because
take and take. So okay, you've got 3 pawns for the piece, and you've got at least a king that is under some cover here.
Yeah, but not in the long term. The rook will eventually end up in ba. It just looks completely lost. Just castles, right? For black.
Rook h8 or rook h b8.
I think rook to b8, Steve.
And then the other rook to c8. That's what I meant. Yeah. Then a5, a4. This is break.
It's very unlikely he's going to survive this. I think essentially, yeah, with Daniel, I think that game, it all comes down to that game yesterday. If he won that game, I think we would have seen a completely different performance today. I think he would have been a lot more confident. But obviously that's had an emotional effect on his play in this game. By the way, Harriet says Richard Pert's teeing up to implement the en passant rule with his rook spawns. That's quite interesting.
Right, what we're going to do, we're going to go on a quick break. We've been going an hour and a half, and then we'll come back and see the developments in, well, as many games as we can cover. So see you shortly. Okay, we're back, and somebody in the chat is saying that Stephen Jones has already won. Well, we can't see the webcam at the moment, so if somebody wants to check that out just to confirm whether or not that's true, I would be very surprised, especially after White's just made a move knight f3, if that is actually the case. So White's played knight f3, and now b5 just looks terribly, terribly strong. As Danny's already said, probably even just castling in this position is going to be very powerful. But b5 is going to win that knight. There's no way the knight can move. So
yeah, I think he's just saying theoretically he thinks he's
all right. The game's still going, of course. Okay.
But Blair Chess actually thinks that he's not as nailed on, which I would kind of agree with. But the white position is really a bit of a shell of a position. It's just looking terrible, and really like. I mean, Fernandez couldn't imagine a worse situation to be in. He just got hammered by Harry, and now he's getting jumped by Jones. I'm winging it by this point. No. Oh, hang on, I've got a phone call.
No.
Turn it off.
Phone
no,
off,
I'm not.
please.
I'm not accepting this one. Sorry, can't take any phone calls right now.
Too much.
Probably from my bookie.
Right.
He's paying me out on the Adams win.
So this one is, as we've already said, proceeding. It looks like Adams is proceeding with a certain amount of caution. He played knight e3 and now traded on d5 twice. Rook e5 and rook d8. White must still be a little bit better, I would think.
Yeah.
He's got rook c1 coming, or rook e8, or rook e1 coming, and he's got to have control over a couple of files. And black is tied down to defending the d pawn. But
I once read something very interesting that Adams annotated the game, and he said if you've got like an advantage, often that advantage is amplified if the position is simple. So in this position, White has an e file. He's controlling the e file. Now the position is actually very simple here. There's not much going on, so this could be what Adams is talking about, and real suffering for black here. So although he eschewed the computer win earlier, this is Adams' style of chess, simple chess, and he's in an absolute comfort situation where he can play for a win with very little risk, and enjoy Fernandez suffering on board too. They won't be asking me back for commentary next year, by the way. So we've got too many process from the players.
yeah, somebody's saying if Daniel loses, do you think Mickey will play on to win?
I don't think he will. No, I think he'll offer a draw. He'll just take any. You never know. Like, I mean, even if you got a position where it's relatively risk-free, things can go wrong. You could blunder a piece. He could leave his rook on prise. It's not inconceivable.
What if Jones doesn't want to draw? Because he's playing for second, isn't he?
That's
Jones playing to win.
a very good point. That's a very good point.
Jones will win 2 times.
Black might well turn that draw down, because if he wins, then he comes equal first.
He's not going to turn a draw down here. I mean, if he he's just playing for a draw. I mean, he certainly would accept a draw, but I'm not convinced that Adams will offer a draw any time soon. The only scenario where Adams is going to offer a draw if Fernandez has resigned the game, and then he will consider offering a draw.
We'll have a look at a couple of other interesting games. So board 10 was interesting in the respect that there was only one move. Strong move, and either that move caused so much panic in the black camp that he decided enough was enough, or more than likely he didn't realise that the round started at 10 o'clock.
Do you think that was the reason? Is there any way of finding out, like, what is actual?
Somebody could go and ask the arbiters, I suppose.
There was one player that got in just as the time.
No, this was a default.
No, yeah, he just didn't turn up.
He didn't turn up. Okay, so yeah.
But was that because he wasn't aware of the round time start, or
Or maybe he just
I
didn't.
wouldn't be in a position to say, but I know what I think.
Or what do you think?
Not going to say. I think he's just, yeah. can't keep-
Come on, well, this is a commentary where you're allowed to say what you want. That's what I've been doing all week. So, there's no reason to hold back.
I like a comment in the chat about this position as well, which is this game was agreed drawn in this position, which secures the the British Ladies Championship. So congratulations to Lan Yao on that fantastic tournament by her, and I believe also congratulations on a WGM norm. I don't know how many she's got, but I would be very surprised if it was her first, considering the way that she's played in this event. But the comment on the chat was that Richard Pert is lining up for the en passant rule with his rook's pawns.
Yeah, that was from Harriet, but it's a bit of a mercy draw actually by Lan Yao, because she's a lot better here. It's just a really bad opening by Richard. Somebody said on the chat, did the game count for rating with a Tanmay Chopra game? We lost by default. No, if you don't turn up for the game, you don't lose. However, having said that, if you turn up for the game, your phone goes off on move 1, you're black, your opponent's gone e4, then the game would count for rating. So,
right. So it wouldn't count for rating if you just don't turn up.
If you don't turn up at all, it doesn't count for rating.
Right.
Okay. But if you turn up and somehow your phone goes off on move 1 or something, then it would then count for rating, I believe. But sorry.
Only if both players make one move.
Oh, okay. Somebody in the chat was in the studio audience. We've got a very large studio audience today, thousands of people.
It's grown significantly since the start of our commentary.
It has actually gone up, but yeah, somebody was saying that apparently both players have to make a move for the game to count as rating. But,
so apparently she made a WGM norm in the La Plana Open a couple of weeks ago, and she also has one from Budapest in 2017. So this could be her third, and potentially could be enough for the WGM title. So if it is, big congratulations to Lan Yao.
She's on form. We got some informed players. So we got Fernandez, obviously doing well, but not doing well in this game. We've got Stephen Jones. We could be the new star of English chess. Bit of a stretch, but
so in this position he did go b5. Daniel took on e5.
Wow.
And black has just taken back on e5. Not caring about the
wow, that's a good move there by Jared. Really impressive understanding. He's not worried about losing a rook on a8 because he really understands that the white king is just going to be in tremendous problems here.
So if I took your rook here, are you going to just take my knight, do you think?
I think that's what he's planning to do. I think he's planning to just take on c4, and then the white position's starting to collapse. Already you're not even material up. You've got a disaster of position. The one hope you would have here...
Bishop g4, do you think?
Why don't I just go knight c6 at him? Or even castle. Why not just castle, right?
Okay.
I'll just castle here. And I'm going to take on a8.
And if I take this guy?
Oh, no, hang on. You've got a d4 coming. Maybe this isn't a good idea. So maybe knight c6 is also... But your bishop g4 actually is probably a good move.
I think d4's coming against...
bishop d4, maybe you end up being material up, right?
Has he taken the rook?
No, he's not taken the rook yet. We've got this position. Oh, he has.
He has taken the rook. And now taking on c4 is looking really, really bad news.
Interesting. So the suggestion here is in this position to take on c4 with the knight and then castle.
Yeah. Wow. Because basically c4 is collapsing. And
here, but white is almost certainly going to have to give the bishop away in the corner, because if he retreats it somewhere, then bishop takes c4 creates this very nasty threat of a discovered attack somewhere when that queen moves.
I feel for Fernandez in this game because I feel that, you know, the final result will not reflect how well he's played. He was the one who was really putting it up to Adams. But obviously we've seen that, you know, the situation where you're in there with a chance to win, be British champion is a tough one because the nerves are kicking in, and he hasn't handled that situation very well. A little bit of tilt maybe from losing yesterday, I feel.
So takes has happened, So it'll be interesting to see what Stephen Jones chooses to do here. He could just castle. That also looks strong. But this intermediate knight takes c4.
It's not that difficult, Adam. It's not that tough to spot, is it? But apparently that's the only really crushing move. Everything else is very unclear.
Right, okay.
Wow. Will he find knight c4? If he finds a knight c4, we could bow down to the Jones.
So, sorry, if castles, then...
If castles, we just take on e5 and then play d4 as white.
I think he'll find knight c4. I mean, the way he's played in this tournament, you know, it feels like he should be able to find that. This is a really interesting moment because I think if he doesn't find knight c4, it's still very much game on. What do you think? Do you think he'll find it?
I think it makes a huge amount of sense in the respect you're going to lose. I mean, you're going to lose that knight if you just castle, aren't you? Oh, he's castled.
Oh, wow. Come on, Fernandez. Come on. Come on. Come on.
He's taking FE5, let's go.
Oh, right. Okay, so we've got some Daniel Fernandez fans in the audience.
Fernandez super fans.
So this game now is not quite as clear as it was.
Wow.
It's still good. It's still good for black, but it's not completely...
But having said that, it's a messy position where the white king is wide open. So we're going to see some real fireworks to come. It's still very tough to play for Fernandez, I would say, because you don't really want to play this kind of position with your king on c1. Practical choice by Jones. But yeah, knight c4, he should have found knight c4. Maybe that's the difference. I think Adams would have taken on c4.
Yeah.
He would have played that a continuation, but generally with lower rated players, they do let you back into the game at some point.
What do you think he'll do in this position? Rook b8 maybe? Queen a5?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think he's going to be very nervous, Jones, as well, because there's a lot on the line for him. He could be second outright. Maybe even get into a playoff if Adams was to slip up. Unlikely scenario, but this would be his by far his best ever result, and there's a lot of money on the line as well, like 2,500. I don't know if anyone knows what Jones does for a living. He's not a professional chess player, I don't think. Is he a professional? I don't believe he is, but
I don't know, I'm afraid. Okay, so we're back in a sort of game, if you like, here, in the respect that black has now not got a decisive advantage. You know,
David Hayden just made a comment in the chat, which I think is very true. It's really tough to play for white, even though yes, you're kind of back in the game. GingerGM, by the way, is doing some commentary on the World Cup. But stick with this. You know, you can always do the World Cup later.
How many viewers, just out of interest, do we have online for the final round at the moment? I've completely failed to work out how to find out, you know, how to see from my
275. Disappointing total. We had like over 2,000. Was it a couple of days ago? We had over 2,000.
Yeah, but we've already had that comment about why we had over 2,000, haven't we?
What
There's no other popular streaming going on at the same time.
And I thought it was because I was, drawing people in.
Let's go around the boards and maybe take a look at some games that we haven't seen yet. So board 4 is Andy Ledger versus Nick Pert. Andy Ledger, I think, will be fairly satisfied with the tournament he's had. He's gaining quite a bit of rating, so nice to see a welcome return to some form for him. This is the current position that we have. We won't go through the openings. Danny, what do you think about this one? Bit better for white?
Andy is, we're getting a typical game where these guys are playing, because they're both very solid players, aren't they? They're like two rocks. It's like Rock of Gibraltar versus Ayers Rock or something. But yeah, I mean, they're two very...
Do you know any other rocks?
Rock around the clock. Rock of Cashel, maybe, somewhere in Ireland. Blackpool Rock. But they're two rocks. It's like two rocks colliding, right?
Right.
And yeah, G6 by Nick. So why has he gone G6? You may ask, or you may not care. But G6, I believe he wants to play the move Bishop F5.
And Bishop F5 will force the exchange of the bishops at this current moment, and that will then give black this nice square here for his knight on c4 without having to worry about it being just chopped off straight away. So, for example, let's say a5, bishop f5 will almost certainly happen, bishop d3, chop, chop, and knight c4, and that knight can be evicted, it can be swapped off, sorry, with just something like knight d2, so it's not disastrous by any means for white to play like this.
No,
because
no,
you can't play b5 to fix your knight because of the en passant rule. So this isn't so. This would also be just fine, but it's also possible in this position. I would imagine to avoid the exchange of those bishops by just making a move, perhaps something like queen b3 or rook b2. These sort of moves also look sensible.
Quite a boring game though compared to the Jones game. Maybe we could switch back to that. It's like you're watching like Terminator 2 and you switched it Ingmar Bergman or something. You know? I mean, do you know what I mean? It's quite a boring position.
Okay, let's just take a look at some others then. So this
By the way, Blair Chess has said fairly confident Jones won't win. Yeah, but will he lose? But will he lose though? That's the big question. Because if he doesn't lose, and Adams is almost certainly going to be British champion, I would have thought.
And this is Derek Shani versus Gasanov, board number 5. This looks like a sort of typical Sicilian where white has eventually played the move knight d5, and that knight can't be tolerated on that square for very long, you wouldn't have thought. So more than likely here we're going to see an exchange of knights, and then this queen is going to drop back probably somewhere like c7, you would think. Material is equal. Again, maybe a touch better for white, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, very positional as well. These are two players who've kind of dropped out of contention in terms of winning the tournament quite early on, I think. But they both had fairly solid events. But yeah, knight d5 is always a good move in the Sicilian, isn't it, Adam? Because you control a lot of squares. Apparently, there's a lot of action in the Dong game as well. Claridge Hansen, yeah, he's had a great tournament. It looks like that game's potentially maybe heading for a draw.
Yeah.
Which is probably an unsurprising development. Somebody said in the chat, Ingmar Bergman featured chess in the 7th seal. That's right, because there was a knight came back from the Crusades and he ended up playing against death at the end of the film. I believe he was a very famous actor who played the knight in that film.
Who was it?
I can't remember. But he was in The Exorcist. He played a priest in The Exorcist. So it could be a quiz question. Don't use Google, guys. Max von Sydow. Actually, I checked him. He died quite recently, but his real name wasn't Max von Sydow. It was slightly changed from. I can't remember. He's Swedish anyway.
Right.
Famous actor. He was in. He was in The Exorcist. A great film. Sorry. By the way, I think there's a slight factoid that Michael Adams' wife or girlfriend or partner, I should say, Tara, is an actress. I believe her father was in The Exorcist.
Okay.
So, slight factoid.
This one is Wadsworth versus Jackson. James Jackson seems to have a perfectly acceptable position here. Knight on a4 doesn't really look like he's too well placed. Might have to come back to c3 at some point. And black will most likely cover the d5 square potentially with something like e6, you would think. But
yeah,
that one looks like it's.
Do you feel like when
balanced.
when the top boards are like really these guys go over the top? You feel like these guys at lower boards almost like this lack of motivation, because we've seen a few quick draws already and people are just like, we don't really care, let's just get out of here, you know, we're out of the tournament now. Do you feel that there's like an element of that as well, potentially?
Yeah.
Or it's hard to motivate yourself when you're kind of out of the tournament? Yeah. Oh yeah, Max von Sydow, or whatever his name is, was also in Game of Thrones. That's right, yeah, he played the kind of sort of weird kind of tree character or something.
Have you,
no, the Raven. Sorry, he played the one-eyed Raven.
So another thing I've completely missed is the Game of Thrones.
Game of Thrones is a good TV show, yeah.
All right, so we left it in this position. He did play queen f3, which is a really good move. And this idea of lots of isolating this bishop. Black went knight c6. And so now the point is if c3, then the bishop isn't trapped because it can go back.
I'm surprised what Eggy's done here though, Adam. Like c3, knight a5, take on e6, really?
Right, so actually here c3, we can't go bishop f6 because of e5. That's not possible. And the knight hangs on c6. So you have to play what Dong played, which is knight a5. And then what did he do? He took on e6. Take, and then he's castled. d5, so white's pawn up, take, and queen b7. The knight doesn't look too clever on a5, no, absolutely not. Do we think that white's got time to play b3 and bishop b2, or is he just going to lose his d pawn? Probably he's not got time for that, I wouldn't have thought. Something like rook d8 and rook f5 might be coming.
Yeah. There's somebody said it's actually the three-eyed raven, not the one-eyed raven, by the way. I got that wrong.
Maybe bishop e3 is a better move.
But go back a little bit. Why did he have to take on e6? Why couldn't he just drop the bishop back? In the case of bishop a,
back this way,
or bishop a2 was not possible.
A2, no? Right, and now maybe bishop back.
But you still can you not go e5 anyway?
E5, bishop e7.
Ah, okay. And f5 is not really doing much for white.
F5, I would imagine we chop it off and castle, would we?
I was surprised by taking on e6, but apparently it's good for white anyway. But now he's forced to find bishop e3, which
maybe we just castle here as much as.
Looking like a dangerous attack, right?
Yeah, it's very dangerous. Yeah, he's played bishop e3 in the game.
Kevin Winters said Eggy's doing well. He's not withdrawn.
He's not.
Yeah, withdrawn, I mean that's already a tremendous result for David.
Where would you like to go? Back to the board 2 game?
Let's go to a board where I haven't slagged off the players yet.
Okay.
No, I'm only kidding. Yeah, this is looking quite... yeah, I mean, people are now already predicting that Fernandez might get a result now, which would be an amazing comeback from a dreadful opening, but still looking very dangerous for white, to be honest. I would be very impressed if Fernandez survived. I know the evaluation has dipped for Jones, but it's just so hard to handle white's position, don't you think? Like, the king is wide open.
Yeah, those bishops could, they're extremely... Although one of them is currently... they're both sort of blocked at the moment. There's certainly still room for improvement for both of them. This one might be coming back here. This one might be coming out here. The pawns aren't really mobile for white. So, and obviously at the moment we've got to deal with the pawn on b3. If I could somehow keep going with those pawns, I would think I'd be quite happy, but it's quite hard to make that happen. Okay, can't play king b2, or can I play king b2? No, because a bishop takes c4, probably.
But also, Fernandez is not in a situation... I think under normal circumstances, he might potentially offer a draw here, but which would probably get turned out anyway, but...
Oh, it would certainly get turned down.
But it would certainly get turned down, but here he can't offer a draw, because effectively that would give up on the tournament, right?
I don't think Adams has got such a wonderful advantage.
No, but he only needs a draw to finish ahead of Fernandez, so he's effectively giving up on the chance to be British champion.
Yeah, okay.
So therefore, don't think he's in a situation where he's going to offer a draw. Fernandez is not the sort of guy who's very timid anyway. But yeah, very unpleasant position for white.
What have you got to play here? You've got to play something like Queen
C2 is giving, but
Queen C2. Okay.
A5, King B2. I mean, what?
A5.
So okay, there's a clever idea here. King B2, Bishop C4. You feel like you're blundered.
You're going to play Rook C1, aren't you?
You're going to go Rook C1. Yeah. And suddenly white is more than back in the game. White is actually completely winning. Could you take on c4 with a queen though? I mean, what happens in that variation? That looks very unclear.
Queen takes c4. Then you guess you'd have to swap.
No, this is just winning for black anyway. So that's a simple variation.
Yeah, and a5 is the point of a5 suddenly becomes clear, because in this position I could try king c3, but now you can just take on b3 and then play a4 and guard your Bishop.
Somebody said that the evaluation has dropped to 2.6 for Jones, but the reality is, from a human perspective, if you ignore the engines, which I personally find very hard to do, as some of you may notice, but it's just so hard to handle from a human perspective. You do not want to play this position as white. Your king is wide open. The black bishops, rook, queen coordinate perfectly well. From a practical perspective, I just don't see how you survive. I don't even think Magnus Carlsen would survive here as white. Or anybody. What do you think? I mean, it just looks really just terrible, right?
It does look still very bad. Yeah.
Oh, Eggy's cracked, by the way.
Eggy has cracked. One comment on question from Charlie Cheska. So now Lan Yao has drawn. She is British champion. The answer is yes. And we think it's her third WGM norm as well in the process. If she already.
Yeah, well done.
So, I mean, something like I suppose I put my queen somewhere else. It might not matter at all. Play out to D3, for example. Probably still A5. You'd expect.
By the way, what is people? Oh no, maybe I was going to bring up a controversial subject, but maybe I shouldn't.
That's not like you.
Well, I mean, Lan Yao was obviously not originally from England. So he was brought in from. Is it controversial to say that that's potentially? There's quite a few players that have come into the English women's team from abroad. Is that potentially depriving players born in this country from playing for the England women's team? Or people think it doesn't matter? That it's better to boost a team and make it stronger? Or is that too controversial to bring this subject up?
It's not just our country, is it, of course? I mean, look at America, for example.
It's not just our country. Yeah, America, obviously,
That's
the
a
template
specific
for...
tactic that they've employed.
No, when they said Eggy is cracked, it looks like Dong is cracked.
Eggy is not cracked.
Eggy is winning now. So that was incorrect information.
Yeah. He's doing well. He's doing well still. Adams Willow we haven't seen in a little while.
Looking very good for Slick Mick.
You just made that up just now.
Well, there's Ricky Fowler is Slick Rick.
Oh, I see. Right.
So Slick Mick. But he's looking good here. I mean, it's kind of like his kind of position. We sort of... Yeah, we touched on it earlier that this is very, very unpleasant for black from a practical perspective as well.
Yeah,
it feels like Adams is closing in on yet another British title. Incredible performance. Harriet said, virtually every country has players originally from another federation. England actually pretty low in this regard. Somebody said, if Daniel identified as a female, would he be eligible to win? I think we're going a bit too far now.
Doesn't Adams live in Miami? Ban him. Does he live in Miami?
I know he's got property in Miami, but I'm not sure if he lives
Nice.
there full time or not. Miami's a very nice place, yeah. Lionel Messi recently moved to Miami. Joined a
Have you ever been to Miami?
football club.
You don't fly.
Well, I might start flying again now. Inter Milan, Inter Miami, I think he plays for. This is David Beckham's team.
Yeah.
Just recently joined them for 600 billion. No, he's fairly wealthy. Yeah, I looked up Lionel Messi's net worth. What do we think Lionel Messi's net worth is?
Don't know where I would even begin with that one.
More than most chess players is probably the answer. I think it's something like $600 million or £600 million. David Beckham's net worth is 450 if you combine him and his wife's net worth.
Which sports man or woman has the highest net worth in the world?
Which sportsman or woman has the highest net? Is that the question? Yeah. Oh, it's not a question, chat. It's a question you're posing to me.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, it's a question. I was just thinking aloud.
Yeah, I think Michael Jordan is worth a lot of money.
Basketball or American football, those players.
They earn. I know they earn a huge amount of money.
It's American sports. It'd be something over there when it all Formula One.
But have they? Is that how they've? People amass their fortunes in different ways, don't they? So.
But I think, are we talking about people who are still active? They still play? Are we talking about people retired?
Anybody.
So I think Michael Jordan has business interests, which means he's fairly rich, like certainly a billionaire. I mean, Tiger Woods was a billionaire at some point, but yeah, Ronaldo's probably these days at least $1 billionaire. He signed his contract with a Saudi Arabia club, and very rich guy now.
Yeah. We have another question in the chat, and that's a nice one to ask and hopefully to answer. Do we have dates yet for this year's Hastings Congress? The answer is yes, because I saw some entry forms downstairs for it. It's being run this year by Grandmaster Stuart Conquest, actually, is directing this year's event. He came along for a day earlier in the tournament. We had a quick chat about it. That doesn't mean I know what the dates are, but I know that there was some entry forms downstairs that somebody will...
Is it still...
28th to the 5th.
Is it still sponsored by... I know it was sponsored by
yes.
Kaplan. Is it still sponsored?
Yes.
You're right. But there seemed to be... There wasn't any prize money on the entry form, so they're a bit vague on the prize money.
Maybe it hasn't been agreed yet, possibly.
Yeah, that's right. Or maybe they're just not going to give any prizes.
Well, here we go. We've got a said entry form here. Thursday the 28th of December to Sunday the 7th of January. Hastings is normally 10 rounds, isn't it, rather than 9?
I think it's normally 9. Oh no, it was 10 rounds last year, I think.
Oh, well, it's a 9 rounds.
9 rounds, I can't remember, to be honest.
Played over 9
It has been 10 rounds and 9 rounds, yeah.
Okay.
I think the richest sportsman is the ex-Arsenal player Flamini.
Ah.
Oh, you just Googled that, did you?
Well, I knew anyway. He's worth 10 billion.
10 billion? Wow.
Didn't make his money out of football.
But he was like a businessman, and then he made money after he retired from football, right?
That's right.
Yeah, I know
Do you know
that.
how?
Sorry?
Do you know?
I'm not buying this Flamini 10 billion rubbish. Sorry, I'm not taking this on. Right.
So one of our live guests in the commentary room said that it's Matthew Flamini, who used to play for Arsenal, central midfielder. I seem to recall him being quite successcal.
Yeah, apparently he's got some kind of stakes in biochemicals. Flamini and Granata are now worth an eye-watering £10 billion each.
Wow.
Wow, that's insane. Absolutely, yeah. So actually that factoid was correct. First time we've had a correct factoid on this.
In this whole tournament.
Sorry. You didn't look very believable.
We haven't had any more moves in this game, unless the feeds are down, which is possible, of course. But Rook B8 was the last move played, and Daniel may well be sitting there, not enjoying his position, and just think about how to defend that pawn. Yeah.
A5 looks just tremendous here for black.
It certainly looks like a really useful move, yeah. It's like so A5 to A4 to undermine this pawn would be an extremely sensible plan.
Yeah, it's just very easy to play for black. For white, it's just very tough to handle the position of what you actually do. You know,
like maybe you could play like this: Queen C2, A5, A4. I know it's a bit disgusting.
But I think we discussed it after.
Maybe now just Rook B4, threatening to take on C4. Looks pretty good.
Yeah, it's just so because you ever go D5 and suddenly the bishop on E or G7 comes
alive. And also another thing about this position is black always has at the back of his mind the fact he can actually push this king to the B file if he wishes to do so with this check.
Good.
At some point, so that can then open up possibilities of bishop takes C4 coming in as well, or queen takes C4.
Very tough position to play for Dan. You know, I fear for him here.
Yeah, that's what Harriet has said as well. Maybe the same thing. Is a norm possible in the British Championships? Is a question from David Hayden. The answer is yes. It's the special rules because it's a national championship, I believe. Or because it's limited in who can play in it, then you don't have to have the same criteria that you would have for a norm in normal circumstances, which you have to play a certain amount of different nationalities. It's 3, isn't it? Nationalities.
Sorry?
Three different. He's played D5 in this position, by the way.
Wow. So what you need three, yeah, exactly,
Need
to
to
get
play-
norms. Sorry, Adam.
And a
yeah.
certain amount of title players as well.
Yeah, do you think they should get rid of norms and titles? Or not?
Yes.
Who said yes?
James Morby said yes.
Oh, you don't have any norms? Yeah, but that's not surprising. Especially as I used to be your coach.
I have one I am on to your credit.
Oh, okay, good.
This is interesting. So, without cheating, Danny, without cheating, have you stopped looking at that screen?
Oh, sorry, I'm not that.
What is the
I've already looked
strongest-
at it though, it's too late.
What is okay to anybody else then? What's the strongest continuation here for black? And after D takes E6.
Yeah, apparently rook b3 is crushing because when you take on e6,
Play this move, Queen A5.
beautiful move, but not easy to find. And I think, we haven't seen people find these kind of computer-like variations. So a move like bishop f5 is much more safe, right? Given the circumstances.
Bishop F5, yeah.
I would expect bishop f5 to be played. But yeah, interesting test.
And then if G4?
Then he panics. Now, rook b3 maybe now is more obvious.
What's the difference?
Probably no difference.
Oh, because you don't want to allow the D file to be open, you mean? So now maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that's a
something
good
like this.
point. Yeah. You have to be absolutely certain that rook b3 is winning because otherwise you'd be like, well, actually taking on e6. But it's quite easy line to calculate. Queen a5, there's no check on d8. So the only check white has is e takes f7. You move the king over to f8. And then the white king is like, hello, this is going to be bad. This is going to be pain, right? Queen a5, queen takes a3, let the ravaging begin. The pillaging.
In this position, is bishop, because you were saying earlier, Adam, about, this bishop going to h6 check and moving it onto the b file, the threat of rook takes b3 is even stronger, isn't it? So can you not play the bishop h6 check here? Possibly?
Well, but the point now is I've blocked your bishop's threat on taking on c4. So if you were to play bishop h6 check, I think I would just go king b2.
Yeah.
And now you don't have quite the same tactical idea, and as we can see there, that you now probably this would be one of those positions where the pawns are suddenly at least something starting to get set in motion. Maybe even in this position something like b4 is possible,
right? Just
to get it going.
Yeah, I mean, I think some of the comments in the chat are actually quite relevant here because people say Dan Fernandez going all in.
He's played bishop f5, so
which looks more natural, right? But they're saying that it's very, very tough for white. I was saying earlier, it's very, very tough for white to just play slowly with all these kind of like king b2 moves, right, Adam?
Yeah.
Queen c2, because when you've got a bad position like that, you feel like it's hard to just make moves and just see what happens because you feel like you fear that it's going to crumble very quickly. So the natural reaction is to do what Dan Fernandez has done, which is to play aggressively. Somebody was saying that would Daniel offer a draw? Absolutely not. I don't think he's not the type of character to become timid and start offering draws. I think he feels like he's a very self-confident character. I feel that. It can be a weakness at times. Possibly we've seen in this game that possibly he's underestimated Stephen Jones. That obviously if he won the clock back, maybe he should have played something a little bit more solid with white and not play so aggressively because it seemingly has backfired.
Yeah. So in this position, there's two pawns now under threat: the e5 pawn and the b3 pawn. So unless there's some exceptional idea here, it looks like one of those could just be captured. Like maybe white's best here is just to give that pawn on e5 and just run his king across, because otherwise it's just going to be left on c1, like something like this.
Tough to play that move though.
A2.
Yeah, tough to play that move.
At least it's out of the.
Because also, it's a good choice, Adam. Because it's saying the top move is bishop g4. I don't think of 5 bishop g4.
What
right?
after king b2?
Because the idea is if you take, I take on e5 with a queen, and then suddenly I'm getting this huge attack. Well, mate attack
That's
actually.
A pretty move. Queen there, bishop there. So skewering the queen to the bishop, the rook. And if I take you, you're going to take an e5 with your queen, and suddenly the dark squares mean that that is forced mate if the king moves. So wherever he steps, it's mate on b2. So you'd have to then play rook d4, and I guess we just
But Dan Fernandez will see bishop g4.
play that, do we? That's a nice move.
Yeah, Dan Fernandez will see bishop g4 as a response to king b2. So he may feel that he can't play king b2. So b4 apparently is a move, but it just looks so loosely. You're kind of running all your pawns in front of your king.
Yeah.
Your king is just wide open.
Well, it makes a certain amount of sense in that it then prepares potentially d6. I think he'd really like to play d6 at some point, just to create a bit more.
The white king
chaos.
here is more exposed than a streaker on Wimbledon Common. But it's just so wide open for white. It just doesn't look survivable.
Yeah,
In the original position, after bishop a6 check, king b2, you were saying, there's nothing in rook takes pawn on b3 then?
Do you mean in this position?
In that position, yeah.
Bishop h6,
Yeah.
king b2, rook takes b3.
Yeah, then followed by queen.
Yeah, you've got another check with your queen on the file, but the king will sit on a2 quite happily, I think. The bishop can't, you know, if you can involve this somehow, then great, but it's not.
I am Harriet Hunt said, also rude to offer draw if you know your opponent needs a win for a norm. Yeah, there's some truth in that, but I don't think Fernandez will really be concerned about the fact that Jones is trying to make a norm. I think he's just focused on himself, trying to win the British Championships. He also said, I made my first IM norm in very similar circumstances, black against 2500 player who had a lunatic day at the office. Wasn't me, was it? In the days when I used to be 2500. Oh yeah, not 2430.
Okay, Adams and Willow haven't had very many more moves at all.
I think he's just waiting to see what happens with the Fernandez game.
This happens, yeah. Just a nice safe edge for white. Can I play rook e8 and swap some rooks off?
Well, looking tactically dubious for black. Maybe just queen f4.
Queen f4, yeah.
Very aggressive move. Yeah, very easy for Jonah to crumble here.
Maybe the other rook.
Apparently he's yeah.
But still, maybe queen f. No, maybe not queen f4. No.
It looks really bad for Black's position. I think you're going to lose anyway. I think Adams is going to win anyway, and just make the kind of which I think would be better actually. I think Fernandez would feel better if he was to lose and then Adams was to win.
I think if Adams wins, then
then it makes him feel a little bit better, because then, you know, he feels like even if he'd beaten Jones, he wouldn't have got in the playoff anyway. But if hopefully Adams will finish the job, win the tournament. I like to see Adams win the tournament again. I know some people might find that a bit boring, but there is a lot of something to admire in this consistency from Adams of just winning.
Do you think he'll get to 10 British Championships?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. I think he'll get more because he's still a relatively young man. But obviously there's very good young players now, like Harry we see, and Fernandez. And there's like a younger generation still. I was chatting to James Morby earlier, yesterday, and he was talking about these players in America, these young players who are like, there's like a 9-year-old 2200, which is scary. And so sometimes the danger is not necessarily from the players who are just behind, but actually maybe from the generation. That's the thing with chess, is people are coming into it all the time and it's constantly improving. I feel like this new generation, this kind of COVID generation, is actually the strongest generation yet, you know, in chess. Or just in terms of the overall strength.
And
in depth.
Horribly underrated as well.
They're all horribly underrated. So, but still, Adams is like a cut above. So yeah, I would expect him, if he carries on, he's certainly got the ability to win 10. I mean, he would have done by now already if he'd been playing the British Championship for the last 20 or 30 years. But he obviously, with a lot of years where he didn't play it, he would have already been he'd have blown way past that number, I'd think.
Okay, take a look at a few more of the ladies' games, because there's 2 prizes up for stake in that. It's not just first place. First place is £1,000, but second place is £500. So not an insignificant amount of money there. This is this is the game between Katerina Toma playing white and Jude Shearsby playing black. Katerina Toma's on 4 points. Lanyao has 5.5, so she can't catch her. What's going on here, Danny? Do you think White's a bit better, or?
Yeah, I like White's position, although the engine is not liking it, so I'm changing my mind now. But
Shrewsbury is one of those young players.
He is indeed, yes.
Oh, Jude Shrewsbury, yeah, I know the name. Yeah, he's quite an active player on the chess circuit, and very talented player. I think
I'm actually doing some work with Jude Shrewsbury, so.
Yeah, right. Yeah, he's very talented.
Also, yeah. So apparently, there's a good move in this position for Black, which is not so easy to find, I guess, but it's E5. And that is going to, in some ways, fix that knight. Which doesn't look like necessarily a bad thing. It looks like it's quite happy there on c6, like completely.
No, that's right. It's a tough move to find, though. It's a tough move to find, right?
It kind of takes away this square from a white piece of some description.
Can't you take it en passant though? I mean, isn't that kind of
the take it en passant, and then I guess you take back with a pawn probably.
Yeah, quite a promising position for Black actually. You also say knight takes e6 is quite good as well.
Knight takes e6
because
as well,
now you got a problem with that knight on c6, so you have to move the knight.
Let me just show that. So Black in this position is wanting to give his rook for these two minor pieces, the bishop and the knight, even I would imagine at the cost of a couple of pawns. Would that be right, Danny, after something like bishop takes b6, rook takes c6?
Yeah,
Queen takes, bishop takes a5, and some nasty, no, can't quite do something.
I think you just play chess there, don't you? Maybe d5 and knight e4 is coming.
d5 and knight e4, possibly, yeah.
h5 is also a move that's possibly on the radar, just to go h4, h3, stab down, maybe king h7, bishop h6.
Right.
What's White doing on the queen side? He's not really doing anything. The bishop on b4. We're miles away from queening the b pawn.
These knights have some quite nice attacking potential as well, don't they? If this knight can jump into f4 at some stage, for example.
Exactly.
I was thinking maybe something like knight d5 to f4.
Yeah, good call.
Then g3, I guess, is going to be forced. So, okay, anyway, that was this is the Shrewsbury game. Other ladies in the mix for the prize money. I think we have it a little bit further down in terms of the boards, but not in terms of the points. You have actually just the board below, Olivia Smith playing as Black. Which board are we on there? Board 18. She's having a good tournament, close to a WIM norm. I think she had to play a certain level of rating today, which she's missed in order to have a chance of getting there. Here, what's going on? So she's on 4 points as well. 2, 4, 5, 2, 4, 6. Black's a pawn up, but in exchange for that, the white pieces look very, very nicely placed, especially eyeing up that queen. So is there a good way to continue? You'd expect so.
What does the audience think here? What would the audience play here as White? Ask the audience.
Ask the audience. We should have used that a bit more in this tournament, shouldn't we?
We've still got 2 books to give away, by the way. Right, I'm going to give away a book. If somebody finds the top move here for White, I'll give them a book. Sorry?
Knight d4.
No, you're not getting a book.
Knight d6 check.
No book for you either. Come on, guys.
Queen g5.
There's only one move apparently in this position that gives White an advantage, which I'm a bit surprised about, because it looks like Aaron Saunders has got a very nice position here.
Queen d6.
Nope.
Knight takes bishop, right?
Nope.
Knight d6.
We've already had knight d6.
Knight e3.
Nope. Bishop d2 then, maybe. Oh no. Oh, so you hit b5, yeah.
Bishop c3.
Who said bishop c3?
This gentleman here.
Have a book.
Bishop c3.
Do you want a book? Have a book.
Bishop c3 is
very good.
Apparently
very good choice.
The best move, and gives White a nice position. So what's the point there? Bishop takes c3. You're going to take that one back, presumably with the rook, you would think.
Yeah.
And then threaten to move the knight.
Yeah, then you are threatening knight d6, yeah.
Oh, and if I castle? Is there some obvious reason I can't?
Maybe...
Knight d... Ah, yeah, I see knight d6, and then we play knight takes f5 and queen takes d7.
Yeah, yeah. Although there's queen a5 in that line, right?
Ah, queen a5, yeah, okay.
But still,
Taking
apparently...
b7, maybe?
Possibly, yeah. Apparently this is all very good for white anyway.
Alright, so that's the Olivia Smith and Aaron Saunders game. The board below that one, there's some more. There's another lady player who is, I would imagine, on 4 points. And we'll look at that one. This is Trisha Kanyamarala versus Augustin Mihalik. And here, 246, 246. Start by doing that little count. White looks like she's better to me. The pawns and the combination of the central pawns and the bishops here look like they give white an advantage. So she's better, so she might have a chance to get to 5 points if we're correct with the current.
I think that was the players he's playing against who got a couple of good draws at the start of the tournament against Mark Hebden and Richard Pert. But has since fallen away slightly.
No, actually, apparently these players have only got 3.5, so
Right.
they cannot get up to 5. So
What about Mihalik? What was his results like?
Mihalik, he drew with Richard, Mark, and then lost to Yi Chen Han, beat Dignan. He's having
Lost
a
to
decent
Bates.
tournament.
Yeah, he's having a fairly decent
tournament.
one.
Okay, let's get back up to the top boards. So let's get back up to the Jones-Fernandez
Wow.
game.
Wow.
More interesting
Huge.
developments here in that he's played b4. So we left it after bishop f5. He played b4, bishop takes e5 and g4. And
This is desperation city for Dan, I think. Desperate Dan.
Desperate Dan. And actually Stephen Jones played a really nice move here. He's played rook e8.
Oh, he's played rook e8.
He's played rook e8 apparently. And so now we're threatening to move the bishop with check, and the king cannot move to find a safe square. So the only thing to do here, I guess, is to move the queen away somewhere. If you move it any old place, then bishop takes g4 becomes possible, of course. So to me here, queen f3 looks like maybe a sensible move. Am I going to
queen
go...
c4 though.
Oh, queen c4, of course, sorry. I was thinking bishop e4 might also be very strong. But...
You can more or less resign this position, to be honest. It's that bad. I mean, you're going to lose the queen, right?
You are going to lose... Okay, so queen f1. Let's try.
Oof.
Let's try.
You've got to try, haven't you?
You've
Got to try. It's quite sad to have this position in the last round of the British Chess Champs where you're trying to win the tournament.
Bishop takes g4 or bishop e4, probably just take this pawn.
It's a sad day for Fernandez fans.
And rook has to go to d2. Bishop f4. Good suggestion.
Someone said in a online chat, this is just embarrassing for Fernandez. Do you get embarrassed when you lose chess games?
I don't think that's fair.
I don't think that's really that relevant. But yeah, it's an unpleasant game to lose, certainly. And he's had a great tournament. But I think the one thing Fernandez should take away from this event is how he's played overall. If he can cut out these occasional bad losses. Okay, lost to Harry yesterday, but that was a great game by Harry. This game is not a good game. If he can cut out these occasional terrible losses, I think he can certainly get above 2600. He's got tremendous potential.
Yeah, it's a really strong move, rook e8, isn't it, actually? It's very hard to suggest anything here for white.
I do think...
Is this an iron rule for Jones?
Yeah,
wins,
I think he's played your move, queen f1, by the way. Apparently bishop f4 is tremendous, but bishop e4, any
Bishop
move.
f4 is -8 in black's favour.
Wow.
Apparently.
Or even bishop takes g4 I would play. I would just take on g4 and say, well, look, I'll have another pawn. Hello, this friend of ours, Kerry's in the audience.
Grandmaster.
with yeah. Super WG. So you just got a super WGN norm.
GM's here.
Looking very elegant in black.
How's the games?
How the games are looking very tough.
Who's winning? Just let me see them.
Stephen Jones is winning.
Wow.
Stephen Jones is winning, which if he does win, then that means that Mickey Adams just needs a draw for the title, because if he loses, then Jonah Willow's going to catch him up.
It says it looks like someone's ended up on 0 out of 8 overall with a full point buy. So somebody ended up with 0 out of 8. I mean, yeah, we're talking about embarrassment. I don't think you should really think about that, really, when you're playing a chess game. But it's true that some games, I mean, I've had bad losses myself in the past. When I've lost quickly or just, just made a bad blunder. There is that feeling when you walk away from the board that people are staring at you, you feel like an idiot. But I don't think that will really end. It's a sad day for Fernandez, but we're seeing the effect of pressure. In the British Championships, it's a big tournament for these guys.
I've got long left to live beyond that, so.
Maybe I shouldn't have told Fernandez he was my favourite. Maybe that added to his pressure.
Was it 1 out of 9 in Isle of Man Amman Masters 2014?
Okay.
Disappointing, not embarrassing, says David Hayden. I'd agree with that. Embarrassing is a bit harsh. It depends on your view of a chess game.
I think we're going to go on a short break. Stephen Jones is thinking in this position about what to do. He's taken on G4 actually, which is what you thought he might well do.
Yeah, a practical move, right?
So yeah, we'll be back in about 5 minutes or so.
Right.
we're on there.
So I'm delighted to be joined by Lan Yao, who has won the British Women's Championship. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Absolutely, well done. Congratulations. Is this your first British Women's title?
That's the second.
Second.
I just got it last year.
Okay. And you also, I believe, in the process made a Women's Grandmaster norm.
Yeah, probably yes. Like because the thing is that my first opponent's rating is very low, but I heard that it can be adjusted, right?
I believe, I know it used to be the case that you could take away the lowest rating, or you could change the lowest rated player to bring your average up in terms of your average rating. So
his rating is quite low, like much lower than the average. So
okay, well, fingers crossed, and fingers crossed you made that WGM norm, and that would be, from what we've been reading on the chat, your third. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. One in 2017 and one not so long ago. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's great. And if it is your third, have you achieved the rating that you need to claim the title?
I'm not sure. Probably yes, but if not, it's okay. I will.
You seem very relaxed about it.
Yeah, I'll just play more and try to cross it.
That's great. Okay, and your game today with Richard Pert ended in a draw. We quite liked your position. If I can just take a look at it.
Okay.
Find the game. Sorry, thank you. Board 8. So, I guess Richard was not so happy with his position here, and offered you the draw, and that's a nice position for you to be in. Were you aware that you possibly had IM norm chances had you won the game?
Yeah, but I mean it's hard and it's risky, right? Because I want to secure the champion. That's the most important thing.
Right.
So I'm just afraid because I can easily get nervous. Okay. So if I play on, I'm afraid probably I will make blunders. And look, I know that I had advantage, but the advantage is not very large. It's just okay. I mean 1 point something.
Yeah.
So I would say it's very easy to make blunders in with such an advantage.
Right.
So I would say the safest way is to accept the draw.
Okay, well, you must have been quite pleased then when he offered it to you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, great. And tell us a little bit about yourself. You, how long have you been living in this country for?
Like about 3 years.
3 years. Okay. And are you full-time chess player?
No, I'm studying.
Are you studying? Where are you studying?
Studying UCL, and I did. I did bachelor, and also now I'm doing master, still in UCL.
In what subject, if you don't mind me asking?
So for bachelor is history, and now master is education.
Okay, good. And you're finding time in the summer to play some chess by the looks of things. Have you got any other tournaments lined up?
One tournament in Poland, and the other one in Hungary.
Okay.
But I would say it's quite relaxing because I'm aiming at getting maybe WGM norms in those 2 tournaments, but it seems that now I'll go through already.
Yeah, so that'll take the pressure off in some ways.
So just play for fun, probably.
That's great, that's great. Well, anyway, massive congratulations. It looks like you had a really good tournament. Anyway, there looked like, certainly in the earlier rounds, there was one in particular where it looks like you were in real big trouble. I think you were, that one where you were a piece, that King and Pawn endgame.
Yeah, I was kind of losing, and I already saw my opponent's winning plan, and I wanted to resign, but I was like, okay, I'll just try my luck and just play on, and to see whether my opponent see how to win, and he just missed something.
Yeah, so some games in your favour there, but fortune often favours the brave, we say in this country. So you know, by fighting and by playing on, you know, you're not going to get anything by just resigning, are you?
Yeah.
It's a good you know, principle philosophy to follow, I would say.
For sure.
All right, well, massive congratulations. Thank you again. Thank you for joining us on the stream. And good luck in the rest of your tournaments over the summer.
Thank you.
Hope they go well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, indeed. So we've got Danny back on in the break. He's
To be
managed
honest, I'd take that off.
acquire
It
a
feels
hat
uncomfortable.
somehow. Don't know how you've acquired a hat. Is that what you
No,
have
that is
up?
my cap,
That is your
actually.
cap,
Yeah, I
okay.
wear it just to shield my head from the sun. But
Okay,
yeah, very interesting interview with Lanyada, and actually, I like the fact that he seems very sensible. He's actually not just playing chess; he's doing some studying, which is good.
Golly, that king doesn't look desperately safe on A4.
Yeah, I mean, it just went wrong for Dan in the opening. But he's fighting. You know, it's one element we've seen in this tournament. People are fighting, not always completely accurate chess, but this is like a fighting game by Fernandez.
Yeah. And actually, Jones had a stronger continuation than this a couple of moves ago. I think with the king on B2. I mean, this looks just visually looks completely, obviously horrible for white, but there's probably quite a few ways.
Yeah, just so hard to play the whole game. Once we got that position where he castle queenside.
The engine is suggesting the extremely calm A6 in this position.
But do you think that Jones might be panicking a little bit here as black? Sorry?
I think it's easy for black to mess up.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Those pawns could come. I agree. I think from a practical perspective, it was still very difficult for Dan to play. I wouldn't be completely surprised. I still think Jones is long odds on to win the game, but yeah, I hope I'm praying for Fernandez.
Keith's going to predict a draw.
Wow. But a draw is not enough for Fernandez. He needs to win.
Are you going to start utilising some of the money you won last night? Well,
I didn't win much, mate.
Well, that's not why you might.
I think I gave it all to
that's why
Keith's.
You might need to
I think I gave it all
accumulate, so to speak.
to Keith's niece anyway.
He's played A6.
Wow, that's impressive. Wow.
A6.
One of the top moves is Queen takes F4, which would be a kind of surprising development. So that's the second best move.
The best move is C6, which is quite understandable.
I hope he finds C6, because at least that would keep the game. It's kind of an obvious move, though, right? Because you're blocking this Queen E8, Bishop D7.
Right. So I think one of the threats might be something related to Bishop D7, C6, and then just take it.
Yeah, yeah.
And give
good
yourself
call.
B5
Good
for
call.
the Queen, and then follow up with some combination of checks with maybe the Rook. Although that doesn't immediately look winning.
Yeah, I mean, Queen E8 is also in the air, but C6 is a good move.
Oh, is that some really snazzy line where let me just play some move to try and provoke it? Check here, takes, Queen B5, King B3, and then Bishop E5.
I mean, it's just torturous for white. I mean, the thing is, let's say the top move for white is C6.
A4. Well, yeah, you've got to. Yeah, it's lots of. Sorry.
So the top move for white is a C6 in the initial position, but the problem is, let's say black just played even without the clever moves. You just played a move like Queen D6. I mean, how is? Oh, but I suppose then Rook D4 might come. Yeah, maybe Keith's prediction about.
Why not Queen B8?
Well, that's an attack. That's a good move. You know. Yeah, real problems. Yeah, I mean, maybe you can go back to B3 though.
Run back.
But it's hard to believe that.
Yeah, and
repetition. How?
No, that's a question.
Yeah.
Strong players as blacks, you and Danny and Keith, you're obviously winning. You've got 20 minutes. There's 10 moves to make.
Good question.
Do you invest 15 minutes to solve it, get it right, or find you don't solve it?
Don, you should be one of the commentators. I notice you always ask the best questions.
But it's really good if you spend a big time trying to solve it, you don't
Exactly.
make a solution.
Exactly.
And then flapping around. And
Yeah, I think this is where, yeah, Don makes a very good point. Do you invest 15 minutes trying to work out force win? I think most stronger players would probably take a practical approach and play like in this particular position. They'd think, well, probably most moves are going to be winning. Therefore, unless I'm absolutely certain that I feel that this is where I can work out force win, I will just play a decent looking move and hope that later on I will get an easier chance to win the game.
It's a bit scary though, because of those corners. So you feel like you've got to be concrete.
But firstly, White has to find c6. He's not going to take on f4. That's pretty obvious. Like, I mean,
the other thing that Black could conceivably do here is now that the sort of this diagonal's been blocked, he might reroute his bishop to this diagonal.
Yeah.
And push the king
depressing.
that way.
The c6 bishop f5 is actually a fairly obvious move actually, because it threatens bishop c2. So.
Right.
And you're not really threatening d6 because Keith's saying the pawns are scary, but queen b5, right? Surely a huge attack there.
One here now.
Or bishop c2, even better move, right? Yeah. So basically, I think he's just going to lose now. It's almost certain he's going to lose.
Do you mean after bishop f5?
Yeah, but it's not. I just remember we just take up and see on them bishops.
I mean, the king isn't getting like immediately mated if it goes up to a5. Like, if I could get rid of that bishop, for instance, like, I know it looks.
I have to say,
like
I mean,
suicidal, but like check, king a5. There isn't an immediate mate.
Yeah, obviously got rid of that.
Actually, there isn't there? Oh, no, you have b5 still.
You got b5.
Yeah.
This is the kind of thing that's a bit scary.
But rook e8 now, Adam.
Oh,
rook e8.
Rook e8
stops the fun. That sadly stops the fun.
It looks fairly obvious. I mean, the problem is, I think Joe's is he's not going to mess this up now. I mean,
he'll be really nervous.
He'll be really nervous, but the advantage is so big for him, and it's not easy for Fernandez to play. People say, well, you know, some positions, the computer is saying, you know, that you can put up resistance, but the reality is that humans will not defend this position perfectly either. So I would expect this game to end fairly soon. I don't know what's happening in Adam's game. He looks like he's having a very pleasant...
It's just still almost exactly the same.
I think he's controlling the game, and I think if Fernandez loses, he's just basically passing time, keeping his edge. And if Fernandez
wins by some miracle...
No, but if Fernandez resigns, then I think he would offer a draw. And ironically, that'll be the same result as what he used to get the advantage to win the English Championships. But this is a very typical technical grind, the Mickey massage.
And you think Jonah Willow will take the draw?
Oh, he'll certainly take the draw. 100%. No, and but yeah, this is a typical technical situation for Adams, and I remember playing him in a Blitz game many years ago in London, and it was kind of like an English opening, and I was white. And at some point, I thought you could go for a tactical win, but it was impressive how he actually just went for a technical queen and pawn ending where he was better, and he just kept the advantage. He's very good at keeping control. I think this whole aspect of technical play, which is often overlooked, is the ability to just keep control of the position. You know, here he's keeping control. He's not allowing Black to do anything active. Very unpleasant position for Black, actually. I mean, it's a very hard question to answer. If Fernandez loses, does Adams offer a draw? I think it's probably most likely, but he could well just play on and decide, look, I'm just going to win this game anyway. Let's grab the rating points. Let's take it all.
Will he lose rating points if he wins the tournament with a draw?
No, he's gaining a few at the minute.
Okay.
Lots of people asking, Don, what events you were playing in on the chat.
I lost all my games in the over 50s, and I withdrew with 3 out of 5 in the rapid yesterday after very nearly beating your sister.
Yeah, she said you were.
I was only playing to play it there. I was waiting to get it, and then I got it, and then I could withdraw.
Oh.
Yeah, it was good. It was good to chat with it.
Yeah. Yeah, Don is a familiar face on the English chess scene. He's been playing for many years. And it's quite a small world, the whole chess scene in general, isn't it? You tend to know the same people, you tend to see the same faces, unless you go abroad.
This is led.
Even when you go abroad.
Even when you go abroad, you tend to see the same faces. Even when you go online, actually, I remember I played online at some of these online chess websites, and you don't play for like 5 years, and then you log back on again, and it's the same old addicts you end up playing. So yeah, nothing ever changes.
This is the game Andy Ledger versus Nick Pert. Looks like Nick is doing quite nicely here as black.
Yeah, he's played this well. I mean, the Spoon G6 we were looking at earlier was quite a good control move. We say like it controls a lot of squares, making it difficult for white to create any active play.
Queen takes a knight c5.
Queen takes a knight c5 is what Keith Arkle, ever industrious and creative player.
Suggesting.
He's a very resourceful player, Keith. He's very tough to beat.
And if I go bishop to d5, you're then going to go to b1. Yeah.
Also
Just to
knight
show
e6.
that, bishop
Yeah.
to d5, rook to b1. You're going to have difficulty now defending your b pawn. So probably not rook to.
Can I go bishop a2 in your line, Keith? After
That looks more challenging.
bishop a2 here.
yeah, exactly. Because now I'm threatening b3. If rook a1.
Rook a1, b3, knight d.
Oh no, the knight on b6 is defending a8. Yeah, so bishop a2 looks like the problem there. Maybe bishop d1 after bishop a2.
And if knight d3, we're just going to go.
Knight a4.
Or rook
Knight
d8.
c4. Knight c4.
Rook d8 maybe also
Knight
strong.
c4 looks very strong.
Yeah, not certainly
Knight c4.
quite easy to play for black as
Yeah.
well. He has taken, by the way.
He has taken. I think he wants
to go rook
kept
b1.
the queens on this. Something it looks passive. But
I think Andy will go rook b1, by the way.
He's gone nice.
No, he's played your line,
c5.
Keith, but apparently it's bad because of bishop a2. Will Nick Pert find bishop a2? I believe
Yes.
he will,
I reckon
almost
he will.
certainly.
Big odds on your phone.
I'm surprised by Andy's choice, actually, because bishop a2 is a very obvious response, right? So why is he, he must have had something lined up. Maybe he's overlooked the fact that knight on b6 is defending a8. Or maybe he's just tired and just wants the tournament over with, a bit like everybody else.
So bishop d1 now, bishop a2, bishop d1, and the game goes on, but it's not very much.
Just tell us the line again, please, Keith. Bishop
Well,
a2.
Because rook a1's losing,
You go bishop d1.
so maybe bishop d1 is the key to go.
But rook d8, maybe?
And then bishop b3. And you've got some kind
Ah, right.
some kind of
And if I go knight d5 here, with the idea bishop b3, knight c3, friendly knight e2 check?
Also, possibly is rook a3 annoying.
Good move.
Well, then I guess you can then go. He's thinking
Oh,
about
now
it.
rook a1 to make b3 with something that takes b3.
Yeah, I thought then though I would go bishop c4.
Oh yeah, the a queen. Okay, you can stop it, but it's not very nice. You can stop
Yeah, he's going to find bishop a2, I'm almost certain. I think Nick will win this game.
It looks,
If he
looks
finds
good for
bishop
him.
a2, that's going to be real
He's
trouble for
played
Andy.
c6.
Wow, wow.
And Jones has played bishop f5, which is the strongest move.
It basically the game was decided in the
And
opening.
the only move here to avoid a minus 36 deficit is to go rook c1.
No, it is rook c1.
it's the only move, and then the sequence. Well, bishop takes obviously. I'm wondering why bishop c2 isn't just really clean though and winning easily.
Well, it is.
I mean,
Rook e8 idea,
yeah.
It
Yeah,
is.
it is. I mean, this is the suggestion.
Oh, maybe bishop c2, rook queen c2, and the game goes on for 80 minutes.
And it just doesn't want it to go on. Yeah.
Somebody said, Loz keeping chat, said David Howe did turn down a draw once when he needed a draw to win the British. That was against Gary Lane in Torquay,
But the game
apparently.
ended in a draw anyway.
And then he offered it back a few moves later, apparently.
Yeah, I think David got 9 out of 11 or 9.5 in that year. There was, I think the year was when both Mark Hebden and Simon Williams got their best, possibly one of their best ever results. They both got 8.5 out of 11. Normally you get 8.5 out of 11 in the British. You get into at least a playoff. And they didn't even get into a playoff. Which just shows what a amazing performance that was that year by David Howe. Kind of depressing, right? You get 8.5 out of 11 in the British. You think, well, I should at least get into a playoff. He's gone King A5, by the way. It's starting to look like that Monty Python sketch where the knight has had all its limbs chopped off. And
it keeps going.
Yeah. It says, tis just a scratch.
Yeah, that's right. At the end they say, all right, we'll have a draw.
Okay, then you've done enough to earn a draw.
Showing your age there.
Yeah, wow.
All the little kids will watch.
Great film, by the way.
It's
Great
a classic.
film, yeah.
You've got to watch that one. That's the one film I have watched.
Yeah, Monty Python, Holy Grail, I believe that was. There's that sort of killer gerbil or something at the end as well, isn't there?
So he's obviously going for the A pawn and then dreaming of touching down with one of those pawns. And is there an immediate way, Danny, of just finishing this game off? I mean, you would start in this position by following the checks for a little distance. So Queen C7, King takes A6. You have another check on C8. Then the King has to go back to B5, and that.
Yeah, it's
King is
a pure
surprisingly safe.
calc. Somebody was saying earlier, Joe's very good calculator. So it's a pure calc position, isn't it? Now, Don was asking that question earlier. This is the situation where you start to think about calculating to a forced win, right? Yeah, it's just Queen C7 is a line, right, Adam?
Yeah, Queen C7, King A6,
And then Queen B8.
and then Queen B8.
Apparently, just tightening the noose around the black king.
Just to show that that's not an I mean, it's not a completely straightforward move to find Queen B8 here.
No, no.
So the idea is then to presumably check on, what is the idea? Just
I think Bishop C8 and just.
So I'll take your rook.
Bishop C8, is it mate? Bishop C8, King A5? No. Maybe Bishop C7 now, and then effectively you're. But that's a tough line to find, right?
Yeah, Bishop C7.
And now Bishop C8 is going to come, so therefore.
You have to play Queen E8.
Or Queen E6 might be something.
Queen. Well, but then Queen B.
Oh, you got
that one,
then.
they've got that one.
Yeah. But I think there's other ways to win, right?
Queen B5, Queen A8.
Yeah, there's all these sort of nasty ones.
Really dramatic game. I think Fernandez has had the two most dramatic games of the last two rounds. So, one thing he's played, even when he's losing, he's having exciting games.
It's the first amount of time that Stephen Jones has invested.
Also, sorry to interrupt you, Don, but it's also worth mentioning that Fernandez has not had a single draw yet. I think if he loses this game, he's had 3 losses and 6 wins, which is really kind of impressive in the British Championship, right?
He'll end up losing racing points if he loses this game.
Wow. But you lose a lot for losing to 2170s, so he's basically dropped 8 points or something, 9 points. It's quite a big drop for one game. What's happening in the Mark Adams game?
Probably not a huge amount. He's just played Queen F4 and King G2, improving his position a little bit.
Yeah, I think. Well, I don't know.
For...
Be quite funny if I think Willow might offer a draw if Fernandez. If Fernandez loses, and then it'd be quite funny if Adams goes, nah.
Well, it's got a big
I want the rating.
Rook C7 followed by doubling rooks on the 7th is a massive threat.
4 minutes left there.
4 minutes for black.
Willow's only got 4 minutes left. Yeah, I mean, if Adams plays on, I think he's very likely to win.
So maybe Rook D7 is the only one?
Rook D7. Looks decent. Maybe then Queen F5 or...
I think Fernandez's problem was he had dinner with me quite late in the tournament. Ever since then he's collapsed, so I've managed to jinx him.
And then we go back, I guess.
Queen F4 draw.
Yeah, it's not the done thing for the weaker player to offer the draw, I agree, yeah.
He's given the check.
I think with so little time left, I think Adams might well play on, regardless of the Fernandez. It'd be very strange to be clearly better against a weaker player in Willow, and then to offer a draw when you're way up on the clock and the guy's possibly about to lose on time.
So we'll see king takes a6, I imagine.
Queen b8, I think he'll resign after queen b8.
Unless he checks madly on c8 and just starts flapping.
I mean, even after king a6, even rook e8 must be winning, right? Somehow. But I suppose you can go back to b5. Is that the idea? I mean, it's kind of a sad position to play anyway. Rating system is a bit skewed, asked Keith. Yeah, I mean, we have discussed this a lot, the whole idea of deflation. It's very hard when you play English tournaments now not to lose rating, because there's so many underrated juniors playing. And they're often playing off 1900 or 2000 FIDE when their ECF ratings are considerably higher. My personal opinion is you should have a universal rating system, and so that all these league games, sort of internal games in England, are FIDE rated. Therefore, people's ratings would, that's one thing that FIDE should fix. Anyway, he's taken on a6. So,
and Jones hasn't played queen b8. He's played the second best move, which is still winning, which is bishop e3. And you're going to start checking. Well, obviously you're threatening that, so you'd think king b5 is...
Well, you've got to go back to c4, right? But your whole position is just collapsing.
Some dance like this. Back again. He's found himself back home, at least.
Yeah, it's kind of sad.
He's got to go king b5, hasn't he? It's no other move.
It's kind of sad. Yeah. I mean, I would probably resign here, but if it was any other tournament, he probably would resign already. But
this
just
has happened.
British Championships, he's in contention to win. But yeah, a bad game from Fernandez. I don't think I think he'll try and forget this game.
Impressive by Jones.
It's impressive by Jones, though. Very impressive win.
Played queen a6 as well.
Very good move. And now you can resign because the wins are too obvious now. It's like
you can
b5,
have that, you can
queen
have that
a4.
rook on d1 for free as well along the way.
Queen a3 now.
Well, you can have that pawn as well, I suppose.
Might as well just take the pawn, yeah. Or rook c2 is also winning, but then you go king b3. I think queen a3 he might well resign actually, because it's just looking too bad. But Fernandez is the kind of guy who will play on. He's gone king c4, so obviously black could force perpetual here with queen check, but I don't think that's very likely.
What's the difference, Danny? Why is this now just such a forced mate without the a pawn?
Well, because you can go back, and then when you go to c3, you've got rook c2, king b3, queen a2 mate.
Okay.
So king b3. Queen a2. Yeah, fantastic result by Jones. He's really had a fantastic tournament. Fair play. He's finished outright second at British, which is an incredible performance for a 2100 player. It just shows what is possible in chess.
And do you think he's going to come in here and go, "I told you, Danny"?
Yeah,
I told you.
I'm gonna hide my face. I'm gonna hide in the corner. I'm gonna hide there
very quickly down those stairs if I were.
How dare you mock me, Gormally?
Is he going to allow mate? He has allowed mate.
Wow, nice.
So massive congratulations to Stephen Jones on his IM norm.
Well played, Jones. Unlucky Fernandez. I think Fernandez will be back.
Now the question is, are we going to see a draw offer on the top board or not?
I don't think so. I think he'll play on because I think he will think that...
Jane Willows played rook e8. No, that's not. This isn't quite the position. Sorry. So it's this position, and Jane Willow's got rook e8.
Yeah, I think this will be a draw now. There's not much going on anyway. And I think this was Adam's policy all along, was just to go for this simple position where he's controlling the game. And therefore, But he is well up on the clock actually, and he's still got a tiny edge. So you know, but he's in a comfortable situation where he can probably take a draw, or he can carry on with minimal risk as well. But I would expect that he will wrap the tournament up with a draw, which is the professional approach. A nice situation to be in. You're going to win £5,000 and be British champion. Second place will go to Stephen Jones at £6,500.
£2,500 is that?
Very nice performance by Jones, yeah.
Or was it 2,000?
I feel a bit jealous. Yeah, 2.5. It's either two. I think it's 2,500. Yeah.
This will be Mickey's 8th title.
8th title. Yeah.
8th title. Yeah, won't be the last, I don't think. But I do think Fernandez will come back and win the British at some point. He's made a real huge impression this year. So you know, it'd be disappointing for him to finish. But if you look at, you know, objectively look at the overall performance, it's been a very impressive performance. So just unfortunate what happened to him in the last 2 rounds. He will use that, I think, Adam. He will use that in a positive way. He's got H4. He's not even offered a draw.
Well, he might offer a draw now.
He may have offered a draw when he played H4, you think, yeah.
Is there any delay? It's like 15 minutes delay.
No, there's no delay.
Well, it certainly would be taken, but he's well up on the clock, Adam. I think he could carry on.
Yeah.
It'd be a strange decision to offer draws so way up on the clock. You know, with Willow so short a time and having to make accurate moves to stay on the board. It feels like he should carry on. Stephen murdered me and beat Heb last month. He's definitely not 2100 anymore, says Nizahi. Yeah, certainly looks like he's improved. He's suddenly shot up. I wonder what... It'd be interesting to see if there'll probably be some kind of interview with him after this, or some kind of podcast. Interesting to see what he attributes his recent improvement to. Some kind of improvement in his.
The game continues.
The game continues. Yeah, no draw offer. No draw, says Jonah Willow. A4, no draw. I don't think Adams has offered a draw here.
Okay, so Katerina Toma lost that game a little bit low down. So we'll take a look at how the ladies' championship is looking. So that gives... Oh, she lost to Jude Shearsby. Okay, let's just see that. Jude will be pleased with that result for sure.
Somebody said chess money is too low. They work 24/7 and earn 5,000 if they get first. 5,000 is a decent prize though for like 10 days work, 9 days work. But obviously the problem is that a lot of the chess professionals aren't making that much. So you clearly need to be at that kind of Adams level, 2,700. The Jones has won a decent wedge here, but a lot of the other players are coming away with very little profit. So you either need to get to 2,700 or you need to just get very good results. Yeah, that's what Passport has said. This was very good commentary. British chess needed a reboot. Thank you, Super Mario.
Ah, is this Mr. Jones
here he is.
entering the commentary room?
Yeah,
Excellent.
here he comes.
Danny, run.
I'm running now. Congratulations.
Would you like to join us on the stream?
I'd love to.
Yeah, just give us a moment to get set up, and then we'll be back with Stephen Jones, who's just entered the commentary room.
I've been
hopefully you can hear us.
Yeah.
We're back with Stephen Jones, who you've had a great tournament. Congratulations, and what a final round game to have as well. To I'm sure, no offence, but I'm sure you probably weren't expecting to be board 2 of the British in the last round.
No, I backed myself, but it punched above my expectations just a little bit. It was, and then this game also exceeded my expectations a little bit.
This game, I believe, is this win has given you an IM.
My first, yeah.
The first
so
one. That's excellent.
Really happy about that.
Yeah, absolutely. And also by not, you can't. Yeah, you can still make a playoff if Jonah Willow wins.
Yes, yeah. And it's just a 2-person playoff, right? Because
is it just a 2-person?
Is it just
first?
for 2, or does Jonah join us as? Is Jonah not half a point behind Michael?
No, so Jonah will also.
Would Jonah be a 3-person playoff?
Yeah,
I'll take it if it happens. I mean, I think the game's looking like it's going to be hard for Jonah to generate winning chances, right?
Completely agree.
But you know what? I'll take second if it comes to it.
Absolutely.
I'll settle.
So you played board 1 in the first round.
Yeah, clawed my way all the way back up eventually.
Board 2 in the final round. What a lovely tournament for you. Anyway, maybe you'd just like to take us through the game. Just
yeah, I'd love to.
Show us sort of what you thought were the key moments.
I mean, the first move was a surprise. I wasn't expecting E4 from Daniel whatsoever. So, and then this B3 thing. I've had this in one game in a British in I think 2012. So, I mean, I'm really on my own very early. I played this setup then.
Stephen, I think you played H4 after C5 in a recent game. Or B2. You told me you played H4.
Well, Daniel did?
Yeah.
Jeez, that would have also put me very much on my own resources pretty early. But Daniel's repertoire's fantastic. He plays all the first 4 moves.
One against David Howell in a British one, yeah.
So,
E4, A5.
I wasn't expecting to get what I expected, if that made sense in a way. It's on his territory, but I know that this system is supposed to be pretty okay for black. G3 is totally novel to me. I've seen Bishop C4 and I've seen Bishop B5 there, and there's some games where I play D6 and I can sack a pawn with an early knight F4, so this was completely on my own now.
Right. But it looked like you got a nice position, like and then E5.
Yeah, I felt like I had to play for this sort of way. I was wondering if there was some sort of concept of playing it with like E6, Bishop E7, he takes on G7 and Rook G8 and Knight F4, but I couldn't make it work. And also, I felt that if White just played normally and plays Knight F3 and D4, he should be doing pretty well, pretty naturally. Maybe he can grab a pawn, maybe you can just play it sensibly. I didn't really understand what I was doing with my pieces, so it felt like I kind of had to go for E5 to justify my position.
And then Knight A3 looks like a
well
sensible
expected.
move.
Bishop E6 is an only move, don't fall for Bishop takes D5 and Knight C7.
Right,
if you
so
play
just to point that out, let's play something bad.
Bishop
Bishop
E7.
E7, Knight B5, Queen somewhere, Bishop takes D5.
Don't let that happen in the last round.
No, don't let that happen. That would not be good.
So yeah, Bishop E6 is forced.
And then Knight C4, Queen 7. I bet you were surprised. Were you surprised by Queen H5?
Yes, I was expecting Queen E2.
Okay.
And I kind of felt that the pawn was going to be okay because of Knight B4 motifs. I was going to play F6. And I mean, I was looking for stuff with early F4s, but again, similar to the game, I always have this Knight B4 to keep White honest from just going too nuts, I think. But I was very much... I
could play just D3 then if you play Knight B4, no?
Yeah, but then I get Knight D4.
Oh, right, so you're going to do it that way?
I felt that there might be something here, because this knight gets overworked to the C2 square.
What, so you're going to base it on B5 again?
Yeah, similar to the game.
It's not one, maybe not
no. But here I can play Bishop C4, and it's much safer, I felt. But I mean, I'm very much coming up with it on...
I think it probably just doesn't like it because of Knight F3?
And Bishop D6
and then Knight takes D4?
Yeah, that would be strong. I'm very much trying... It's one of those... I don't think I've made a mistake yet, so I shouldn't be losing.
Yeah.
So I kind of trust that the problems will have solutions, because I shouldn't be lost out of the opening.
Yeah, that's a sensible approach.
But yeah, Queen H5.
And you play G6 in this position. Now, I imagine you must have considered Knight B4
I did. I kind of...
Why didn't you play it?
It's a good question. I kind of felt G6 worked out in all lines. So Knight B4 I kind of just rejected on principle, to be perfectly honest.
Okay.
Which is a bit of a crazy thing to do early, but...
Did you think that White might
castle,
Just
and I mean,
give it away.
yeah, that was kind of a presumption. But if knight b4 is strong, I should really have considered it. I just kind of felt that I could get away with g6, and I'm still kind of, I guess, in the mode of trying to get out the opening.
Yeah, okay. I mean, it does put your bishop on a nice square on g6.
Well, I guess I think what Daniel had maybe, I saw a few just tactics, so things to be happy with, like g6, bishop e5. I can just take the queen because my queen's not actually loose on c7. Just a little thing.
Take, up and take back.
Yeah, always just little touch tactics to be careful of. So queen e2, bishop g7, f4, I kind of assumed was coming, because if you don't play f4, I've kind of solved all my opening problems, right? Like I castle and I just have good pieces.
Yeah.
And I just had this line in mind, and it seemed to work.
Yeah, knight d4, that's a very powerful move.
It's got to be. This is the only way to keep my position afloat, but it seems to work strong. I don't know if Daniel really felt I was going to be playing e-takes here, maybe? Because that was, from afar, something I was considering. Because e-takes looks more natural, I guess.
C-takes is a really good move.
But yeah, I mean, e-takes bishop b7 is already even on.
Oh, okay, yeah. Bishop takes b7, you can't take that because of knight d6 check.
It might not be good, but it's another I don't know if Daniel had pinned his hopes on this when he played queen h5.
Maybe you can play a little bit like the
it might still be just good for black, but c-takes just seemed to give me everything, I think. You know, the e-file's still going to open, so my dark square bishop's going to be good. And White's traded off the dark square bishop, he has to justify this position, or he's got some real issues. And I didn't really find any solutions here for White.
So after a3, you went for d3.
Yeah, just a positional pawn.
Did you consider knight takes c2?
I did! I really did. So knight takes c2, king takes c2, b5, bishop takes rook, pawn takes knight. And I think it works in every line apart from king b1, right? So I rejected on king b1 because I was trying to make this work.
Right. Maybe d3.
Maybe, but queen e4, and again I couldn't find a way to jam the e-pawn forwards, opening up the bishop. King b1 was the reason I rejected this line. Every other move looked good for black.
What's the decisive move here? Not sure.
Maybe I have
queen
some like.
b6 or...
I mean, I even looked for queen b8 here, but bishop c6, bishop a4 ruins my fun.
Yeah. That's not immediately obvious, is it?
This is, from a distance, this is why I rejected the line. But I did look at knight c2, because if it worked...
I mean, what you did was incredibly sensible.
It felt like the...
You played d3 and knight c6.
It's essentially not a pawn, right? Like,
yeah.
The double d pawns are so bad that even if it all goes wrong and I lose control... So yeah, knight f3 was a slight surprise. I felt White would play king b1 in that position, actually. Right. It's not pleasant. In fact,
just allow knight d4.
Yeah, I felt, and then queen e4, and I thought, try and do something here. It's not pleasant, but it looked at least. I didn't see anything completely decisive for black. Whereas in the game, I think I probably had an improvement on Castle's king side, but it felt like it was going really well.
Take the rook.
Yep.
So take the knight.
Yeah, I can probably do better than castles here, though. I think maybe just.
This was actually a very important moment.
I think
you
this
should have taken on c4.
Oh yeah, I probably should.
This is actually your advantage in this position. If you take on c4, something
massive
like 6.
Yeah.
And if you don't take on c4, it's something like 2.
Okay.
And it's the only move actually to kind of justify.
I kind of realised.
So the
point
is takes, and then you just castle.
Okay. Very strong. I think this was the first move that I kind of realised what I was potentially trying to do in this game, which was come second in the British Championships, and I castled maybe a touch quickly, I think.
Getting nervous?
This is the moment the nerves started properly kicking, and I was okay until now. And this is the first... maybe first, yeah. That's out my hands, though. We just let it happen if it happens. I think this is I did play this move pretty quickly, I think, and I regretted it.
Right. And the game is back on?
The game is a little back on. I kind of fundamentally trust the black position and don't believe in the white position, but that does me no good if those pawns get too big.
Yeah, completely. This rook b8's a good move, and Daniel has to now probably do something other than d5.
Yeah, I thought king b2 was probably objectively the best move here.
Yeah. And then maybe you can take on c4, can't you?
Oh yeah, so not... Sorry, in this position I thought queen e3. That was a move.
Queen e3.
Yeah, I felt shutting down the H6 C1 diagonal. Oh, you can see the evaluation bar is crazy. It's so hard to play white objectively.
Maybe you can still take on c4.
Maybe.
Take. King d2, and then something snazzy like bishop h6.
I looked for this. I didn't find it.
Oh, bishop h6 doesn't work. Well, okay, so rook.
Yeah, so I looked for this kind of thing, and I was going to put all my energy into it if he played queen e3.
Rook
b2. But I looked for rook b2, king e1, bishop h6 as well, but didn't see anything decisive after queen d3.
Okay. So.
And again, there might be some very precise line that's just... I mean, you could argue the rook on h1 is significantly the worst piece on the board, but it feels hard to have the confidence to play it like that. You know, maybe bishop h6, queen d3, queen a2, but...
Then bishop h6, somebody's saying, yeah, sure.
Yeah, so then queen d3, and then just some really cool calm move here, or... Which I'm not going to find in my calculations when I'm taking on c4.
No. Queen d5, possibly.
Oh, yeah.
Can he still castle?
No, his king. He already has.
Oh, he already has castled. Okay, yeah, that'd be funny. If he tried to castle again.
Yeah.
And you didn't know.
I did that once when I castled when I'd already moved my king.
Deliberately.
Did you get touch moved on it?
I'd forgotten about it. And then I tried to make another move, and the arbiter said, no, you've got to move the king.
Yeah, that's how they get you.
Amazingly, I still drew the game.
So maybe there's some very precise move at the end there, but I wasn't conclusive about it.
Yeah.
I thought king b2 would be
calculating quite.
I was thereabouts, but some of these lines are mad.
Yeah.
Catching kings is always so hard.
Sure. So bishop f5. Okay.
Yeah, and there's a really critical point here that you can't play d6 because of rook b3.
d6, rook b3. So show that. So I can't take your queen because of bishop h6 check.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Blocking off the escape square. And checkmate.
Yeah. That's one of my sort of key lines.
And Stephen, can I just ask, why are you only 21-7-7?
I think it's the top end skills have always been there, but it's how bad my moves are going to be. And actually, I don't think I played that well rounds 2 to 4 in this event. I had some wins, but in very murky positions. There's always a little bit of positive variation in this kind of event, but I think so. Really nerdy thing to do. After my bad loss in round 4, I went away and made a spreadsheet to make myself feel better about all the miscalculations I'd made, and I recognised I'd made 21 miscalculations.
That's very interesting.
Do you
often do that?
No, it was a totally novel approach. So I made
a
spreadsheet. I was just
full stop, let alone one about how many bad moves I played in the chess game.
It wasn't bad moves. It was just I didn't see moves. Just in my and I made 21 miscalculations in my first 4 games. And the really alarming thing was 12 of them were literally my opponent's next move after I'd made my move.
So you think it's more down the cash?
So it's the thing is, I was not making many calculation errors once the line got into it. Yeah. It's literally, I think it's a little bit too much thinking about my own moves. I wasn't missing any tactical opportunities for myself, but it's one of those, I'm just letting things slip through. And when I stop letting things slip through, the higher end qualities are actually there, I think, to do lots of damage. But you can't give away cheap mistakes at this level. And in the second half of the tournament, I've really resolved to tighten that up. And I think then it gives me the platform to show what I can do. And for me, it's that I blunder too much. That's why I've not made big strides in my chess to this point.
Oh, well, Danny, somebody on the chat, Nizahi, is saying not enough falsifying.
Yes, yeah.
Have you come across this? Have you falsifying? If not, just go back and watch like any round.
It's
and
not
Danny will have talked about it for about 25 minutes.
It's not a specific word, but I do know when I'm calculating well, I'm looking to reject my initial impression of a position, and when I'm calculating badly, I'm looking to affirm that my original idea was always the correct one. So it's small things. It's just about getting that process consistent and clean. And if I can, I'm hoping that this event's one I can kind of build on and take away what's done well.
But do you feel that you've done a bit more work recently, and maybe that's
for certain.
led to some improvement?
Oh, for sure. I mean, I like to. My openings have never been a problem. I generally, and that's been a big success this tournament as well. When we talk about good luck, I think I probably won the opening battle in 7 of the games I've had, and it makes a big difference. But I really just think tightening up silly mistakes is the number one thing that's been better this event.
But you're not a full-time chess professional, are you?
No, I have a human job.
What's your human job?
I'm a project manager for a company called Uptake Strategies. Huge shout out to Uptake, who work with pharmaceutical companies to bring.
Where's that based?
Ascot. I've been there.
Oh, right, in Berkshire.
Yeah, I've been there since October. And to be honest as well, 12 months ago, I don't know if this is known, I came last in the British last year. I came actually last.
Wow, that's amazing. Well, that's not amazing, but that's an amazing story.
No, and I lost my job about a month before the British. And there is something to be said for, I really like my job now, life is good, good life, good chess does definitely translate as well.
Yeah, sure. That's what we were saying earlier. Like, often your best chess is played when you're in a good place, just in general.
Nice stable base to build from does the world a good.
All right, let's see how this game continued and got wrapped up in some respects, because around here you were
G4 just goes, unfortunately, doesn't it? Rook E8's an abs, and I think
really nice
Daniel
move.
looked really unhappy on this move. Unfortunately, I think it kind of gives away everything White was even hoping to swindle with at this point.
Yeah, the queen has to stay away from F3 because of queen takes C4, of course.
Yeah.
So queen F1, bishop takes G4, plenty of moves there, but yeah, that was a good one. C5, bishop F4 check looked like a good move. And here, are you still nervous?
Less than before, because now I feel like now that the E pawn's gone, the pawns, don't get me wrong, they look really frightening. But you kind of, when you think about it properly and get rid of the irrational force, you kind of realise I've got control of all the squares they're trying to go to. This rook on H1's useless. There's less blunder potential, I guess.
This next move is very nice. It's the top engine move.
Is it?
Yeah,
okay.
A6.
This was one of those more on intuition than calculation moves, of it just felt right. To be honest. I mean, I guess bishop F5 from that position immediately is strong too, but not decisive. And you kind of just, but again, White's pieces are bad enough that you can go, well, what's White going to do? He can't play D6 because bishop D7. So C6 is kind of like an only move.
Sorry, can you was your intention here to put your queen on B5 in this line? Let's say.
Oh,
was it to
to sack and then have queen B5 as a guard sort of thing?
And then I thought bishop E5, but I didn't know if that was just absolute.
I hadn't looked at H3 to be honest. I've got
H3 obviously encouraged you to do something.
I was looking for this queen B5 thing, but I was also just thinking, I can play bishop F5 again, right? And bishop C2 is immensely strong.
Yeah.
The nice thing about my position, I guess, is it's got a lot of latitude. I don't have many only moves I have to find. I can just, everything should retain the winning advantage, and which makes the world of difference.
So bishop F5, queen
king
A5.
I felt rook C1's the best move there, but I mean, I just take the rook and take D5.
Rook C1 was the only move in this position.
but it's tantamount to resigning.
And then after queen here, king takes.
Now it's just a sequence, yeah.
It's just a sequence. It's not quite the best sequence.
Is it not? Well, I wondered if like a rook move was good, but then
this is the best move.
Is it?
Yeah, it's not an easy move to find, I guess, but it just stops the king running.
It makes sense. It makes a lot of sense.
Then you're going, I think bishop C7,
is
and
coming.
then bishop C8.
Very pretty. Yeah. It's one of those. You see the line, you calculate it wins. You don't try and find the better, cleaner win.
Bishop E3 is the second strongest move. And
it was my original concept. So, and then this is all happening, isn't it? This is just
king here, check.
Yeah, queen A6 was the only hard move to find because for some reason it's easy to want to play rook C2 in that position for some reason, but once you find queen A6.
And then it's nice that he allowed you to checkmate him.
It was nice. Obviously king B3, bishop C2 is devastating instead of king C3. And
king C3, rook C2 and queen A2.
Yeah. It's one of my better ones. It's definitely one of my better ones.
Well, massive congratulations. Thank you for showing it. Thank you for congratulations on making a norm what looks like now second place. Apparently Mickey is winning.
Yeah. Oh, is he?
On the top board. Let's just have a look at that one. He's played it.
Right on cue. Yeah.
So it's crushing because after queen B7 you play queen C6, right?
I just saw
that wins.
D6 was crushing.
That does look pretty convincing.
Yeah, it's very
wins a pawn.
Yeah, and it's not even when you lose a pawn, you still get tied to the other weakness. Yeah, that's gonna go. Well, my chances of winning the tournament might be slim, but I've still had a good time. And thank you for having me.
No problem at all. Thank you. Congratulations.
Oh, my pleasure.
Okay, we're just going on a very short break and then we'll get Danny back. Okay, so we're back. Thank you to Stephen for showing us that game. And as I say again, repeat congratulations on an amazing result. This is the game Adams versus Willow on board 1, and we were discussing whether or not there might be a draw off at some point, but it now looks like Adams is in control of the game. His last move was very strong. He just played his queen from, just go back one move, his queen from d7 to d6, and the point of the move there is that if I try and guard my pawn with the only move which also keeps touch with this pawn, which is queen b7, and white has this clever move queen c6 now, which he could have also maybe played last move, but you see it's not quite as strong here because of queen d8. So so very nice little kind of
it's like what I was saying earlier about when you have an advantage, actually it's amplified in simple positions, and you know, Adams is very good at demonstrating this, as he's shown in this game, because effectively white has complete control of the position. So a very nice technical game by Adams, but I kind of was predicting this earlier that people were saying he would definitely offer a draw. I wasn't certain because I felt that you're up on time against a player who is a much weaker player, and you've got a better position with no risk of losing. Feels a bit odd to offer a draw, yeah? I think he wants to win it in style. He doesn't want to just limp over the line. He wants to win the tournament in style, so fair play. Hasn't offered a draw. That shows a ballsy attitude, to be honest. A lot of people could learn. A lot of people taking quick draws in the last round when they're not even in contention could learn from that kind of attitude. That, you know, so yeah, it's looking like it's going to be Adams first, Jones second. It's interesting that Fernandez and Adams were tied for the lead, and now it looks like Adams is going to be like a point and a half clear of Fernandez by the end of the tournament. So tied for the lead with 2 rounds to spare, 2 rounds to go, and it looks like Adams has just pulled away. Devastating finish.
This looks like he'll get to 7.5. Game Andy Ledger versus Nick Pert.
He didn't find that bishop a2 move, which surprised, very surprising.
Oh, okay.
Turn of events, by the way.
Let's have a little look back then. Whereabouts was that? It was about, must have been around, no?
It's not been a good tournament from Nick, to be totally honest.
Queen b4, take, knight c5.
I've seen him play a lot better.
he
Yeah, he didn't find bishop a2 was crushing, apparently. And but he didn't find bishop a2, and now all of a sudden, yeah, white has enough to hold. Still slightly worse for white. But rook and pawn endgames are notoriously drawish, and he's very, you know, he's a good calculator. He's found a good move, g4.
Yeah, that looks like a good move. Point being, just to give his king some
space.
Yeah. Come back into the
so you don't have to worry later after d3. The king is fairly safe on g4, so you can just hide the rook behind the pawn, and black is struggling to come up with any kind of effective winning plan there. But interesting chatting to James that he's a bit of a spreadsheets guy, so maybe that's something I'm lacking, and I need to, I need to start on the spreadsheets.
Start on the spreadsheets, yeah.
I mean, I have done word files occasionally when I'm getting fed up with my results, and I think it's actually a good idea to write down stuff and say, look, this is how I can improve. He hasn't, he has done that, and it's obviously worked for him. he's clearly identified some like areas of improvement.
Are you guys relieved you won't have to commentate on a playoff?
Yes. I'm just
must
relieved
say
I won't have to commentate full stop after this.
I must say I'm pretty tired.
Yeah, you've done a good job, Adam. Yeah, I did think they could. I think with 2 rounds to spare, I think 2 rounds to go, I thought there was a very good chance for playoff. But the pivotal game really was yesterday against Harry Grieve. I think I was said at the time that was a very key game. Fernandez, Grieve. I didn't really think he'd lose today. I really thought he'd win, but there was always a chance that, there's always a chance. He's a stronger player than Stephen Jones, obviously, but Stephen Jones had a great tournament. In a one-off game, anything is possible. I feel like Fernandez, to get to the next level, he's got to cut out these bad games. It was kind of a bit of a ropey game, but having said that, Jones made him look bad. He played the Obi very well. Queen H5 was dubious, but he exploited the mistake very well. So well played to Jones.
And Nick is not unbeaten. He lost to Mickey Adams.
I think he lost at least one game actually.
I think
maybe he only lost the one game. Yeah.
This is another game still going. Matthew Wadsworth versus James Jackson. Both players can get to 6 points.
So who did Jones play? Just out of interest, because he said he lost a game, but it wasn't clear that who he lost to. If we can check his result, because I'm pretty sure now the only unbeaten player.
He lost to Ankush Khandelwal in round 4.
Ah, right, okay.
He's not having. I don't think had his best.
And so he started off. He lost to
Jackson.
Adams, so obviously the winner. He beat Fia Cowrie, beat Abigail. He beat Oscar Pollard. That's a good result, and obviously beat Eggy. That was a key game where Eggy blundered a piece. And then he had a nice win yesterday against Taran. And an even better win today, so he's really finished in style. So it looks like, as far as I can see, unless I'm missing something, Adams is the only unbeaten player.
Yeah. Would you put yourself forward for next year's commentary? Don't know.
I'm not sure anymore. I think I might get out of chess full stop.
Well, what I would say is hopefully you've enjoyed the commentary, if you have liked it, maybe
I'll get into spreadsheets.
Let us know. Maybe get into
professional spreadsheets person. Yeah, hopefully you've enjoyed it. I've enjoyed doing it with Adam. Adam's done a lot of the donkey work. I've tried to
i.e. the chess.
The chess. I've tried not to talk over him too much. But I tend to have a lack of patience, shall we say. So commentary has been massively enjoyable. Thank you for saying that. Now that Danny has learned the false, I learned the false 5 before. I'm just too lazy to carry it out.
Richard Pert is unbeaten apparently.
Richard Pert's unbeaten.
And Yi Chen Han.
Wow.
So not just Adams.
So Richard, he had a good tournament then actually. Did Richard gain or lose points?
No, he would have lost points, I'm sure.
Wow, so actually he didn't have a good tournament. It's amazing that he could be unbeaten and still lose points.
Lost 12 points.
Yeah, I think that's another example where he's probably playing a lot of these underrated players. I know in the first few rounds he said that he kept following Mark's results. He kept playing people that Mark Hebden would play and drawing with them as well. Maybe next year we would all be playing at the British. Or maybe there won't be a British next year.
I'm sure there'll be a British.
There'll be a British next year.
Back to the Adams game. He took that pawn on b6 off, and Jonas played queen e8, hoping to get some checks going off, starting with queen e4 check. That is only one check, isn't it, though, because the king can just sit on h2.
Right. Can you not go to f3 then? Oh, you can cover it with queen f4, which is quite.
So he's played queen c7, which gives away the b5 pawn. He's going to swap that one for the f7 pawn.
So he's not worried about queen e4 and then takes on d4 because he will take on f7.
Yeah, so if I started to check you now and do this, then I guess you can just go queen to c2 check and then just push your pawn, I would think. Just give away the h5 pawn. It doesn't.
Charlie the Chess Cat says, Danny, remember you said in round 1 that you would play the British? Yeah, I'm sure I'll play it in the future, Charlie. Yeah, I mean, a lot of...
the commentary's been so fun.
the commentary has been a lot of fun, right? But I enjoy playing, I enjoy competing. But yeah, a lot of my chess memories associated with the British Chess Championships. Very impressive that Jones, an amateur player who is effectively, quite a low-rated player as well, was able to play so well. Be interested to see how he, whether he kicks on from there and actually starts, because he said he had a lot of high-end skills. There's a lot of American terminology there, I feel, with Jones.
Thank you to GingerGM for hosting the channel as well. Absolutely, thank you very much, both to Simon and to Kay for their efforts.
Claridge Hansen was also unbeaten, apparently, as well.
Hansen as well. Wow.
So my call about Adams being the only unbeaten player was typically well researched by me, right? Almost like another off-the-cuff comment, had no logical knowledge behind it whatsoever.
I would expect to see queen takes b5, queen takes f7, because otherwise, this pawn is just going to go forward. So,
did you have anything other than queen c7, Adam?
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised by that.
What else could he play? Queen c5?
Queen c5, maybe.
And then if you go queen e4?
It's the same, is it? Or
can't you go to f3 or e2?
Yeah, but it's the same. It's the same. I'll just check you here.
Oh, and if I go to e2? What difference does it make?
Go to e2, okay.
I suppose.
That's true. That's true, it's a good move. I mean,
you could take
on
d5,
d5 and go queen g2 and lose my d pawn.
But then I'm not even
a pawn. It's not so
up, right?
convincing, is it? All right, so let's see. So queen c7. I mean, we're expecting queen takes b5, queen takes f7, and is this just absolutely hopeless?
No, it's still a lot of play, but it's an element of safety here as well from Adams. He can't possibly lose this position. He just wants a position where he can grind away, but I think he's trying to win, of course. He could have offered a draw at any moment earlier in the game, and he hasn't offered a draw, which is a brave attitude.
Yeah.
We can all learn from that. Somebody said 2,400 GMs get conditions. Yeah, why don't you try being a chess professional? So I was about to say something rude there. I have to stop myself. These troll comments I'm responding to. Yeah, they do actually. We do not in all tournaments. It has to be said. It's becoming harder and harder to get conditions as well, because I feel like financially it's difficult to. But yeah, generally GMs in the British do get conditions of any rating.
I just made some random moves there on the board, but that looked like a possible sequence where white just centralizes the queen for the moment. Everything is under control, and I would imagine eventually he's probably thinking about pushing his g pawn, not backwards, but definitely forwards.
Another weird comment by Cat Red, who we believe is Alan Llewellyn, and he said, "I've tried to be a chess professional. I came second in the minor once." Right.
Sarcasm, okay. Danny.
Sarcasm, sorry. And yeah, going back to the comment, yeah, I mean, there is an argument you could say don't have conditions, just put it all into the prize fund, but some tournaments do have that. I know Brandon Clark, for example, was not particularly happy about the fact that he could have played in the British Chess Championships and not had any conditions. He wasn't offered any conditions to play, even though he would have been about the fourth seed, about 24.86. Harry Grieve probably was offered conditions, I would guess, as a defending champion.
Should have asked him.
Should have asked him. I'd be surprised if he played for nothing. He should be offered something as a defending champion. But yeah, you could make an argument, why even have conditions at all? Someone like Adams generally doesn't need conditions, because he comes in and he wins the tournament anyway, gets prize money, makes profit. But he would have been offered a fee as well. Yeah, I was surprised to see Brandon Major open as well. He should have played in the tournament, main tournament, I think. No disrespect to Jones, but if you see Jones finishing second, he's obviously had a great tournament, but you feel like there's people like Brandon should really have been playing in the main tournament. But I feel like, to be honest with you, I feel like the second best player, even though Jones finished second, I do feel like the second best player was Fernandez, because he was really the guy who was really giving Adams a lot to think about for most of the tournament, up until round 8, and it was just a little bit of a collapse at the end. These things happen. I've done similar things myself. But I would be very surprised if at some point in his career Fernandez did not win the British Chess Championship. I think he should keep trying.
Well, there's no more action in this game, so I suspect this is a sensible time for us to go on a break. I certainly have been staring at the screen for a long time.
Yeah,
so
we'll probably wrap this up fairly quickly anyway, won't we?
Well, it'd be nice to get Mickey on the stream if possible.
Okay.
If the game does finish sometime soon, that would be
if he comes up here, yeah.
If he comes
Sure.
up. But anyway, yeah, we'll go on a short break and we'll join us again. I think it will probably be about 10 minutes because I need to get something to drink. So see you shortly. Okay, so we're back, and still looking at the game. We're still looking at the game, Adams versus Willow, and rather than take on b5, he's gone in for this instead, where he's played with the check on e4 and king h2. Now, that queen f3 looks like it loses straight away to queen c2 check.
Oh, right, yeah.
And then b6.
Yeah, good point. And then b6,
and then
just board is running,
just
yeah.
run. And so, I don't think that's going to happen. It's more likely here that black's going to take on d4.
Right.
And then I guess we just take on f7, I would think.
Yes, yes. Like, that's a good
unless
move.
there's a direct just b6 and there's no perpetual, which seems to possibly be.
Well, I mean, you could just wrap up the tournament, go b6, say, look, you know, push the pawn to b7, force black to take the draw, wrap up the tournament, go home. But obviously Adams would be thinking about, well, queen f7 is like a risk-free punt anyway, because you've still got the d pawn, yes, but white can always bail out with perpetual at any moment.
Yeah, this looks like not the way for white to go.
No, he should take on f7. That's what I would expect. And then probably you're very close to winning anyway, but you always have this opportunity to make a draw. Like black was to go queen e4, you immediately go queen g6,
yeah,
and force the win.
Yeah, any queen move to exchange off there.
So there's a risk-free punt for white. So there's no way he would give Jonah like an easy draw here. I think Adams has said before he wants to win his style. You know, he's a better player than Jonah. He's a better player than anyone else in this tournament. You know, why should he be giving people easy draws with white? He's probably also got that slightly painful memory of, you know, drawing that game with Jonah in the English Championships. So, yeah, he wants to make him suffer a little bit, make him work, show him who the daddy is in English chess, who the top dog is. Yeah, it's interesting with Jones. Do you think Jones's result was a bit of a one-off, or do you think that it's going to lead to? Got a feeling it might be a little bit of a one-off, but is there any other comparable result in recent memory where someone with such a low rating has finished so high up in the British Championships? I must admit, I can't remember an example.
I can't think of one off the top of my head. I mean, I suppose Harry Greavy last year wasn't. I don't quite.
2300 at the time.
Was
it?
It
2390, and he won
so
the tournament.
I mean, that's quite.
But it's still quite a lot higher than 2100, right?
Yes, of course, of course.
Yeah, so interesting. It's kind of inspirational that Jones is able to do that. Could he even go one better in future years and actually end up winning the tournament? But he did kind of allude to the fact that he was slightly lucky in some of the early games, and there was certainly a big element of luck in the Eggleston game, where Eggleston just allowed a very simple exchange, simple win of a piece. So, you know, to have a good tournament, you need that. You often need that bit of luck. I feel like Fernandez earlier in the tournament was actually winning on merit, and he didn't need that luck. But sadly, towards the end of the tournament, he kind of collapsed slightly. Edward Jackson needs a mention, considering his rating. Yeah, he's the player I played last year in the Northumberland Masters. He was 1700.
Wow.
And he beat Chernayev, who's a GM. So 1700 beating the GM.
And he today has made a draw on board. What board is he on? Board 15. So he's drawn today with another strong player in Adam Ashton. And looks like he's gaining, wow, almost 70 rating points. So.
But that's what I mean. These sort of players should be bumped up quicker, because, you know, probably on ECF is already much higher than.
Yeah, it's official.
Yes, but yeah, I think eventually these players will start to. Apparently, Nizahi says Machine really did not like Mickey Adams' last move.
Okay.
No, it's still doing very well. What was his last move? Apparently, it's now a draw.
Really? So that was so queen takes d4. It didn't like queen takes f7.
Wow. What else? Maybe it's just takes a while to catch up and realise actually the position's a draw anyway.
Possibly.
Queen f4. I mean, what other move have you got? Queen c2, queen f4. I mean, it's a risk-free punt. You know, from a practical point of view, it's a sensible decision. Oh, the interesting people have come back again.
It's an interesting way of... Are you off?
Are you still online?
We are.
Yeah, we're still online. Are you heading off?
How's the games, Danny?
Yeah, they're looking really interesting. Yeah, we're riveted.
What? Let me check out what's going on.
Mickey Adams is still trying to win.
What do you think?
Apparently his last move was a
Nah,
mistake,
apparently it's a
and
draw
it's now...
What, Queen takes f7 was a mistake?
It's caught up. It looks like it's caught up, Danny, and it wasn't a mistake.
Oh, it wasn't a mistake. Yeah, he's better than Stockfish.
He's better than Stockfish. Exactly.
Has it caught up? Queen b2. Sorry, what was happening? No, it does look drawish now. Yeah, but I don't think he really bothered anyway. He's going to win the tournament, right?
Can't you just take on d5?
Yeah, and then take on f2.
Queen g2.
And then queen g2.
Yeah, but then
And
queen
queen
c5, are you having trouble moving that pawn?
Queen c5.
What do you actually do?
You can play queen...
Queen b2?
But then I'd take an h5 and rain a few checks down on you. Yeah, I mean, maybe you might win that anyway, but...
Rain a few checks down, yeah.
But I think he'll just make a draw now.
Do you think so?
Yeah. Which is still a good result because he won the tournament. That's what he's here for.
Yeah, still quite nice.
All right. See you later. See you later.
Bye bye.
Is the prize game supposed to be at 3 o'clock?
I think around 3 to 3:30, yeah.
Well, I've not won a prize, so I don't really care.
We don't want to give you a prize for the best commentator.
Yeah.
You're funny.
Oh, sorry, Adam.
Adam, you're just
It's not very competitive. There's only 2 up for. Or any of the guests we had, they're probably better than. They'll probably end up winning it.
We've had more sensible suggestions from the audience, haven't we?
Yeah. Maybe Cap 78 Red will win the.
Thank you, Cap 78 Red. I think there's about 3 or 4 people here who've been watching it. What it feels like every round, every hour of every round.
That sounds like another song. Yeah, I mean, I feel like, who do you think the best online contributors are? Nizahi's obviously got to be out there. Top 5, my top 5 would be Nizahi, Passporn, Kevin Winter, and
What's
who
his
else?
stuff?
Charlie the
House
Chess
for?
Cat, obviously. Blair as well, Blair Chess.
Yeah.
That'd probably be my top 5. Yeah, Passporn says. Oh, Super Mario as well. COVID maybe return USA. Yeah, I mean, COVID is still there.
Oh, Lost Cooper has not been.
Oh, Lost
mentioned.
Cooper as well, of course. Yeah, a friend to the chat.
So interestingly, we've got this position in the game. So you did play Queen takes d5, and now Queen takes f2 check and King h3, not Queen g2. So if I was now to check you again, I guess you go up the board, do you?
Yeah, apparently it's saying Queen e2 is a good move. I think Queen e3 might be played actually, Adam, because that keeps the...
Queen e3.
But then if you try Queen c6, say... Let's say you went Queen c6, just trying to push the board. How would Black then try and make a draw? Oh, maybe Queen g5 and then you get... Yeah.
Sorry, what was the suggestion for White here?
So say, for example, you went Queen c6, trying to push the pawn, because how else are you going to push the pawn?
Yeah.
Then I go Queen g5.
Queen g5, okay.
And then, no, I can't go Queen g5 because of Queen g6. So I have to
Right,
play
go
something else.
Queen
Maybe
E5.
Queen e2. Maybe some kind of, yeah, so exactly. Some kind of move where I'm hitting the pawn. I'm kind of hoping that you play g4 and then suddenly you get this wide open white king. The problem is that the the white queen is going to struggle to block the checks because then I'm going to drop b5. So, yeah, looking very drawish now, I feel.
He's played King h8, which also looks...
Weird move.
Weird move, but looks like a good move.
But then he's asking White the question, you know, how do you make progress? Because
Yeah.
Can you go king g4 there by white? I mean, if the engine's saying, to be honest, looking at the engine
Queen e4, I
evaluation,
can go queen f1 and pick your pawn off.
no, king g4.
Oh, king g4.
If it's saying only plus 0.55, then it must be a draw, because normally in these endings, but of course, there's practical chances. I mean, Adams will carry on because there's no risk involved in trying to win the game.
I should also give a shout out to Bunny in the chat. Thank you for joining us, and also your contributions. There's also many now that we've missed out.
Yeah, Bunny, the Shepherd's Bushes we've forgotten about.
Yeah.
Mootbot, we should say Mootbot.
Thank you to Mootbot.
Yeah, Mootbot is like the best bot.
Block the people who've been rude. Lost Cooper, did I make the top 10? Yeah, well, definitely the top 10. There's so many though, people, so thank you. Okay, Adams has gone queen d8 check and king h7. Could we be seeing a repetition already, Danny, do you think?
Yeah, draw.
He's gone queen d3 check.
Oh, maybe he's going for the torture treatment. No, I think he's going to make a draw and just get talked over with. He's only have to wait 45 minutes for the prize giving. Somebody said the best moves by Willow since The Wicker Man. Yeah, that's a good film actually with Edward Woodward, The Wicker Man. Have you ever seen that film?
No, unsurprisingly no.
Unsurprisingly, you're not really a film buff, are you? We've established. I think that film was released in 1973. Starred Edward Woodward as a police officer. It's quite an interesting film. So
he was the Equalizer, wasn't he, Edward Woodward?
He was the Equalizer, exactly, in 1980s. A TV series, obviously was later made into film with Denzel Washington. But in the original Wicker Man, he's a police officer. It's based in Scotland. It's lured to a remote island where he flies there, and then because there's on the pretense that there's a missing girl, and so he goes all the way there, and then he finds out that it's all a ruse to bring him there to turn him into the Wicker Man. Christopher Lee's in that film as well. Great. Yeah, he's gone king g4, the correct way to play, but still looking apparently very drawish.
But a little bit more torture in some ways for Willow to endure here.
Britt Eklund was in that film, correct? That's a good call. Yeah, Britt Eklund was one of the James Bond girls in also 1973. Maybe The Wicker Man wasn't 73 actually.
Was she in Dr. No? Britt Eklund?
No, Britt Eklund was in The Man with the Golden Gun, which was released in definitely released in 1973. It was the first Roger Moore James Bond film, also starred Christopher Lee.
What's your favourite James Bond film?
Well, probably The Man with the Golden Gun, because The Man with the Golden Gun, sorry, was 1974. The first Roger Moore James Bond film was hang on, I've got this. It was the one with the guy from Yaphet Kotto.
Oh, Live and Let Die.
Live and Let Die, exactly. 1973.
I like Let Die.
That was a great.
That was really great
Jane
film.
Seymour.
That was really scary. It scared me, that film, with that giant guy.
The giant guy, yeah, the guy with a hook.
Yeah, it really scared me, that film. But I thought that was.
Well, 74. Yeah, I think Britt Eklund was definitely the most attractive, or one of the most attractive James Bond girls, and so basically the final scenes are set in a South China Sea, but he ends up in an island. But that's funny enough. That's how Thailand became a popular tourist destination, because people weren't aware of Thailand that much back then, and they saw these islands, these famous islands, and they started going to Thailand on holiday, like people like from Britain and so on. And yeah, Britt Eklund, she was married to Peter Sellers as well. Jenny Agutter was. I don't think she was ever a Bond girl. First Bond film I think was 61, 62, Dr. No, with Sean Connery and Ursula Andress. Queen f6 is played, which is a natural move, right?
Very natural move.
Looks good enough to hold a draw. Yeah, I don't think you can win this. Queen d5, Queen f2, how are you making progress? I'm holding your pawn. And if you go Queen c6, I go Queen e2. But maybe, actually, yeah, that's
D5,
interesting.
Queen f2,
Queen c6. Let's say I went Queen e2, and you run with a king. Let's say I allow this pawn to get taken. King f4.
queen.
Maybe
I
there's
check
queen
you.
F2 though.
Yeah, maybe I check you. But then okay, we'll run and run.
No,
Can't step there.
No, you can step there.
Well, I can step there, but then I wanted to make progress more with my pawn, you see, so I couldn't then step there in that respect.
Oh,
you see what I mean?
So why can't black just take on h5 immediately? Is that losing if I just push the pawn then? Interesting.
Looks like it could be. But maybe not. Okay, not to that precise move. Do I swap the queens? I swap the queens.
Oh, right, yeah. There's always something that black needs to look out for. Very tough defence, yeah. I am Harriet Hunt saying, but now in turn black has missed his chance to hold. Doesn't seem to rate queen f6.
I think it was actually a move earlier, possibly, that she made that comment.
Oh.
I'm not sure. But anyway, queen f6, queen d7. Your suggestion is top move, but they all sort of are looking about the same. Harriet was referring to a different game. All right, well, let's have a look. So, in Andrew Ledger, Nicholas Pert, this rook endgame. That one looks like it's going to end up as a draw.
Yeah.
As many of these top games seem to have been today, all the way down so far to board. Well, apart from the obvious game on board 2, looks like we could see quite a lot of if the Adams game does indeed end up in a draw. Wadsworth and James Jackson on board 7 is a bit better for white.
Wadsworth has kind of fallen away a little bit this tournament, but he's still battling.
Yeah, I think he probably will be a little bit disappointed with his
he's had
result.
He's had a couple of no, he's only lost one game actually, but he's maybe drawn a couple of games where he should, like against Dong.
That unpleasant game against Fernandez, wasn't there, where he kind of got.
Yeah, but these things can happen. Fernandez was at the peak moment.
Let's have a look at board 12. It's still going. Balaji and Turner.
Matthew Turner, was he playing in this tournament?
Max Turner.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, I didn't really notice Matthew Turner. Max Turner, of course, yeah. It must be quite hard, though, to not be the best M.A. Turner.
Indeed.
Although he might soon be
quite
at this
a common
rate.
Name, though, isn't it?
I think, yeah, exactly. Oh, Danny was talking, Harriet was talking about Kanamara and Mihalik.
Kanayamara and Mihalik, okay.
Okay, black has not defended us very well, apparently. And he had a chance.
So what position did he have a chance? If you could just let me know. I'm trying to interest you in second place for the women's. Yeah, that's absolutely fair enough.
Yeah.
We did talk a little bit about it already and had a look
Is
at
that
some of the games.
is there a prize for what's the prize for best women's? Is like
1,000 and then 500.
500 is a nice bit of cash.
It looks like that will be Trisha if she wins this particular game. I think on her own, because Olivia Smith lost and looking.
Oh, Abigail's doing well. Abigail's
we're seeing also possibly. So yeah, so this last move, Rook A5 check, might not have been the strong. Sorry, Rook A5 not check, of course. But Rook A5 looks like it might not be the strongest move after A4. So what is the winning move here, Danny? Then okay, it's not Rook A5.
I don't have a Scooby-Doo. Maybe you go. Oh, so Rook A5 was bad, was it?
Apparently so, yeah.
Can you go? Yeah, it doesn't look that obvious to be honest. Can you go maybe Rook C4? Does that make any difference?
A3.
And then Rook A4. Try that.
Check.
Try my Rook C4. No, it's white's. Yeah, also might not be very good. At this point, I'm too tired to work it all out. Without my phone, I'm lost. Is there any way of checking the engine? What the engine would say? Can we check it?
We can check that.
Let's check
like.
it. Let's check it. But white is winning in the game anyway, right? So maybe it hasn't messed up. Maybe the computer's just thinks she's messed up, but she hasn't.
Rook C. Hang on, so it's Rook C4.
Rook C4 was top move.
Rook C4.
So I was right. Again. Come on, man.
A3.
I should get a prize, right? They should like throw me some cash for all these good moves I've been suggesting.
H5. Wow, it's not immediately obvious.
Yeah, there's some weirdness going on the king's side. It's true. Yeah, maybe it's some kind of Zugschwank. Because if you go A2, I then go Rook A4, and then
right, and then
somehow you're going to be dropping at A2 pawn for certain.
Like I don't know. Like
I raid into E6.
Yeah, you run in this way.
I raid into E6.
So who's on for the under 18 girls? Who's won the under 18
who's
boys
on
as well?
The overall 18s. I don't have my list.
Oh, Yichen. Oh, of course,
yeah, we'll be winning the.
Got Edward Jackson in the audience. Well done, Edward.
Congratulations on your performance this tournament. Looks really good.
Are you playing Northumbria Masters again?
No, I'm not actually, because it used to be 2000 and this won't update in time.
So she's.
Oh, right, the limit, yeah. Sorry?
That's a very good question.
Well, maybe he's got dual nationality.
And
if he's not British, what's he doing playing in the British Championships?
No, he's registered because he lives in the country.
Oh, right, yeah.
Nina Pert will get the under 18 girls prize.
Nice.
We're just questioning Yi Chen Han if he will win the British under 18 championship because he's not actually British. He's I would have thought for Holland. Yeah, exactly.
I think Nina
possibly Edward,
I think Nina Pert is nailed on to be a future British women's champion.
How is Abigail Wilson doing, by the way, just out of interest?
Another one is Bodhana Sidvana, who's possibly one of the most promising juniors we've ever had in this country.
Yeah. Trisha looks like she's going to win now. It looks like Black has somehow made quite a big mistake here after A3.
Tough position to play, right?
Check.
But A3 was already the losing move, right?
Yes.
It was already saying A3
takes G7.
So instead of A3, what was the move? So let's go back. Let's
just
work it out.
Just to check.
Oh, just to check. Yeah,
check. And if this one.
But maybe she's concerned about the king raiding into F7 and just hoovering up the king side.
Check.
Maybe rookie 4. Rookie 4 is the move.
Yeah,
not easy to see actually.
And just grabbing all those pawns.
It's not easy to see that you might attack pawns and win them. Very tough.
So it looks like Trisha should win now, and that would take her to second place in the ladies' championship.
Yeah.
Well, as is still going.
It's been a real grind. Do you find that these chess tournaments, they're really like a grind, aren't they? You've got to really. Do you ever find out? I find that, Adam, when I play in chess tournaments, that I really look forward to them. As soon as they start, I can't wait for them to finish.
Yeah. No, I know exactly what you mean. I've basically stopped playing chess now.
Yeah.
I played my first tournament probably for about 4 years. I played this April. It was the Nottingham Open. And I played it mainly to see if I would enjoy the experience of playing chess again.
Where was it held? It was like held in a library, or
it was held at Nottingham High School. It was a decent venue. And it was only a weekend tournament. It wasn't like an event like this, which is over 9 days. I have a young son who's 3.5, so I was just interested in the experience of would I enjoy play chess, and I didn't really put too many expectations on the actual chess itself. It was all about would I enjoy the experience of playing chess, and the answer was no.
Really, and why do you think that was? Was it the stress of playing, like the worry?
No,
about
it wasn't really the stress of playing. It just was. I don't know. It's probably something.
But you enjoyed doing the commentary, right?
I enjoyed doing the commentary. Yeah.
As long as you ignore me. But yeah, no, I know what you mean. It's like people go, "Oh, isn't it great being a chess player? Wonderful, blah blah blah." And I think there are a lot of elements to it which are enjoyable. I mean, most jobs, it's always like the whole the grass is greener on the other side of the fence sort of thing. I mean, I had a job a few years ago and I didn't really enjoy it because. In chess, it's kind of felt like I was sort of looked up to or like respected, but in that kind of job, suddenly you're joining the real world, and people are looking at you in a different way. So yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, it's kind of but that is life. Yeah, I mean it's like.
Yeah, Nizahi was playing in the same tournament as me actually, and had actually beat Jonah Willow in that event.
He beat Jonah Willow.
He beat Jonah Willow.
Right, yeah.
Jonah Willow was the top seed. Mark was the second seed.
Mark won it, right?
Mark won. I came second.
So you beat somebody quite good in that tournament, didn't you?
I won 4 games out of 5, and
good, yeah.
had some sharp, like even the openings which I really enjoy playing. So for example, very sharp Sicilians. I always play Sicilian, very sharp Sicilians.
Yeah, yeah.
And always very much enjoyed the process. But just something about, I mean, it's probably something about being away from my son as well. It just made a bit of a difference. But
you just generally didn't enjoy playing. You felt.
Yeah.
You felt like you just wanted to get it over with. Yeah, I know that.
I mean, with it being such a short event, you don't really have that much time to think about it. In the sense that you're playing 3, because it's not even a Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It was just literally Saturday, Sunday.
Which is so 3 games on a Saturday.
Super, and all my games were like go straight all the way down to the end. Yeah. And then it's like suddenly, oh no, I've got to do it again. And then they've got to do it again.
No, you mean, Adam. I mean, it's like. I find actually, I played this tournament in Belgium recently. I actually quite enjoyed that tournament, and mainly I think because it was 1 game a day. And where I haven't been enjoying tournaments, actually slightly the opposite of your opinion, is where it's 2 games a day, and I find those tournaments really unenjoyable because I find you basically you play your morning game, and if you play a good game in the morning, all of a sudden you've got to reset. You can't enjoy that game because you then got to reset and play a game in the afternoon, and I find that very stressful. And but the tournament in Belgium, I really enjoyed that. Even the game I lost to Daniel, went back, recovered. I felt like if I'd played an afternoon game that same day, I would have lost that game as well. But the fact that it was only 1 game, it gave me some sort of chance to recover.
I'm just trying to adjust it so I get my names back in the right place.
But part of the reason, we've already discussed this, part of the reason why they have 2 games a day now in so many different tournaments is because financially, I think it was Sean Hewitt we should blame actually, because he was the guy who popularised these E2, E4 events that were 2 games a day. So there's always a culprit.
I don't think you should ever blame a chess organiser for anything.
No, it's true. I'm joking.
Give up their time. Pleasure, thank you very much.
See you later. Yeah.
Give up their time voluntarily.
No, absolutely. He's not actually organising the tournament, but his tournaments were pretty good actually. And he did organise a lot of good tournaments. He helped a lot of chess professionals like myself to play chess. And that, actually, you've absolutely nailed it on the head. We take it for granted a lot of the time, but it's actually the people behind the scenes, like the Matthew Carrs, the Alex Holly Checks, the Kevin Staveleys, the Nigel Towers, and all the people on site here. Who actually helped to, without these events, without these people, these events would just not take place.
Yeah, completely. So this is a game between 2 young players, young girls, Nina Pert and Julia Volovic. Interesting to see them facing off in the last round. Have they both had good tournaments? We know Julia has had. She's unfortunately lost her last 3 games up until this one, and she looks like she's probably in trouble here as well. But up to that point, she'd had an amazing tournament in the sense she'd drawn her first 5 games. And so although she's gaining ratings still, she's not perhaps obviously gaining as much as she was.
But I feel like Nina's one of these people who would inevitably win like British women's title at some point in the future. She's already like right up there, and she's still very young. I'm not sure how old Nina is, like 15, 16. But 16 maybe.
I'm not sure. I think she might be a little bit younger than that.
Not
much younger. But,
Adam's still playing, still grinding away. It's impressive that he could have just curtailed the game by this point. A lot of people would have already just split the point, said, "Look, I'm not going to win. I don't really care. I'm British champion." But yeah, Nina was born in 2008, so she's been 15. I think he's got a lot of potential. There's quite a few young players now, just like tremendous. So like Edward Jackson is another player who could potentially be a very good player in the future. So yeah, the future is bright. So I think now I'm going to get out of chess while, you know, before it's too late.
I suppose one person who might interfere, Edward, with you becoming under 18 would be Amadou Balaji, would he? Has he got more points than you?
I think if he draws around the same amount,
Right.
I think Yichin probably is eligible.
Yeah, I just went and asked him Yichin's eligible.
Aha.
James Merriman, somebody said as well. James Merriman, yeah, son of John Merriman.
And the under 21, will that also go to Yichin? Can you win both?
If he wins the under 21.
Yes.
I think Jonah's worked this out to be back or draw now. He's very good character. Queen E1 now. But Cat Red says he thinks Jonah will blunder. Imagine if Jonah played Queen E1 and Adams played King D3. And then like Queen E5, then you're going to get a playoff between Adams and...
Danny, you would collapse, wouldn't you, if that happened?
No, I'd be like, no. Because who would be in the playoff? It would be like
these two again.
No, but
no,
I mean
and
Jones as
Stephen
well, right?
Jones.
So it'd be like a three-way playoff. I could go on forever.
Hours and hours.
Oh no. I want to go home. I'd like disappear. I'd like we'd have a break, and then you wouldn't see me
in
again,
the lurch, big time, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
You'd have to get one of my trusty people in the commentary room on to help me.
So yeah, looking forward in the future, who do you see as you mentioned somebody I think earlier, like he was playing the rapid play yesterday, and apparently he's like the best 9-year-old in the world.
Jack, yeah.
Is he like one of the highest rated for his age in the world? Is he? Wow. So yeah, we haven't had, I think over the last few years, we haven't had that sort of like super talent emerge. We've had a few good players, someone like Fernandez, for example, Harry Grieve, Wadsworth. Brandon Clark, Shreyas, I think is obviously probably the best one we've had. Freddie Gordon from Scotland, but I think there are a few coming through now who could potentially be future world champions even. Maybe it goes in waves, right?
Maybe.
Because we had, I remember when I was younger, we had Luke McShane was touted as a future world champion. How unfortunate this clash. Day one of the opening of the World Cup, but this is much more riveting. Seeing Mickey Adams try to grind out a Queen and Pawn endgame.
Has the World Cup started now? Then, is it?
I think it has started. Yeah, because it also had Kazakhstan, which is ahead of Azerbaijan, but it'll still be ahead of us, right? They're ahead of us, so basically it's probably like, was it 2:30 here? So probably like 4:30 in Azerbaijan or 5:30.
Maybe a bit more, yeah. It started at midday, apparently. It feels like we've been going forever today, doesn't it? We have been going.
Yeah. Should we wrap it up?
I don't think we can.
Missed the start of the round.
We'll only miss the pivotal moment of the whole tournament.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. The crowning champion.
We'll miss this King D3 move.
Maybe Mickey's doing it deliberately. He could have. Under normal circumstances, he would have agreed to draw, but he's just like, let's just keep Gormally in the commentary room as long as possible. Yeah. So where do we think the British Championship will be next year?
What, is this a guessing game?
Oh, somebody said Stockport, didn't they?
I said Stockport or Southport because I read that on the ECF forum.
The Southport's quite near Liverpool, isn't it?
Yes.
And Stockport's near Manchester.
Yes.
But Stockport isn't on the coast. That's kind of like inland, right? I don't think Stockport's a great...
Is Southport on the coast? I think it is.
I think it is, yeah.
1984 it was Southport.
Sorry?
Was it?
1984.
Somebody's saying Scarborough.
Scarborough. They always go back to Torquay. Yeah, Torquay's a favourite venue. I think they'll come back here because I think they feel the facilities are really good here.
I don't think they'll come back next year.
They won't come back next year here.
I think it'd be unusual for them to come to the same place.
You know what I find strange about the whole thing is why we never have other like big events in England. Like,
other than the British, you mean?
Yeah, I mean we have British, but we did have London Chess Classic, which apparently is coming back this year, so that's good news. But generally speaking, like for example, events like the World Cup, V-Day World Cup, why don't they take place in England? Why don't we have the European Chess Championships? Why has that never been in England?
I think they're hugely expensive.
Oh, right, okay.
To run.
Right. So often the kind of like rich sponsors, European based.
Yeah. I'm not. So Charlie Chesscat says the same. I'm not sure exactly about. Grand Swiss is in the Isle of Man.
Okay. Right.
Which is a big event.
Huge.
Gets one candidate place, does it? Grand Swiss if you win it, or is it 2 candidate places?
Something like that.
It's 1 or 2.
3.
Yeah. Maybe.
Right.
Okay.
He has gone King D4, but now you've got this mathematical draw. I think the Queen B4 check, which is the only move actually, but good enough. King B3, Queen B3. You've got to stick to the pawn. You've got to stick to the pawn with your checks.
Check.
And then apparently you cannot win this position. It's just some kind of weird mathematical draw.
Can I run around my
It
queen?
doesn't. I mean, the computer will draw this,
Of course
whatever
it
you
will,
do.
yeah.
But whether he'll find exactly the right moves, I think Queen C4 here though, Adam, right?
The World Cup apparently has 3 candidates places.
Right.
That's interesting.
That's good.
So how's that going to work out then? First, second, and
third, I guess.
But you can't have a.
No, you
third.
have a second. You have a
playoff.
third and fourth playoff. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you do, don't you? Okay.
Yeah. So.
Yes.
Can I just say there was Southport was a very nice venue. If that's possibly in 1983.
Right. Somebody's saying on here that 84.
Yeah, there was a fight on the way to the nightclub on the last night involving Nick Thomas and Sarah Christopher. If you know either of those people, but we survived it and got into Jolly's nightclub on the pier.
Right.
It was all fine.
Good. And the venue itself was a good place to have it, was it?
Very nice place. Yeah.
Okay. Well.
What was your favourite ever? I think maybe we covered this. We covered every topic imaginable under the sun.
My favourite ever venue for
the British Chess Championships, or any tournament for that matter.
Any tournament. Okay, my favourite ever venue.
So we'll do like British Chess Championships
that's a good question.
And any tournament full stop. Or anyone in the audience can think of a great venue for a chess tournament.
What did you think of it? How did you think of Nottingham?
Nottingham as a place?
As a venue?
If
you want, yeah, I live in Nottingham.
Okay, well, really, really amazing.
I don't think it is.
It was. They obviously, in terms of sort of lots of positive sort of environmental things seem to be going on in Nottingham.
No.
From what I saw, no cycling, loads of cycling, trams, that sort of thing.
No.
Which,
No, I meant the venue though.
Oh yeah, I know you meant the venue. I know, the venue was okay, I thought.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Okay, Charlie.
I noticed what you said, a lot of things about Nottingham. Danny said, was it in the library? We haven't got a library in Nottingham.
Oh, you haven't got a library full stop?
Not at the moment.
That's pretty poor. But somebody's probably got a library in their home, right? They've probably got a private library.
Sorry?
No, actually, the first British I played was in Nottingham in 1996. I really enjoyed it. It's where I first met Simon. A few of us went out clubbing. Sorry?
Was the venue at Platy then?
I don't know where the venue. No, it was in the. Sorry, it was in the university.
Where's the where?
In Nottingham, 1996. It was in the university.
Oh, British.
The British Chess Championship. Yeah, I played the Major Open, but I finished second. Yeah, I mean, Kay mentioned Llandudno. I must admit, I really enjoyed that. I saw Steve Rush earlier, and I stayed with Steve Rush and commuted. So actually, I played a lot better there because you weren't tempted to go out and get hammered. And so often the British Chess Championships where you ended up just doing it. So, you know, you look at someone like Adams, for example, David Howe, they generally don't, you know, go out clubbing and go out massively boozing, right? That's part of the reason why they're doing well, because they're having a very professional attitude. But I mean, some of the professional players like myself, often, yeah, you end up kind of scuppering your own chances by doing a lot of sort of like partying and stuff.
I think my favourite ever, my favourite playing hall is at the Reykjavik Open. Is the opera house there that they play in. And they still play Reykjavik, Opera House.
Yeah, Reykjavik's a beautiful place.
Amazing. Reykjavik itself is very interesting.
Harper's.
Yeah, exactly.
GingerGM like Canterbury British. I remember Canterbury British. That was very nice as well. Beautiful I think that was in university as well.
Played chess in Las Vegas once as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that was quite an
How'd
experience.
you do? Did you play any cards as well?
It was it's the event called the North American Open, which is a big chess tournament out there. All these tournaments are running by, or they were, I don't know if they still are, running by the same guy who runs all these big open tournaments. He basically hires out the venue, and you have to turn up with your board, clock, and piece.
Yeah, I think I know the guy. He's not got a great reputation.
This North American Open started on Boxing Day.
Oh, right, yeah.
So I was out in Las Vegas from, I think, the 23rd or something. My first ever poker tournament that I ever played live was on Christmas Day.
Christmas Day,
I played it on Christmas Day.
As you do.
As you do, exactly. With all these other guys.
Everyone else is having chocolate and turkey.
Having a lovely time.
Playing poker, right, yeah.
Poker with a whole load of guys.
How did you do in the poker?
I did all right. I think I came second.
Wow.
I think it was only out of about one table of 7 players or something. So I mean, it's quite a nerve-wracking experience playing poker for the first time.
What's the standard of something like that, the North American Open? Is it something where you'd be a high seed, or whether you're in the middle? What's it like?
So in those events, they have different tournaments, and they have very high prize funds in all the tournaments. So for example, the under 1700s might carry a first prize of $5,000, let's say, but
entry fee?
Yeah, there's an entry fee. There's a cost to be had to play in it, and there's obviously a large amount of people. I don't know. The entry fee might be something like $300, something like that.
Probably nothing compared to the travel and everything, though, and the hotel.
So to answer your question, what's the standard like? Let's say of the big open tournament, it's pretty high. You get a lot of grandmasters playing. Who would obviously be looking at that first prize, and their money, goes through their eyes like that. So, for example, when I was playing there, somebody like Vallejo was playing, who's a very strong Spanish player. Even Sokolov was playing. Van Welly might have been playing. So there's probably about 30 GMs, something like that. And that's not the biggest of the American tournaments. I think the World Open was always traditionally the big one, which was played in July, I think it was. Philadelphia in July, something like that.
I admit, a lot of the better tournaments I played have been in Scotland, but I played a tournament in Helensburgh, which was, I thought that was a very nice location. I actually played really well there. I find if you like the venue, we're going back to that Llandudno. Charlie Chescat mentioned they hold a snooker open there. Yeah, Prestatyn. I don't think it's actually in Llandudno. Maybe it's in Llandudno as well, but it's Prestatyn, which is very near. So that's where I was staying.
It'll be in one of these Pontins holiday camps.
Yeah. I don't think they hold it anymore, but back in the day they used to hold these qualifiers for the World Championships in Prestatyn. And so that's why Steve Rush, you see, who I was staying with, ended up in that area, because he used to play snooker there. And I remember one time we drove up, and there was like a sort of hill near, and we were sort of looking down. You could see down to Snowdon from that area, right at the top of the hill. Beautiful area. Wales is a beautiful area. But yeah, I mean that is one of the advantages of doing the whole chess, is that you get to travel around, you get to visit different places.
Yeah.
I'm struggling things to say because of this extremely dull Queen and Pawn ending. That, but typical in a way. Adams is winning the tournament in his style, grinding away. The worst result he's going to get is a draw in this game. So effectively, he's got the tournament in his pocket, and he just enjoyed himself, just playing this game.
And look at Jonah Willow's running out of time.
He's running out of time, so I feel like he's keeping the game going.
Yeah, exactly.
He could well. I think he's probably a massive favourite to win this game now, just because of the practical situation. Yes, the computer says it's a draw, but over the board, very tough to find. Very tough to defend, I would say. So wouldn't surprise me at all if Adams won this game, and really won by clear margin, point clear.
going back to the tournament in Las Vegas, just as a little bit of an amusing tangent. So there was one round I remember, as I say, that all these people have, all these American guys, they know how these tournaments run, and they all bring their like snazzy bags with their chess pieces in, and they've like decorated their clocks and stuff like that. It's quite funny. It's quite funny. But it's like the top board in one of the rounds was Vallejo versus Sokolov. And neither of them, of course, had brought a chess set with them because they didn't know that this was the situation. And these one of the big markups, if you like, is at the bookstall, because the bookstall is designed for people like this who have not turned up, and so
carelessly forgotten.
The clocks are like $200 or something like that to buy. And these two guys were like arguing, like, you go and buy the set and the board and the clock, and you go and buy the set and the board.
Yeah, no,
funny.
absolutely. Yeah, it's expensive as well. Like, but Sokolov, you don't see him much. He's a very good player, Sokolov. Yeah, I know he's a trainer, more of a trainer these days. He's a trainer and chess writer. I know he helped train the Uzbeki team that successful in the Olympiad.
Yeah.
Vallejo doesn't play that much. Somebody mentioned he had a few problems with tax authorities a while back.
Yeah, he did play the Olympiad. I've seen his name around a little bit. Played the Olympiad, for example, for Spain last year. So I don't think he's stopped playing chess.
Nizzi still thinks that Jonah will hold this. Yeah. I hope so, for his sakes, because if he holds it, then everybody's happy. Adams is happy because he's won the tournament. I don't think he will be happy, actually. Yeah, it sounds bizarre, but I think actually if he draws this, he'll be actually disgusted.
Is that Adams?
Yeah, Adams, yeah. Well, not disgusted, that's an exaggeration, but he'd be very unhappy if he doesn't... Like, if you're just looking at the game, he'd be a little bit unhappy that if he hasn't won this game. If he doesn't win this game, because he was winning earlier, I think. Even though it wasn't easy.
So we're also looking at this game because we're thinking that Trisha would probably, if she won, get the second place ladies prize, and it looks like now she's doing the business with regards that she's managed to grab all those pawns on the king side somehow. So
she's going to win it.
One of those.
By the way, Tracy SP said, what was the name? I think that's the Matt Carr channel. That broadcasts a live camera.
Yes, let me just type that in the chat.
Maybe we could go to the live feed.
I'm just a bit nervous that
Right, we haven't got that many viewers, I think, at the moment, so it's possible it wouldn't
possibly we have a break. I can get that set up, but it's not so straightforward.
Yeah.
Matt Carr,
he's never going to lose it. I agree. I think that game. I'm not sure if that game will finish soon or not. Because Willow's only got about 2 minutes left, so it could finish at any moment.
Yeah. Well, let's stick with it then.
Is it like check on the back rank here and queen check taking the queen side?
I'll have to move it.
I'll tell you what. Let me go on a break and see how my computer handles a webcam if I can get it up, because it'd be quite interesting to see the final stages if we can do that. So give me a moment. We'll go on a break and see what it can do.
He's seen it
Okay,
as
so
well.
in terms of, I am showing this now on the stream, the webcam live. Could somebody in the chat just let me know if that's holding up in terms of what you can see at home? And
Yeah, I think Jonah's realised because
so,
he
would
looks
you like
very
to see
disgusted
it
on
in
the.
the live?
Wow, he's gone Queen E3. Oh my god,
He's missed it.
that's shocking.
Absolutely shocking.
Really, I'm very surprised at that.
Oops, that's not a good look at all from in terms of.
Still very good position for White, but I mean that's bizarre that he hasn't seen his Queen A8.
Where should he have gone? Queen
A8 in the corner.
Whoops. It's all gone haywire. I knew this was going to happen. It's all gone haywire.
Yeah, I shouldn't have suggested that, man. Sorry.
Yeah.
Maybe forget about the webcam.
I'm going to go back to the. It's all gone full screen now. Yeah, exactly right.
Sorry.
We'll go back to this.
Maybe time to stop the commentary.
You've got no. What's the word? You've got no stamina.
Got no stamina.
Got no stamina.
Got no stamina. Sorry,
bad angle anyway.
Tired.
Okay, better now. Well, you've got us back now, I think, guys. If you do want to go and check that out, just follow that link, and you get to. So apparently, there we had a dramatic moment in the respect that White missed a win. Is that right, guys?
Well, the thing was.
So it's this position here. Queen D6 was played. And what was the winning
Queen
line?
A8.
Queen A8, King H7.
Queen E4.
Queen E4.
King G8. It's all very forcing. Queen E8 check. You got to go back to H7.
Ah, I see. And
then you just simply go Queen G6. And the amazing thing was that when I was looking at the webcam, Jonah Willow was clearly like, oh, hang on, shaking his head. And yet Michael Adams did not pick up on this. And he had plenty of time as well, I think, Michael.
Yeah, he's over 50 now.
And he did not pick up on this. But having said that, he still may win the game because Jonah Willow's very, very short time.
So what do we have? Queen here. Queen B6. Okay, the pawn has gone a little step closer. But now there's no immediate way to get those queens off.
Yeah, I think we are seeing the fatigue factor with Adams in this game, because I think under normal circumstances he would have found that Queen A. He's got that ruthlessness. He would have found that Queen A. It's quite a simple line for a player of his level, really, and it's probably just the fatigue factor is starting to set in. So I think we're seeing White at that draw yesterday, but now after Queen C6, it's very, very hard to see how White can make progress here. Because the Queen is glued to that pawn. So how do you win? How do you try and win? You have to go Queen D4, Queen D8, Queen C7. But that will allow like an avalanche of checks. So the first move to start with is probably something like King G3.
Do you think he's going to... Sorry, Dan. Do you think he's going to try King...
He's gone Queen F2.
At some point.
So apparently...
Oh, you know what? If this ends in a draw...
Yeah.
My prediction is 7 out of 9 being a winning score.
It's going to come true. And
although I didn't say it'd be 7 out of 9 in the playoff, but Fernandez let me down.
So this is you know, they're playing here for the commentators' pride, aren't they? Because I said 7.5, you said 7.
I said 7, yeah. I said 7 would win it. Because I feel like it's actually harder than people realise to get
probably
more than
thought
7.
7 would be a playoff, didn't you?
I thought 7 would be a playoff. I mean, Fernandez was on course for that. He only needed 1.5 out of 2 out of his last 2 games. One of them was against 2100, but as we've seen,
you needed 1 out of 2 to get to 7.
Yeah, you needed 1 out of 2. Very good point. Yeah, you needed 1 out of 2. Yeah, and he didn't manage it.
Jonah's got no time.
But I feel like this is those exaggerations to say it's a fairly easy draw. Even though the engine is saying, if I was black in this situation, I'd obviously be very, very. And you've just realised as well. You've just realised as well that you just blundered.
H2.
So you feel relieved in a way, the fact that your opponent hasn't seen. Obviously Jonah picked up on the fact that he had this Queen A8. He realised that Queen A8 was immediately winning. He would have felt relieved that Adams didn't see it, but at the same time he's now aware that how easy it is to blunder in this position. So practically speaking, I wouldn't be surprised if Adams won the game. What do you think, Adam? What do you think the result will be in this game? Still critical. With the most important result in the whole tournament, whether it'll be 7 or 7.5 winning it, is still on a knife edge. What do you think?
I think.
You think Adams is going to win?
I think he's going to win.
I probably would favour that as
I think
well.
there's going to be another.
I think it's 65-35. I think it's 65% chance that
Black will go Queen C6.
maybe higher than 65%.
And could that be a blunder already?
But White's plan is just to make moves and hope that Black will blunder, right?
That's exactly what the plan should be.
But he already blundered and he didn't take advantage of it. So at some point you think, well, you know, you need to find that tactical sequence.
Yes.
If White attempts to put his queen on G6 with checks such as, you know, F8, F5, G6.
With the queens on C6, you mean?
But yeah. And then just run with the king to the side of the board.
Run with the king.
In an avalanche of checks. That's going to be the last try.
Yes.
Nizahi said, I think Jonah wouldn't have allowed it if not for the fatigue factor, usually very quick and accurate. But isn't he, like, how old is Jonah? Like 22, 23?
I'm not sure exactly.
So I think if you're younger, then the fatigue factor is probably less relevant, but I think it's still a factor.
I think he's done something very sensible, which is take his queen off C6, actually. So that now this idea is not present anymore of checking on G6 and getting the queens off that way.
Oh, but I can't take on G4 now. He's gone Queen D6.
Having said that.
Oh yeah, I couldn't take on G4 because it's Queen E8, Queen G6. But I think that Adams missed his Queen A8 because of the fact that it's slightly counterintuitive to go Queen A8. It looks like you're moving away from the centre of the board. So you just have to see this idea that there's Queen E4.
Born
and
in
it's a forcing
2002,
move.
Jonah Willow. So if he is still only 20, which is possible, then he could be also in the running for the under 21 prize. In fact, he would win the under 21 prize if he drew. Equal actually with Yichen, right? Because Yichen got so.
Should we move to the World Cup? Let's go live.
That will definitely that will destroy it.
That will destroy the stream. Yeah.
No chance, I'm afraid.
Puzzle Rush.
Yeah,
we never did the Puzzle Rush.
We didn't even get a game of Puzzle Rush in on the channel this tournament. That was the most entertaining part. That's what all the fans want to see, isn't it?
Yeah, they love the Puzzle Rush. They love the Puzzle Rush. Have you ever done Puzzle Rush, Adam?
Probably not since that British Championships, to be honest. Bar movement. So the queen's gone down to C2 check, and that apparently is not a good move. Because of why? Because of King
G3,
King G3,
which is kind of obvious.
Fairly obvious.
So why can't you go Queen C6 now?
Queen C6 now. Wow.
Oh, Queen B3 switching.
Queen B3, and if Queen B7, you're just too passive, are you? Then Queen E6.
Well, surely he'll try Queen C6. I mean, no other move looks natural. So now Queen B3, and the idea is if you start checking, I'll tidy my king away on the Queen side. So I think the prediction, unfortunately, Adams looks like he's going to destroy my hopes of 7 out of 9 winning it. Said Turner just blundered versus Balaji in a dead drawn position. But I think we should stick with this because this is critical for the, you know, rather than some random game lower down.
We've had a gasp of anguish in the audience.
Well, it's needed obviously top 20 and ties qualify for next year.
Oh.
He'll get there anyway.
Right. And so by Balaji winning, that will take.
That means you need 5.5 instead of 5.
I see. We'll take a quick look.
Oh, Dafty Dave has come second behind Kefi in the elderly. Oh, Keefe in the elderly persons tournament, according to a friend. Lowell's
Congratulations, Dave. Dafty Dave, I imagine, is Dave Ledger.
Yeah.
And in this position here, Black seems to be up a rook.
What was the blunders, sorry?
Oh, he didn't just hang a whole rook, did he? No. Oh, he did. He did. He played queen takes e5 and missed that move.
Yeah, but apparently, yeah, it's queen c8 is also, or queen d7 is also a threat as well as queen f3. So queen e5 was a shocker.
Queen takes e5 was a big mistake.
Yeah, I think, yeah, Adam's game. So now he needs to find queen b3, right?
He does. He plays queen b3.
Wow,
Now apparently he's winning.
Wow. So you have to go passive with queen b7, only way. But it's still not easy to win.
Still not easy.
Still not easy to win. But then you creep up. You go. You play what's called a creeping move.
The creeping queen b4.
Yeah, what they called, Spassky called them creeping moves because I think he was the one who.
It's cut off. You think like a grandmaster. I think he.
Oh, okay. Somebody I know it was a Russian.
And
basically,
is the point here, Danny, that actually all that's going to happen is that White's now going to place his queen in there, and then maybe in there?
Yeah, you gradually, and you do have this idea of checking the king, but now you can't go back to c6 because b7 would be so strong. So therefore, bad position for Black, I think.
Yes.
I was doing unbelievably some work on queen endings. I didn't realise how important it is to put the queen behind the pawn, as in rook endings. And I learned that fairly recently.
Right, yeah.
A million years old. And he's doing it right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, somebody said in the chat, this is a bit by bit a sign of a top player just massage into the dust. Yeah, I mean, as I said before, you know, there's a famous saying, the Mickey massage, and this is another example. You know, like he's a very good technical player, but he's gone queen e6 is another mistake.
He's so tired.
I think people are just fatigued at this point. They just want to talk. This is why I said before that he had to take that draw yesterday, because I think he was aware that.
And the
the
reason it's a
tiredness was
mistake,
kicking in.
interestingly, is because now apparently this queen can get behind the pawn again.
Right. But it's still tough to draw because it probably you'll end up with the same position in another 20 moves time.
Yeah.
But I don't know, it might end up threatening the what's it called, the old 50 move rule. Is there a 50 move rule danger here?
Well, but haven't there been some pawn moves recently?
Oh, G4, yeah.
Well,
so
B6 on
B6, so it's actually a long way away from 50 move rule.
He's gone king f3, and now Jonah has to find queen f8 and then queen. Yeah, he's found queen f8.
Yeah. It's still, I really hope for this 7 out of 9 because that would make me look like a genius. But
there's one idea that White has here, just worth mentioning. Let's say I play with my king somewhere like e2, and you get queen b4. Is there some idea here of maybe just exposing this king?
yeah, somebody said it's very impressive for Adams to play at this level of stage, but he's always been a very good player. I mean, you know, his rating has gone down partly because of the deflation, partly, you know, yeah, it's difficult to maintain that 2700 level when you get older. I think Anand is maybe the only guy who's over 50s who's still over 2700, right? I mean, there's possibly Kramnik is coming up to close to, you know, he's probably, I think Kramnik's similar. I think he was born 75, Kramnik. But he's more or less a retired player now. He plays speed events. And did anyone watch that Kramnik video on Total Tuesday where he was accusing people of cheating on Total Tuesday?
No, I didn't see that.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. Oh, Matthew Wadsworth won. Well done, Matthew Wadsworth.
Matthew Wadsworth beat James Jackson to get up to 6 points. So in some respects, although he probably ultimately will be disappointed with his
Ledger Pert was a draw, right?
Ledger Pert was a.
It was a draw. Yeah.
It was a draw.
So I think Nick will be bitterly disappointed.
Yeah, so 6 points is going to win a decent amount of money then.
Well, Nick's second seed maybe. So Nick was second seed, and he didn't even finish in. He didn't even get a prize, which would be bitterly disappointed with.
Did the Balaji game finish? It did, I'm afraid. Yes, with a feels like with a win for.
Yeah, apparently Anand is the only plus player over 50 years of age to be 2700.
So this looks like almost the last game going as well. King E2, and he played Queen A8, which
it's a bad move.
Is
apparently.
now
you got to find
apparently
this G5.
for this
The
G-
G5 and H6 is not obvious at all. Like,
What's it?
I think he'll play a king move. Can't you go like King D3 or something? There's no way he's going to play G5, man.
No.
He could play G5, but why is it good? I don't even understand why it's good. Oh, because you open up the king. Oh, he has. No, he hasn't. No.
So
I don't even get why
H6.
it's a good idea.
And so let's take it and see what's what then, shall we? Take it. Still looks like it's not. Take it, I assume.
Oh, maybe it's just the fact that you just get into this queen and pawn ending, and there's no more.
And what? Take the next one.
Now the black king is very exposed, which is always useful. That when in later situations you block the check, you are then checking the black king, which is a very important theme in these kind of endings,
running
right?
towards the pawn, though.
Yeah, I don't know, but apparently it's losing. I mean, my knowledge of the old famous saying, my knowledge of queen and pawn end games could be written on the back of a postage stamp. You know, but someone like Magnus Carlsen knows all of them. You know, this is like a big deal. Obviously, Adams will know.
Have you read,
will know a
100
great deal
endgames
about
you
them
must
as well.
know?
Sorry.
Have you read 100 endgames you must know? Clearly not.
No.
There's a book called 100 Endgames You Must Know.
Is there a Stockfish version?
Which just
Yeah, that's right. Wasn't that made into a Chessable course?
Yeah, and then there's also been a workbook on it, and there's been, I think, a second edition and maybe even a third edition. So, and then yes, and what they did is they went and did 100 endgames you must know on all the best players. So they gave Magnus Carlsen all these positions from 100 endgames you must know from Chessable.
You know, I think Adams at this point would be very relieved.
So he's probably read the book.
Very relieved.
No, you're absolutely. I remember that. Yeah, but Bartholomew gave him. And how did he get on? He sold most of them, right?
Yeah, I think so.
And Adams would be very relieved that Fernandez didn't win. Could you imagine he's having to play this ending trying to win, and if he doesn't win, he then has to play the playoff.
Yeah.
Like that would just be like too much. Yeah.
So he's went King F2, which wasn't obviously the right way apparently, and Jonah's given a check again, and is perhaps going for a queen trade a good idea? Well, you can certainly do that in this position. You can play Queen F5, that will stop the checks, and then I suspect the best move is Queen B4.
Yeah. Yeah, it's looking quite good for black.
And now we could, I suppose, take the punt of pushing the B pawn. And just say, right, now you're going to have to check me to death, because otherwise it's the end. But apparently it looks like you can.
Yeah, it's a very tricky ending.
Very tricky endgame. Like, how do you check me to death for starters? Like with 30 seconds on your clock.
Someone made a very valid point and said Mickey took the early draw yesterday. I was saying that yesterday, wasn't I? I was saying that he wants to like really push tomorrow. So therefore he needs that energy, which I think was coming some. Even though he's made some mistakes, you know, it's been a good grind, regardless of what happens now. And having that I think when you get older, you have to conserve your energy. You know, you don't. I mean, it's tough anyway. You're playing 9 games in a row with no rest day. Do you think there's an argument that they should introduce a rest day to tournaments like the British Championships?
Well, with only 9 rounds?
I think they should have a rest day. That's my personal opinion. But the fashion these days in chess is never to have a rest day. Also, not in the top tournaments they still have rest days. Like Viscount Zay, they have rest days, right? Mm-hmm. You know, like in the very best tournaments in the world, they have rest days. But obviously in tournaments like this, where there's less prize money, and the players are slightly weaker, they never have rest days. I can't. We used to have a rest day in the British when it was 11 rounds. We never have rest days anymore. Even the Hastings, they had a rest day once.
Yeah, on New Year's Day, didn't
That's
they?
right, they used to have a rest day.
Yeah, Jonah played a good defensive move there after King H3 by the looks of things. He played his Queen to A8, which threatens the checks from the back, and Adams has now gone Queen E3. So you can check once on H1, but that's your only check because the King goes to G3. And then what you don't want to do in this... Oh, I see that's not... Yeah, no, that still looks okay.
But Adams will still be beavering away here. I would have switched off by this point and just probably fallen asleep, you know. This is the difference. He'll still be beavering away, calculating all the variations, uses great calculation ability to work everything out. Loz Cooper said the British has a lot of amateurs though. To them, so time off work is exactly. Yeah, I mean, yeah, even the guy who finished second in this tournament is effectively an amateur, but at the same time, he's still a guy that, you know, chess is a large part of his life. So it's not like he just sort of turns off the street and just, you know, I'll do the chess like every now and again.
And 9 rounds, of course, if it's a Saturday through to Sunday 9-round event without a rest day, then you're only taking a week off work, aren't you? You're not taking an additional Friday or Monday. I don't know how much of an issue.
Yeah, I mean, that's why they changed it, because when it was 11 rounds, I remember I played in, I believe it was Coventry, or it was a tournament in Warwick. It was when it was in Warwick University, and the Coventry British, which was 2015. And the entries were really way down. There weren't many junior players playing, and it was quite a poor event. And at that point, Alex, the guy Alex Holacek, decided to reduce the British Championships to 9 rounds. And that was the last time I remember the tournament was 11 rounds with rest days. So, you know, there is a lot of logic to that, actually. Because basically what he was saying was the amateurs just won't, you know, they'll take a week off, a holiday or for school holidays, whatever, but they won't, you know, they won't do 2 weeks. So, you know.
This is an interesting position because Willow has to be a little bit careful. He's worked himself back up on the clock. But if, for example, here you make a misstep.
Adams is just going round and just confusing him. It's like a roller coaster going round, and he's wearing him out. He's wearing him out.
This could it just be a big mistake? Let's put the queen on c6, for example, because that's where he was before. Is this now a big mistake, or is this still holding? I was thinking check.
It's so hard to defend this,
and
practically
then
speaking.
Queen c7.
Yeah, I think Jonah will lose. I mean, I would say it's over 90% probability he loses. Just from a practical point of view, it's so hard to defend this.
And with the queen on c7, does that matter, or is it still now? Can I just?
You know the thing about chess, it's so kind of polite, isn't it? I would like to see a great big fist pump from Adams, and a roar if he wins this ending.
Yeah,
you know,
absolutely.
Oh! It's like, you know, you see like the tennis, people are like fist pumping on every shot, aren't they? Every point that they win.
Yeah.
And, you know, we never get that in chess because people are so polite.
It's true. We did see a little bit of that in the World Championships, didn't we? Just in terms of a little bit of emotion right at the end of that.
By Ding.
By Ding. Ding stayed at the board and sort of was visibly, you know, upset and crying. And
really?
Nepomniachtchi actually stormed off.
Wow. Wow. Is there a video of this?
I think so, yeah.
Right, yeah. Yeah, somebody said Alcaraz annoys me celebrate. I agree. And all that grunting they do. Maybe they should do grunting in chess. Every time you make a move, you start grunting. It's such an effort to push that G pawn. You know.
Oh, he found King H7, which apparently was the top engine move in this position. Wow. That's really impressive.
Yeah.
And now King G1.
So he's still trying to work it out, Willow. I think part of the reason is if you go Queen B4, King H7. If I go Queen B4, you've got Queen F2, and then
you just repeat.
And then
so
it would
Queen's
just be
almost optimally placed here on F3.
Exactly. So there is a lot of logic behind King H7, but it's more the fact that you've been playing for several hours. You're fatigued. You've been going around in circles.
This is good defence. He's
it's
just
really
now
impressive.
Saying, I'm not just. I think I've got my queen to the best square. Now what are you going to do? And is he now going to play G5? Is now the time? Because you make a threat, don't you? G5 and H6 and its mate.
I don't think he's going to play G5. G5 check. G5 Queen G3 maybe.
All right, and I'll just let you have it.
But can't I take on G5 with a queen? I mean, it feels like there's a danger that when you go, like, because for example, B7 they have Queen B5, but maybe you found some way. I think practically, there's no way he would do that because of the tournament situation. He won't take any kind of risk like that, I don't think.
Agreed.
But it's
not with the queen on D4, because on D4 he doesn't even have a check, does he? If he had the queen on a slightly different square, he might be thinking about it.
It's an impressive game by both players. Impressive that Adams has got the energy to keep playing like this. Impressive by Jonah to find his moves like King H7.
Shall we be really cool and take the game of the day off Stephen Jones and give it to this one?
No.
No. Okay.
Nah, but I'm not sure if that was a game. Was that? I mean, it was a good game by Jones. Yeah, but that was his best game of the tournament. And
I think that would be too much, Danny.
Queen B4. Yeah, but now the avalanche will come, right? Whatever the avalanche is, I guess Queen G3, right?
Well, okay. The king will walk over to the queen side.
But the king will run to C1. This is Adam's idea. And then, you know, how do you work out? Yeah, I mean, that's a good try.
It's hard to defend that.
It's very hard to defend.
So now if he goes passive, is that just hopeless?
Probably not, but
Queen
not much
B7,
fun.
and then this is, I think, the position you were talking about. Almost, we were back in this one quite some time ago, weren't we? Where, what happened? I can't even remember what happened.
The queen was on B3.
Oh, the queen was on B3, so he's even got a souped up version of it with the queen on B4. Yeah, his queen was here and he went queen E6, but actually the top engine move was queen B4. So if queen B7 is played, then he's got the position he wants.
Yeah, I think somebody said in the chat, Harry Grieve versus Dan Fernandez was game of the tournament. Yeah, I think we'll probably
Don't tell
link
anybody.
Okay.
Just learn the tension.
Sorry.
He's played queen B7. Okay, and now.
Apparently that's a shocker.
And now, what is
Queen F8,
plan?
Queen C5. Yeah, I think practically speaking, he's got less time. He's never going to defend this. Adams is such a great technical player, and he will keep calculating. One thing I noticed when I played Adams before at Blitz, when I've discussed the game with him afterwards, sometimes he's quite long variations. A lot of people at Blitz, they just switch off. But he'll still be calculating lots of lines there, and he can calculate very quickly. So, tough situation for Jonah, I would say, against a formidable opponent. It's pre-creeped, so I think they're saying pre-moved. Can you pre-move in an over the board game? We've had this discussion before. You could pre-move. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you get cocky people. They kind of. Have you ever had a situation where I once played a game? We were talking about the first British Championship I played in 1996. I was playing against a guy called Riyad Razouk from Algeria.
Oh yeah, GM. Razouk now.
Is he a GM now?
Yeah, I think he became a GM.
Ayman Razouk was also a good player. Maybe you get mixed up with Ayman Razouk. But anyway, he ended up winning that tournament. Even though he turned up late, he missed the first round. He ended up getting 9.5 out of 11. I got 9 out of 11. So he beat me on the Saturday night game before the rest day. But at one point, that ending, he played a move. I'm sitting there thinking. He comes back to the board. He plays another move. I'm like, excuse me, mate.
It's my go.
It's my move. So he's clearly like, I can't be bothered to wait for this Pat to make a move. I'm just going to get on, finish him off. Yeah, still tough to win. Yeah, Queen A8, great defensive move by Willow.
Oh, this is torture.
This is torture. Yeah. Honestly, this could go on for hours.
This could go on for hours. Goodness.
This could go on for hours. I think Adams is planning to finish this game at the normal time we normally finish the rounds, right? Like 6:30.
B6 was the last ball.
Can somebody go up to the board and say, excuse me, we've got a prize giving to do?
Yeah, he's played, the last pawn move was on move 66, so he's still got plenty of moves that he can make.
Yeah, we could get another seat. There'll be another bit where the king will go over to the queen.
And then he'll play G5 at a crucial moment.
Queen E8's a shocker. Now you can go.
Yeah, that's a check on F7. It's alright, but why is this so terrible then?
Maybe just Queen D5. And domination. Queen D5, domination. Yeah, I've spotted it. Queen D5's the killer. Yeah, it's so hard to defend these. And he's allowed Queen D5 a domination, which Adams has got. This is why having that extra time.
He should find Queen D5.
It's a kind of an obvious move. He will find it.
That really means that B pawn is going to.
And also, you probably also by this point realise that he missed that win earlier, Adams. So Queen D5, he would then realise that there's lots of lines again where you have this Queen A8, Queen E, whatever it is. I'm too tired to even think by this point. I mean, God knows how these guys are doing it. I'm just absolutely shattered.
Yeah, as Nizahi says in the chat, this could really dent your morale, Danny, because it might get me up to 7.5 again. And I will win the commentary prize.
That's okay, I don't mind. But I was close with my 7. You have to say I'm off the bar with 7, right? He's found Queen D5.
Somebody
He'll win the game
nice
now.
in the chat. Queen D5 is a grunting move.
Yeah,
Queen D5,
you grunt it out. Grunt it out.
He's played it.
But maybe he's grunting because he really needs to go to the toilet. You know,
he's
just
time
sat
to do
there,
that.
and you're like, he probably could run to the toilet. But yeah, this is game over now. I mean, you're not going to defend this now because also
He's given a check.
You get one
now
check.
King G2, I guess. Just hide it away.
Could you even run to E2? I'd probably go King E2 actually.
Oh, and just hide behind the queen.
King G2, still not totally trivial, but it'd be surprising if he didn't win this now.
Will this be a 90 move finale finals? He's gone King G2. I don't think it's going to last. Yes, it will last 90 moves. Probably. So we're on 89. It's pretty safe. And B7 will be the next move, I would think, by white.
And what happens if you go Queen B4?
B7?
And if Queen G4?
I'm not
Well, surely he'll try Queen B4. Let's try Queen C8. Similar idea, right?
Right, it's trying a similar idea.
But apparently everything wins now. Like Queen E4 is crushing. Queen E4 just total domination.
Queen E4 is a lovely move, just keeping control of the pawn.
Actually prevents any checks. And then you push. Like Queen D8, there's still some work left. Queen D8, B7, Queen D2. Some kind of king move, King F3, but somehow white is then winning that. Yeah, he's really fast. That's right. Yeah. Well, Adams is really fast. They're both very quick. Yeah, very quick minds.
Have you read Mickey Adams' book or come across Mickey Adams' book, Think Like a Super GM?
Well, that's what I was talking about. All that, you know, falsifying from. That's where the falsifying. Come on, wake up! I've been plugging it all week. Yeah, basically, yeah, it's a good book actually. But I was a little bit annoyed by that because I actually contribute to that book, and I wasn't in it.
Oh,
I wasn't in it.
So you were asked for your comments on some of the positions, were you?
Yeah, but I just gave my answers really in my usual kind of way where I couldn't be bothered to work it all out, or just gave really quick answers.
Can't think what they edited you out.
Yeah, I can't think why, but no, it's a really good book, and yeah, there's lots of good chess books out actually.
Amateurs watching the World Cup, real players watching the British Chess Championships. Absolutely. Okay, he's played Queen D8, tried your move. And now B7 isn't the top move.
Still good. What else?
Oh, sorry, it is the top move. That's complete rubbish.
Yeah, what else?
B7
of course you have to do.
Is +8, +9.
He'll find it, yeah.
Like
Oh, eventually you can hide. Yeah, if you get a Queen F3 and King H3, it's over because it literally no more checks. That's what white will aim for. Like King on H3, Queen on F3, and literally the black Queen would have no more checks. So the only thing then would then be to go back to say D8, but apparently that won't be enough to save the game. Maybe then this G5, H6 idea, for example, I don't know, or some kind of.
Or you put your
move.
Queen on F4, and then when there's another check comes, you put it on G3 when the pawn isn't being.
Or
attacked
even
on B7.
Queen, it'd be Queen D3, and you put the King on H4. He will win the game now. It's almost certain. I mean, as I was saying earlier, it was probably over 90% that Adams would win this game because even though the computer's given it as a draw, it's just impossible practically to defend with your shorter time. You're playing against like 2700 player effectively. You're just not going to hold it. So well done to Adams, I would say, because he could easily have just done the, you know, basically just made a draw like a couple of hours ago.
Amazing for fighting.
So it shows, you know, he wants to win it in style.
Okay, Queen C7 will probably see King H3 naturally, and then you have to stop Queen F8 check in some way. But what you have to, then you can't allow the queens to get traded, so you'd have to play Queen B8, I think, and then Queen somewhere. C6 looks devastating just to show that. So after king h3, my mouse has almost given up. Oh, it's made a weird error instead.
Apparently check and queen b4 might be the best.
Check. And where?
Yeah, you can check on e1, Adam, sorry, instead of checking on c7.
Oh, I see, okay.
And then queen b4, try that.
Okay, he's gone queen c7.
Okay, yeah.
But queen e1 was a better try. And
no, probably not. I mean, he's still losing anyway, so it's irrelevant. But.
So I think the winning plan now is going to be king h3.
Queen d6, so how do you win, yeah?
And then queen d6.
Oh, now you go queen b3, which
Queen
forces
b3.
queen b8.
And then you have to go back.
Oh, maybe. Oh, then you can go king g2, which is really clever. Because then king h7, black is in Zugzwang, king g2.
Nice.
Queen G3.
Oh, beautiful.
Queen G3, not Queen B3.
Sorry?
Queen G3 instead of Queen B3.
Also winning probably.
With the queen on D6.
Queen g3, yes.
Queen g3 is also, yeah, that's even simpler, right? But it's all winning by this point. So he will try probably something like, he can't try king h7 because then you will eventually queen the pawn. So he could try queen b8, but that's queen b8 wouldn't be no checks. I think he'll resign now. I think he'll resign. Like queen c1, queen f8, queen b8. Yeah, Adams finishing star. Well played, Michael Adams. Excellent. Another excellent. As I predict, I feel that Adams over the next few years has a very good chance to reach double figures in terms of British Championship wins. I predict he'll keep playing the British Championships and keep testing the best players in England to try and see if they can
live with him,
usurp him, but it doesn't seem like they can. Even the great amateur Stephen Jones can't beat him. Do you think it's a bit demoralising if you're just professional? Like someone like Nick Purr, I know from my perspective, I've felt this often, and Fernandez, that, like an amateur's finishing ahead of you.
And it's finished.
Well done.
Lost on time, or did he resign?
Doesn't say. I would think he probably resigned. It's a guess. So,
only thing better than Adam's endgame technique is this commentary. Good work, Adam. Howl Hub, is that David Howell? I don't know. I'll have to send him the check. Probably not.
Yeah, he's having his day off from the World Cup, watching this instead. Well, maybe it is. Maybe it is Howl Hub.
I'm retiring from commentary after this. I'm retiring from singing and commentary.
You're announcing it live.
I'm too exhausted.
For all the fans at home. That's really sad.
Well, it's been fun though. It's been fun, especially doing it with you, Adam.
Well, we'll see
I
what happens.
Couldn't have got a better commentary partner. Oh, well, you think we might have a playoff anyway? Some kind of playoff.
Some cool playoff anyway. No, I didn't mean that.
Maybe I could play Adams in a blitz match.
I meant maybe Adams is going to come up here.
Possibly.
I
don't know. He's getting very. I thought the prize giving was supposed to be 3 o'clock.
I'm afraid, Mickey, we're not going to go through your 90-fold move guide. Thanks, but no thanks.
He probably wants to.
We might ask you a couple of questions, but not much more than that. If he does. So if you want to stay around, you're welcome to. But
yeah, very impressive again by Adams. Do you think he'll play next year? It could be some other thing. I think David Howe might play next year.
We don't know. No, there's an announcement at the start saying they not that they don't know, but that they weren't going to announce. If that makes sense.
Where we're playing, you mean? Where?
Where?
So they're not going to announce it because they don't know.
I don't know why it is. If they don't know or they want to prolong the tension, I don't know.
In previous years, but the last few years, they haven't been announcing it.
I want to see Mickey subjected to Danny's questioning. I think Danny wants to go.
Oh yeah, I just want to go home at this point.
Danny wants to show the Queen A8.
No, I quite like torturing Mickey with my anarchic questions. But I did predict that he would romp to victory, didn't I? When I interviewed him before, I said he'd romp to victory, and he was trying to say, "No, I take it one game at a time." Very professional approach. But yeah, I'm very impressed with Adams, and it just shows really a lot of it at top level is just about calculation. He's a very good calculator. And
sorry,
is he a whole point ahead?
He's won by a whole point. Yeah. That's a 7.5, which is a point ahead of Stephen Jones. So if we can just work out how many people are on 6 points, we have Yi Chen Han, Harry Grieve, and and Matthew Wadsworth. So 3 people on 6, and Daniel Fernandez, of course. Sorry. Mark in the last round against William Claridge Hansen. I think that one was a draw.
Yeah. I think Mark had kind of basically given up after that Fernandez game. Effectively, that was the tournament gone for him.
That would be good.
Yeah, that was David Howe. Well, good luck to David in the Baku tournament. It's obviously extremely strong. Chess just gets tougher and tougher every year. I think it's just so many good players now. But he's a very good player himself, so hopefully he can do something in that tournament. But it'd be even tough just to get through a few rounds, right? Because like where are the easy opponents?
I'll tell you what we'll do, because rather than that sort of us hang around here and maybe hope that Mickey comes up, or not hope Mickey comes up, whatever, we might just go on a very short break. I might go downstairs, see if Mickey is possibly interested in coming up just to answer a couple of questions, and then we can wrap things up. All right, so we'll see you guys very, very shortly in one form or another. It might just be us saying goodbye, but yeah. See you then. Okay guys, so welcome back. It's just me in my little trip downstairs. It looks like I might have lost Danny. Oh no, Danny's here. Danny's going to come back. Come back, Danny.
Come back.
I thought you'd run away. So actually what's going to happen is that the prize giving is going to take place any moment. So Michael Adams won't be coming onto the stream by the looks of things. So we'll just wrap up and say thank you everybody for watching. It's been really fun, as we've already mentioned, and yeah, we'll wrap things up there, I guess.
Yeah, that's right, man.
Cool. Thanks ever so much, everybody. Bye for now. Enjoy the World Cup commentary if you're going to move to that now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And now we can go down the pub.